Chapter 38-36. The Emperor battle was about to begin. Whether it was the Tianlong clan or the Tai sect, the atmosphere was particularly solemn. Even the disciples of the two sects who hadn't become god kings felt tremendous pressure. After all, the Emperor battle wasn't something they could escape from if they didn't break through to God King. It didn't matter if you were young and had just joined a God King level sect like the Tianlong clan or the Tai sect, but if you hadn't broken through to God King after a period of time and enjoyed the sect's various resources, then sorry, you could only scram. As for those above God King level, they had to enter the Emperor battle realm no matter who they were. After entering the Emperor battle plane, everyone had a mission. Only by completing the minimum mission would one be able to leave the Emperor War realm. If one exceeded the requirements, one could store the spoils and hand them over the next time they entered the Emperor War realm. This way, they wouldn't have to enter the battlefield in the Emperor War realm in the future. The mission was to defeat the other sect's people. The members of the two sects who entered the Monarch battle realm would enter a city behind their respective sections. Before a formation set up by a formation disc set up by a supreme expert, they only needed to inject their divine energy into it to form an identity medallion that belonged to them. The token was compatible with one's aura and could only be carried by oneself. Once the token was exchanged with someone else, it would disperse. Only when the owner of the identity token died would the identity token solidify and become rigid. At that time, it could be held by others. In the Emperor battle realm, this was known as a life token. Once it was lost, it meant that one's life would wither away. Inside the Tianlong temple, as the Emperor battle drew near, many people's hearts burned with anticipation. Once the Emperor War begins, as long as you obtain enough life tokens, you will be able to obtain the corresponding amount of Emperor War merit points. Emperor War merit points can be exchanged for items from the sects and Greater One sect in the Emperor War realm. Those items are all protected by formation discs formed by formations set up by supreme experts. Only with enough Emperor War merit points can they be exchanged. Of course, if you don't want to exchange merit for them, you can do so after the Emperor battle ends. After the Emperor battle ends? Once the Emperor War starts, I'm afraid it won't end so easily. At the very least, unless a God Emperor is born, it won't end so easily. Thinking about it, that's true. Once one's eyes turn red from killing, and no God Emperor expert is born, no one would be satisfied. All in all, the Monarch duel is a crisis, but it's also an opportunity. In my opinion, the path to becoming an expert is all about fighting. If you don't even dare to fight, how can you become strong? Everywhere in the Sky Dragon sect's encampment, the majority of the Sky Dragon sect's disciples supported the Emperor battle. To them, their talent and comprehension were limited, so they could not enjoy special treatment like the genius disciples of the Tianlong clan, and the Emperor battle was their chance. In the Emperor battle, they could obtain battle merits by killing Greater One sect disciples and exchange them for what they wanted. When the Emperor battle began, whether it was the Tianlong clan or the Greater One sect, they would take out all kinds of treasures from their storehouses. This was because a few peak god Emperor level forces in Tunglong province would participate in the supervision. They would know if anyone did not put in their best effort to take out something. On the other hand, the start of the Emperor battle symbolized the struggle between the two major sections. At this time, the two major sects participating in the Emperor battle would not be stingy. If, at the beginning, the Greater One sect's encampment was still a little panicked. As time passed and the Emperor battle was about to begin, the panic in the Greater One sect gradually dissipated without a trace. It was replaced by resignation, hard work, and progress. To be able to cultivate to their current cultivation realm, no one was a fool. Since the Emperor battle was irreversible, what they had to do was to improve their strength as much as possible before the Emperor battle, so that they could have more life-saving capital in the Emperor battle. In addition, thinking that the Emperor battle was also an opportunity for them, they were even more excited. Tianlong Temple, today, once again welcomed a group of uninvited guests. The reason why it was once again was because there had been two other groups of uninvited guests recently, and they were all from the peak god Emperor level forces in Tunglong province. The first two groups of uninvited guests had just arrived. After paying a visit to the Tianlong clan's clanmaster, They were directly led by the Tianlong clan's clanmaster to see the recently popular Duan Lingtian of the Tianlong clan. Their purpose of coming was to invite Duan Lingtian to join the forces behind them, and to do so, they promised many benefits. In the past, the sects and families behind them knew that Duan Lingtian was extremely talented and had strong comprehension, and wanted to recruit him. However, as the emperor battle between the Tianlong clan and the Greater One sect was about to begin, they thought that after the emperor battle, if Duan Lingtian was still alive, they would recruit Duan Lingtian. Later, Duan Lingtian refined multiple ultimate limit meridian recovery divine pills in front of everyone at the Tianlong clan, and even opened 2 pill cauldrons in front of everyone, simultaneously refining 2 ultimate limit meridian recovery divine pills at the same time, causing 2 pill tribulations to descend at the same time. While the Tianlong clan was shaken, the news also spread to the peak god emperor level forces in Tunglung province. Suddenly, they couldn't sit still anymore. They all sent people over. However, some people came early, while others came late. Yang Qinya greets all the martial granduncles, martial granduncles, martial uncles, and martial uncles. The uninvited guest of the Tianlong clan this time was Yang Qinya, the former number one of the younger generation of the God Emperor level sect, the Myriad Demon sect. He was someone who was above Du Pajuan. Yang Qinya didn't come alone. There were a few people following him, and each of them was far stronger than him. They had been sent by the God Emperor level force behind him to follow him to the Tianlong clan. The current Yang Qinya was more introverted than before. His eyes were deep and profound. He stood there with a transcendent aura that made people feel ashamed of their own inferiority. At least, that was how Du Qianjun, who was standing at the side, felt. It feels like Brother Qinya has changed after going to that God Emperor level force. At this moment, Du Pajuan was also standing beside Du Qianjun, looking at Yang Qinya with a complicated expression. He was sincerely convinced by this existence who had suppressed him in the Myriad Demon sect, but now that he couldn't see through him even more after going to that God Emperor level force, he knew that he had most likely been left behind in terms of strength. Haha, Qinya, when did you break through to the God Emperor level? The 2 people who were doing the best in the Tianlong clan were the 2 White Dragon Elders. At this moment, the 2 of them were sitting in 2 of the 3 main seats. One of them even asked Yang Qinya with a smile, "Martial granduncles, I just broke through recently." Yang Qinya replied respectfully, a rare faint smile on his face. He was rejoicing over his choice in the past. If he had gone to the Tianlong clan, he might not have been able to break through to the God Emperor level in such a short time. "Brother Qinya, you're already a God Emperor?" Du Qianjun, who had been standing at the side, couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "Qianjun." At this time, the other old man frowned and scolded, "Your martial granduncles are talking to your brother Qinya. Don't interrupt." This old man was none other than Kuang Tianjing. Normally speaking, with Kuang Tianjing's status in the Tianlong clan, he wasn't qualified to sit in the main seat when the Myriad Demon sect was gathered. He could only sit below the main seat. However, he had a disciple who was capable enough to marry the only daughter of the Tianlong clan's vice-patriarch, Shui Mingji. At this moment, Kuang Tianjing's second disciple, Zhong Can, was standing behind Kuang Tianjing, looking at Yang Qinya with a complicated expression. Zhong Can had heard of Yang Qinya more than once. After Yang Qinya had been invited to that peak God Emperor level force, he had begun to value Yang Qinya because he was about the same age as him. Of course, at that time, he felt that he wouldn't lose to Yang Qinya. But today, after learning that Yang Qinya had broken through to become a God Emperor, he knew that there was a big gap between them. "It doesn't matter." The old man on the main seat shook his head and waved his hand. "Qianjun and Qinya have always had a good relationship, this I know. Tianjing, don't be angry." "Yes, senior brother," Kuang Tianjing hurriedly responded. At this time, Elder Bai Long of the Myriad Demon sect, who was sitting on the other main seat, was a middle-aged man wearing a light blue robe. He had a tall and sturdy build and a particularly conspicuous aquiline nose. He looked at Yang Qinya and said, "Martial nephew Qinya, what are the cultivations of the people who followed you here?" "Martial uncle Lu Yin. I have to call them martial uncles and martial uncles. They are all high god emperors. and their duty this time is to escort me here and cooperate with me to invite Duan Lingtian to join the sect behind Qinya. Young Qinya said with a faint smile. The aquiline-nosed, middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he heard young Qinya's words. They were all high god emperors, Du Pajuan, Du Qianjun, and their martial granduncle, Huang Tianzhong, who had the best relationship with their grandfather, Du Zhan. All changed their expressions at this time. Even Du Zhan, who was standing behind Huang Tianzhong, had a slight change in his expression. Although they had guessed that young Qinya would bring a few experts with him, when they heard it from young Qinya's mouth, they still had a different feeling. Since that little bastard rejected the two god emperors, I don't think he'll agree to Qinya's request. When they thought of this, Huang Tianzhong, Zhong Can, Du Pajuan, and Du Qianjun all sighed in relief. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian had to die. If he didn't, they might be the ones to die in the future. Even though Zhong Can had no enmity with the Duan Lingtian in the past, he had instigated his wife to send his father-in-law to deal with the Duan Lingtian. That had put him on the opposite side of the Duan Lingtian. Because of his guilty conscience, he also felt that if the Duan Lingtian were to grow stronger, he wouldn't have an easy time. Martial nephew Qinya. The aquiline-nosed, middle-aged man's eyes suddenly focused. He said to young Qinya in a deep voice, "Can you ask those people to kill the Tianlong clan's white dragon elder Shui Haichuan?" Chapter 38-37. As the aquiline-nosed man's voice fell, the scene fell into a deathly silence. After a moment, young Qinya opened his mouth. He bitterly smiled and said, "Hi, Master Lu Yin. I also heard that Shui Haishan was released from the Hidden Fog sect's Stairway Heaven prison. I know you're eager to take revenge, but those elders only followed me here because they were ordered to invite Duan Lingtian. If you want them to kill another person, they might not refuse to give me face. But Shui Haichuan, in truth, before we came here, the sect had already done something for Duan Lingtian. Those elders also know that Duan Lingtian has a good relationship with Shui Haichuan. There was even an elder who said that he could use Shui Haichuan to persuade Duan Lingtian. In this situation, wanting them to kill Shui Haichuan is unrealistic." Young Qinya shook his head as he spoke. As for the aquiline-nosed man, he was Lu Yin. He was one of the two white dragon elders of the 10,000 demon sect in the Tianlong clan. At this time, his complexion was gloomy. Lu Yin was once the Hidden Fog sect's sect master. In the past, his only son was killed by Shui Haichuan's big brother, Shui Haishan. He wanted to kill Shui Haichuan to avenge his son, but in the end, the high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect had Shui Haichuan imprisoned in the Stairway Heaven prison for 10,000 years. He wasn't willing to accept this result. In a fit of anger, he left the Hidden Fog sect and joined the Hidden Fog sect's mortal enemy, the 10,000 demon sect. As soon as he arrived at the 10,000 demon sect, he became a highest elder. Later, through the 10,000 demon sect, he entered the Tianlong clan. In the Tianlong clan, he broke through and became a middle divine emperor. First, he became an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Then, as his strength increased, he became a white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. He had always viewed Shui Haichuan as a fellow white dragon elder with hostility. This former junior actually had the same status as him in the Tianlong clan. In fact, in terms of strength, he wasn't confident he could defeat Shui Haichuan. After all, there was no direct enmity between him and Shui Haichuan. Therefore, although he didn't like Shui Haichuan in the Tianlong clan, he didn't have any major conflicts with Shui Haichuan. It was only when Shui Haishan had been released from the Stairway prison for 10,000 years that he really wanted to kill Shui Haichuan. This was because Shui Haichuan had always been inseparable from his elder brother, Shui Haishan. If he wanted to kill Shui Haishan and avenge his son, he would have to kill Shui Haichuan first. Otherwise, he wouldn't have succeeded in his revenge. Ever since Shui Haishan had followed Shui Haichuan to the Tianlong clan, he had looked for opportunities many times, but found that there was no chance at all. Shui Haichuan had been guarding Shui Haishan to the death. No matter what he did, he would bring Shui Haishan along. The tactic of luring the tiger away from the mountain had been used many times, but it had always failed. Right now, he was only asking for young Qinya's help because he was anxious. What if Duan Lingtian refuses? After hearing young Qinya's words, Lu Yin clearly didn't plan to give up. that Duan Ling Tian has already rejected 2 of the top Emperor God forces in Tunglong province. If there are no accidents, he will also reject you. If he refuses, does that mean that you, junior nephew Qinya, only need to say the word, and those elders will kill Xue Haichuan? Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion once again. I'm afraid that's impossible. Yang Qinya shook his head again. Actually, before we came out this time, we were specifically warned. Even if we can't recruit Duan Lingtian, we can't become enemies with him. The war between the emperors is coming, so it's normal that Duan Lingtian is unwilling to leave the Tianlong clan. The sect plans to recruit Duan Lingtian after the war between the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect is over. If we can't recruit Duan Lingtian this time, Yang Qinya's words completely extinguished Lu Yin's hopes. At this time, another white dragon elder from the 1,000 Demon sect spoke. Lu Yin, I know you want to avenge your son. Only by killing Xue Haichuan can you kill Xue Haishan. However, don't you think you've entered a dead end? Xue Haichuan will definitely enter the Emperor battlefield when the war between the Emperors starts. What about Xue Haishan? Even if he brings Xue Haishan in, can he bring Xue Haishan into the battlefield of the Divine Emperors? The battlefield of the Divine Emperors isn't just restricted to high-ranked Divine Emperors who entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Even those who haven't reached the Divine Emperor realm can't enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. At that time, you won't have a chance to kill Xue Haishan. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as the White Dragon Elder finished speaking. I didn't think of this. It seems that I'm too close to the situation. Yes, the war between the emperors will be the best opportunity for me to kill Xue Haishan. Lu Yin's eyes shone brightly. On the other side, Kuang Tianjing said in a low voice, when the war between the emperors starts, is it possible to kill Duan Lingtian in the battlefield of the Divine Kings? Hearing Kuang Tianjing's words, everyone fell silent. Duan Lingtian's strength was obvious to all. Even if the emperor battlefield opened, Duan Lingtian would be like a fish in water in the battlefield of the Divine Kings. Most likely, there wouldn't be anyone below the Divine Emperor realm in the Tai sect who could be his match. Even if they joined forces to deal with Duan Lingtian, with Duan Lingtian's strength, it wasn't impossible for him to escape alive. It was impossible to kill Duan Lingtian in the Emperor battlefield, unless someone above the Divine Emperor realm made a move. Almost impossible. Kuang Tianjing's words made Lu Yin shake his head repeatedly. Duan Lingtian isn't an ordinary Divine King in the Tianlong clan. No one below the Divine Emperor realm would dare to say that they have the ability to defeat him. Even if multiple Divine Kings besieged him, with his strength and his proficiency in the law of space, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. As for the Tai sect, I haven't heard of anyone below the Divine Emperor realm stronger than him. Even if the battlefield of the Divine Kings and the Emperor battlefield is dangerous to him, it won't be life-threatening. Lu Yin saw through it all. Of course, this was also because he didn't have any enmity with Duan Lingtian. However, to Lu Yin, having no enmity with Duan Lingtian was a thing of the past. Now that he knew that the High Divine Emperors following Yang Qinya wouldn't attack Xue Haichuan because of Duan Lingtian, he hated Duan Lingtian and wanted nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian immediately. If Duan Lingtian died, the High Divine Emperors following Yang Qinya would no longer have any qualms about attacking Xue Haichuan. Indeed, it's unlikely. Another White Dragon Elder nodded. If we want to touch Duan Lingtian, we'll have to do it outside the Emperor battlefield. The Emperor battlefield is either a safe zone for sects or a battlefield with distinct boundaries. Those above the Divine Emperor realm can't enter the battlefield of the Divine Kings, and he can't go to the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Of course, even if he wanted to go to the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, he can't because his cultivation isn't strong enough. Currently, Duan Lingtian didn't know that everyone in the Thousand Devil sect, including Yang Qinya, wanted to kill him. It was all because of the enmity between him and Kuang Tianjing. Kuang Tianjing had attacked him in the Linghu family's residence. If the Linghu family hadn't activated the protective grand formation, Duan Lingtian might have died at Kuang Tianjing's hands. The people from the Thousand Devil sect knew very well that after that incident, the Thousand Devil sect and Duan Lingtian had become enemies. It was almost impossible for them to reconcile. Unless they killed Kuang Tianjing or the people from Kuang Tianjing's faction and apologize to Duan Ling Tian. However, that wasn't realistic. Kuang Tianjing was still fine. However, Kuang Tianjing's second disciple, Zhong Can, was now the son-in-law of the Tianlong clan's vice-patriarch, Xue Mingji. If they killed Zhong Can and the matter was exposed, it would be a huge blow to the Thousand Devil sect. The Thousand Devil sect couldn't take such a risk. Half a month later, I've finally stabilized my current cultivation. In the inner sect disciples training area, Duan Lingtian was in his room. On his bed, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face. Not long ago, Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through to the High Divine King stage with the help of a large number of King and Emperor-level divine pills. However, the cultivation base that was built up through the use of pills was ultimately not very stable. Therefore, he spent a long time stabilizing his cultivation. Only today did he manage to completely stabilize his cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian got off his bed and removed the formation that enveloped his room. With the formation, no one could send a message in from the outside. Almost a moment after Duan Lingtian removed the formation, a message came. It was from Xue Haichuan. Little Tian, Yang Qinya brought people to the sect half a month ago. They want to invite you to the top emperor-level sect behind them in Tunglong province. On Duan Lingtian's side, Xue Haichuan had also set up a small formation. The function of the small formation was to notify Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian had come out of seclusion when Duan Lingtian removed the formation. As for the matter of Yang Qinya and the others looking for Duan Lingtian, it was arranged for Xue Haichuan by the Tianlong clan's patriarch because everyone knew that Xue Haichuan was close to Duan Lingtian. Yang Qinya? Under Xue Haichuan's arrangement, Duan Lingtian met Yang Qinya. This was a figure that he had heard of when he was still in the Hidden Fog sect. He was the number one person of the Myriad Demon sect's younger generation. He was one of the most outstanding geniuses in the history of the Myriad Demon sect. Alchemist Duan. When Yang Qinya saw Duan Lingtian, a rare smile bloomed on his originally cold face. I'm sure you know why I'm here. Alchemist Duan, are you interested in joining the sect behind me? Yang Qinya asked politely. There were several people standing to the side. There were middle-aged men and old men. They were all looking at Duan Lingtian. These people were the several high-level god emperors who came with Yang Qinya. Their purpose was the same as Yang Qinya's. They wanted to recruit Duan Lingtian. The reason why these high-level god emperors came together was because the sects behind them wanted to express their sincerity in front of Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid young sect Master Yang has come in vain. Duan Lingtian faintly smiled. But as soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, Yang Qinya's complexion changed. Duan Lingtian, you can't call me that. Aren't you the son of the Myriad Demon sect's patriarch? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the startled Yang Qinya. It wasn't hard to guess that Yang Qinya had misunderstood. Chapter 38:38. Yang Qinya heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. In the Thousand Devil sect, he was the one and only Heaven's pride. However, in the East Ridge Prefecture, which was a peak Emperor God-level sect, he was only slightly more outstanding. There were many young Heaven's prides who could be compared to him. Among them, there were even Heaven's prides whose talent and comprehension were above his. He had only been invited because he had crossed the threshold for the top god Emperor-level forces in Tunglong province to take the initiative to invite him to join. If he hadn't crossed that threshold and his talent and perceptive ability were slightly weaker, those god Emperor-level forces wouldn't have taken the initiative to invite him. When he heard Duan Lingtian call him young sect master, he broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, he felt as if there was a thorn in his back. It wasn't difficult for him to sense the sharp gazes of the high-level god emperors not far away. These high-ranked divine emperors were not his subordinates. They did not follow him here to protect him. They were here to support him. When they invited Duan Lingtian to join them, they were here to show respect to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian rejected Yang Qinya, the high-level god emperors also spoke one after another, promising all kinds of benefits. It was even to the extent that there were one or two people who promised benefits that caused Duan Lingtian to be greatly moved. If it weren't for the imminent emperor battle, he might have really agreed to go to the Emperor Battle Realm. In the end, Duan Lingtian still refused. Although the high-level god emperors were disappointed by Duan Lingtian's rejection, they weren't angry because before they came, they already knew that Duan Lingtian had rejected the other two god emperor-level forces. Duan Lingtian, if the emperor battle between the Tianlong clan and the Tai sect ends, if you're interested in joining the sect behind us, feel free to look for me. An old man raised his hand and handed his soul bead to Duan Lingtian. When the time comes, send me a message and I'll personally come to welcome you. My promise is still valid at that time. This old man was also one of the two people who had made the most important promise. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him and put away the soul bead the old man handed over. After the emperor battle ends, I do plan to leave the Tianlong clan. If I really want to leave, I'll definitely choose a top god emperor level force in Tunglung province to join. The old man's eyes immediately after hearing Duan Lingtian's words. He pondered for a moment and made another promise to Duan Lingtian. Yang's face changed this series of promises. Duan Lingtian's Yang. He, Yang Qinya, was one of the most talented people in the history of the God Emperor level sect, the Thousand Devil sect. Back then, when he received invitations from several peak God Emperor level forces in the Eastern Mountain Prefecture, they didn't promise him anything. They just invited him to join. However, when it came to Duan Lingtian, there was a huge amount of benefits that made him green with envy. Elder Qin. The old man's promise also caused the others to frown slightly. The benefits that the old man promised were truly a bit excessive compared to what they had promised before. It made them feel ashamed of their inferiority. Are we people from the same sect? However, when they thought about the old man's status in the sect, they could not help but sigh. Who asked him to have an extraordinary background in the sect? The sect might not be willing to fulfill the heavy promises he made to Duan Lingtian, but the sect would definitely fulfill the promise he made to Duan Lingtian even if it pained them. Senior, how should I address you? When Duan Lingtian looked at the old man again, his gaze became much gentler. At the same time, he casually raised his hand and took out his soul bead and handed it to the old man. My name is Qin Wuyang. You can call me Elder Qin. Most of the people in the sect call me that as well. The old man could see that Duan Lingtian was tempted. He put away Duan Lingtian's soul bead with a bright smile on his face. The old man and the young man looked at each other with smiles on their faces. It was as though they were having a casual conversation. Moreover, the peak that I'm at is the best in the Divine Pill Dao. If you want to come, you can go to my peak directly. There are all kinds of rare medicinal herbs there. There's nothing you can't see. Qin Wuyang continued to tempt Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Yang Qinya's expression changed slightly when he saw this. A hint of worry flashed in the depths of his eyes. At the same time, he immediately sent a message. The target of the message was none other than the inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, Kuang Tianjing. Senior granduncle, one of the sect elders who came with me made a promise to Duan Lingtian. It seems like Duan Lingtian will leave the Tianlong clan after the Emperor battle ends and join my current sect. It's best if you kill him before the Emperor battle ends. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to kill him when he arrives at my current sect, you might even have to consider if he'll seek revenge on you in the future. You should know that with his innate talent and comprehension, and his shocking achievement in the Divine Pill Dao, it won't be long before he has the ability to seek revenge on you. Perhaps, after he leaves the Tianlong clan, he'll be able to seek revenge on you with the help of others. Upon receiving Yang Qinya's message, Kuang Tianjing's expression changed again. At the same time, he immediately sent a message to his second disciple, Zhongcan, where are you now? Is it convenient for Master to look for you? Now, Kuang Tianjing only wanted to look for Zhongcan so that they could think of a way to deal with Duan Lingtian together. Or rather, he wanted to think of a way to let Xue Mingji, the vice-clan leader of the Tianlong clan, deal with Duan Lingtian. He had to admit that Qin Wuyang was very sincere. At the very least, Duan Lingtian was really tempted. He also felt that even if the two people from the top Emperor God forces in Tunglung province had not arrived, the benefits that Qin Wuyang promised could not be replicated. Moreover, the Emperor God forces that had yet to arrive were all Emperor God clans. Compared to the sects, he was more inclined towards sects than clans. Let's talk about this after the Emperor War ends. I don't know how long it'll take for it to end. The Emperor War might end in a few years, decades, or even centuries. In the history of the realms of gods, the longest Emperor War in the history of the realms of gods lasted for 1,000 years. In the end, it was the few peak Emperor God-level forces that were hosting the Emperor War that intervened and ended it. After that, there was a new rule for the Emperor War in the realms of gods. The Emperor War cannot last for more than 1,000 years. When the time limit is up, the Emperor War realm will be closed. Duan Lingtian knew a lot about the Emperor War. Duan Lingtian, I'll wait for you at Chunying School. Before Qin Wuyang, Yang Qinya, and the others left, Qin Wuyang left a message through Duan Lingtian's soul pearl. Chunying School. This was also the first time Duan Lingtian learned about the top Emperor God force in Tunglung province that Qin Wuyang and Yang Qinya were from. Pure Yang? Is this Chunying School related to Lu Dongbin, one of the 8 immortals in Earth's myths and legends? That Lu Dongbin seems to be known as Master Pure Sunday. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he thought about this. He did not think it was possible. Lu Dongbin should have ascended to the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, Duan Lingtian had never heard of him when he was in the Devata realm. If Lu Dongbin had really ascended to the realms of gods and established a sect there, he would have become a legend in the Jade Emperor Heaven or Yanhuang realm. Naturally, this was not impossible. Perhaps Lu Dongbin had kept a low profile. Even if he had made a name for himself, it would not have spread. Moreover, there were close to 20 realms of gods in total. Those who had left the Yin Huang realm and the Jade Emperor Heaven to go to the realms of gods might not have made it to the profound gangland. Under such circumstances, even if Chunyang School was related to Lu Dongbin, as long as Lu Dongbin did not spread the news, it was not surprising that the people from the Jade Emperor Heaven and Yin Huang realm did not know about it. I should continue cultivating. Now that I've stabilized my cultivation base as a high-level God King, it's time for me to continue cultivating. Anyway, I don't have a high-level Divine King to break through the bottleneck of the Divine Emperor realm. I can use enough Divine Pellets to force my cultivation up. I'll just have to spend some time stabilizing my cultivation base after I break through to the Divine Emperor stage. Moreover, there are divine pills that can help a lesser Divine Emperor consolidate his cultivation base. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian cast aside all distracting thoughts and returned to his room to continue cultivating. Before he started cultivating, Duan Lingtian had informed Shui Haichuan that if anyone from the top Emperor God forces in Tunglung province came looking for him, he could just politely decline. He would only come out when the War of the Emperors was about to begin. Without waiting for Shui Haichuan's reply, Duan Lingtian activated a formation that isolated him from the outside world. He's not going to meet anyone from the top Emperor God forces in Tunglung province? Shui Haichuan shook his head and sighed. If he were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would not have the confidence to do so. However, he also knew that with the value that Duan Lingtian had shown so far, he was qualified and confident to do so. Moreover, the people from the top Emperor God forces in Tunglung province would only grumble a little. They would definitely not fall out with him because of this. Based on Duan Lingtian's achievements at such a young age, as long as there were no accidents and he did not die prematurely, he would definitely rise to power. Even if they couldn't recruit such a person into their faction, there was no need to make an enemy out of someone who was an enemy of their faction. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. The day of the War of the Emperors was approaching. The War of the Emperors had been successfully established. The higher-ups of the Tianlong clan and Tai sect had already brought many people into the War of the Emperors a year ago to build the Tianlong clan's camp in the War of the Emperors. It was a vast city. This would be the resting place of the Tianlong clan in the War of the Emperors. There were battlefields everywhere in the War of the Emperors. This was the only place that could guarantee absolute safety. Chapter 38-39. Boom. Rumble. A series of loud noises came from a huge canyon in the Tianlong clan's Myron mountain range. The originally unstable spatial passage that could only allow a small number of people to enter the Emperor Battle Realm was completely stabilized. At this moment, an open door was suspended in the air in the canyon. Behind the door was darkness, and no one knew where it led to. At that very moment, many brand new buildings had been set up all around the canyon. There were people in every single one of those buildings. These people were from the Tianlong clan. They took turns guarding the entrance and exit of the Tianlong clan. They were at least inner elders of the Tianlong clan. There were also many white dragon elders. Every time they were on duty, there would be a black dragon elder. Whoosh! In the sky above the mountain range, a tall and sturdy figure soared into the sky. In an instant, his entire body expanded and turned into a solid phantom that was like a giant that could support the heavens. It was a middle-aged man. His original body was close to 2 meters tall. Because he was so muscular, from afar, he did not look like he was 2 meters tall at all. Instead, he looked like he was about 1.7 meters tall. This was because he was not only tall, but his body was also very wide. He was twice as wide as an ordinary woman. His face was stern, and he exuded the aura of a superior. He was the current clan leader of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. Long Qingchong was also the last disciple of the previous clan leader of the Tianlong clan. He was an orphan who was picked up by the previous clan leader. He originally wanted to take the previous clan leader's surname, but the previous clan leader changed his surname to Long, which was derived from the Tianlong clan. As for his full name, it was also given by the previous clan leader. Although he was a latecomer, Long Qingchong relied on his mediocre talent and hard work to get to where he was today. Although he was not as strong as his master, the previous clan leader of the Tianlong clan, he was not much weaker than him. At the very least, it was rumored that his strength was not weaker than the few golden dragon elders of the Tianlong clan. The emperor battle will officially begin in 3 days. Long Qingchong, who had transformed into a towering giant, casually slapped the air and shook the entire Tianlong temple. All disciples of the divine king realm and above, be prepared to obey the rules set by the sect. If you charge into battle for the sect will not treat you unfairly. However, if you drag the sect down, don't blame the sect for being heartless. Long Qingchong's last sentence was laced with a strong threat, causing some of the people in the Sky Dragon sect's encampment to have a change of expression. Is the War of the Emperors finally about to begin? I've been waiting for a long time. 3 days later? For the next 3 days, he would not cultivate. He would prepare well and use his contribution points to exchange for more healing pills. Yes, he would use up all his contribution points. If you die in there, it doesn't matter how many contribution points you have. It's better to exchange them for something that can save your life at a critical moment. What will come will come. Since we can't avoid it, let's fight. In the next 3 days, let's see if we can find a few more people to go with us. When Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, announced that the emperor battle would begin in 3 days, everyone in the Tianlong clan began to move. The originally quiet places became exceptionally lively at this moment. It was the same for the inner sect disciples' cultivation places. As Long Qingchong's voice rang through the entire Heavenly Dragon sect, it also forcefully broke through the soundproofing formation that everyone had set up for seclusion, reaching everyone's ears. There were even people in the Tianlong temple who sent messages to the elders and disciples of the Tianlong clan who were not in the Tianlong temple, telling them to come back in shifts. Of course, for the elders and disciples of the Tianlong clan who were managing the businesses of the Tianlong clan, although they must participate in the emperor battle, the requirements for their performance in the emperor battle were greatly reduced. For example, a Tianlong clan disciple with the cultivation of a lower god king must kill at least one lower god king supreme sect disciple every 3 months and seize the other party's identity token in the emperor battle plane, which was also the emperor battle badge, as proof. This was the minimum mission. As for the disciples of the Tianlong clan who were managing the businesses of the Tianlong clan, although they also had a mission, they were much more generous. Every 6 months, they only needed to kill one supreme sect disciple of the same cultivation level and seize the other party's emperor battle badge. If a lower god king did not complete the minimum mission set by the clan within the specified time limit, then when the time was up, they would be forcibly sent to the god king battlefield and could only come out after completing the mission. For example, If a lower God King disciple of the Tianlong clan who was not managing the businesses of the Tianlong clan outside failed to kill a lower God King Supreme Sect disciple in 3 months, they would be forcibly sent to the God King battlefield and could not come out after completing the mission. Moreover, at that time, the mission they needed to complete was not as simple as killing a lower God King Supreme Sect disciple, but also killing one more to complete the mission for the next 3 months. They could only come out after completing 2 3-month missions. As for middle God Kings, and those with higher cultivation, they also needed to complete the corresponding mission. However, middle God Kings did not necessarily need to kill a middle God King. They could also kill 5 lower God Kings to replace them. As for upper God Kings, if they did not kill upper God Kings, they would need to kill 5 middle God Kings to replace them, or 25 lower God Kings to replace them. In short, the higher the cultivation of the Tianlong clan's elders and disciples, the more arduous the mission they needed to complete. And this was also the unyielding rule of the Tianlong clan regarding the Emperor War that no one could violate. At most, the elders and disciples who were managing the businesses of the Tianlong clan outside enjoyed some special privileges, but they still needed to enter the Emperor War plane to fight against the people of the Supreme Sect. The minimum mission cannot be exchanged for battle merits. Only after completing the minimum mission and killing the other party's disciples can one obtain battle merits. In Tunglung Province's Peace City, where the experts of the Peak God Emperor forces are stationed, one can exchange for various cultivation resources and treasures from the sects and Supreme Sect. And as disciples of the Tianlong clan, we can also exchange battle merits for contribution points. After all, once the Emperor War ends, battle merits will be useless, but at that time, they can be exchanged for contribution points. In the inner sects cultivation area, Duan Lingtian's courtyard, Ding Yin, Ho Qingning, and Murong Yinyue were all present. They sat together with Duan Lingtian at a table in the courtyard. Of course, at this moment, Duan Lingtian had set up a formation so that they could see what was happening outside, but those outside could not see them unless they used their divine sense to forcefully enter. But generally, no one would do that, because it was considered a provocation. What I mean is, until the end, there's no need to exchange battle merits for contribution points. Because anything that can be exchanged with contribution points can also be exchanged with battle merits, unless the value is not high. As for the things that can be exchanged with battle merits, contribution points might not be able to exchange for them. The Emperor War is presided over by the few top God Emperor forces in Tunglung Province. Under their supervision, the sect and Tai sect will not dare to easily hide anything. Therefore, anything that can be exchanged with battle merits in Peace City is definitely good stuff. Usually, it's hard to exchange for contribution points, but in Peace City, it's possible to exchange for battle merits. Ho Qingning's words were enough to show how deep his understanding of the Emperor War was. After entering the Emperor War realm, where do you plan to go? Do you want to go with me? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. You should know that in the Emperor War realm, it's impossible to use soul orbs to communicate. You can only use soul orbs to communicate when you return to the 3 cities where the Emperor War is stopped. The 3 cities of the Emperor War realm referred to Sky Dragon City controlled by the Tianlong clan, Tai City controlled by Tai sect, and Peace City controlled by the few top God Emperor forces in Tunglung Province, including the Chunyang School. Tai City was the place where Tai sect's disciples rested. The Tianlong clan naturally could not enter, just like how Sky Dragon City did not allow Tai sect's disciples to enter. As for the Peace City, the people from both sects could enter, but they were not allowed to fight inside. Anyone who dared to do so would be killed by the few peak Emperor God-level forces in the East Ridge Prefecture who were overseeing the city. Even high-level God Emperors were no exception. In the Peace City, there would be God Emperor experts overseeing it. Furthermore, there was more than one. The few peak God Emperor level forces in the East Ridge Prefecture that were hosting the Emperor battle would each send a God Emperor to oversee the Peace City. There were 3 entrances to the Emperor War realm: Peace City, Sky Dragon City, and Tai City. I won't be going with you. Ho Qingning shook his head and said, I'm a new disciple, so I can first go with the outer sect deacons. I won't be of any help to you if I follow you. I'll only be a burden. Ho Qingning was very clear the Emperor War realm was not only an opportunity for them, but also for Duan Lingtian. If he followed Duan Lingtian, he would definitely be a burden to Duan Lingtian. That was not something he should do as a friend. As a friend, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to reap great rewards and climb higher and further in a short time. Amen. Seeing the unswerving determination in Ho Qingning's eyes, Duan Lingtian also saw through his thoughts. He did not say anything about it and nodded. A new lower God King disciple can indeed move together with the high-level God King deacons. You'll follow the main group, and with a high-level God King, there won't be much danger. As for Murong Inue, she would naturally be together with Ho Qingning. After a few years, although the two did not seem to have broken through the last layer of veil, but Duan Lingtian could tell that the two of them were much closer than before. Ding Yin, what about you? Duan Lingtian looked at Ding Yin again. Ding Yin smiled. I don't plan to follow the outer sect deacons. I found a small group. When the time comes, we'll ambush the Divine King disciples of Tai sect on the God King battlefield. My strength is also much lower than yours. I'll be a burden to you. As he said this, Ding Yin saw Duan Lingtian frowning and said with a serious expression, Duan Lingtian, I know you won't mind us being a burden to you, but you have to consider our feelings. We're friends with you, and since we're friends, we hope for the best for each other. If you follow us, we'll be a burden, and if we follow you, it'll be very difficult for us to grow. Chapter 3840. Ding Yan's words were so serious that Duan Lingtian did not know how to respond. Of course, he could see that Ding Yan was even more determined than Ho Qingning. Hence, he did not insist that they travel with him. No matter what, if you feel pressured or in danger, feel free to let me know. I can travel with you. Duan Lingtian said to Ding Yan and Ho Qingning. Furthermore, at this point, Duan Lingtian paused and smiled. Even if you travel with me, I'm afraid we won't be able to travel more than a few times. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ding Yan was stunned. Why? Ho Qingning was stunned for a moment. He looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and said, Duan Lingtian, you don't tell me you're about to break through and become a divine emperor? The moment Ho Qingning's words left his mouth, Ding Yan regained his senses. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Murong Inue was the same. Obviously, Ho Qingning's words shocked the two of them. It's only a matter of 1 or 2 years. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently with a carefree expression on his face. After getting his confirmation, Ding Yan and the other two were dumbstruck again. After a while, they came back to their senses and looked at each other speechlessly. Wasn't this too much of a blow to them? When the three of them were lower divine kings, Duan Lingtian was a middle divine king. Duan Lingtian was already a middle divine king, and they were still lower divine kings. In another 1 or 2 years, they were not confident that they could advance further and break through to become middle divine kings. But Duan Lingtian said that he would break through to become a lower divine emperor in 1 or 2 years. I'm going back to cultivate. Ding Yan was vexed as he turned around and left. Ho Qingning and Murong Inue looked at each other and left one after another. Whether it was Ding Yan or Ho Qingning, after leaving, they sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, telling him that they didn't need to wait for them to enter the Emperor battle plane. They would arrange with their small teams before entering together. After the three of them left, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Are all of them so weak? Isn't he just a lower godly emperor? Is there a need to make such a fuss? Standing up, Duan Lingtian also returned to his room. Compared to the people outside, who were making all kinds of preparations, Duan Lingtian appeared to be calm and unperturbed. This was because he had already prepared everything he needed to prepare. Moreover, in his opinion, with his current cultivation base, he wouldn't be in any danger if he entered the battlefield of the God Kings. At the same time, in the distant Greater One sect, the sect master of the Greater One sect personally announced that the Emperor battle would begin in 3 days. The Greater One sect was also shocked because of this. In fact, compared to the Tianlong clan, the people of the Greater One sect were even more unprepared for the upcoming Emperor battle. This was because they didn't expect that the sect would suddenly challenge the Tianlong clan to an Emperor battle. In the past, when the Tianlong clan took the initiative to challenge the sect, didn't the sect always refuse? This time, why did he take the initiative instead of being passive? However, although they were passive, the disciples of the Greater One sect weren't mediocre people. After a short period of disbelief, they gradually accepted this cruel reality. In fact, compared to the disciples of the Tianlong clan, the disciples of the Greater One sect were even more afraid of death. Those who were afraid of death would definitely be more careful and make more preparations. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Emperor Battle Plane was officially open to all disciples of the Tianlong clan and the Greater One sect. Anyone could enter at this time. Of course, whether it was the Tianlong clan or the Greater One sect, they would leave a certain number of people to guard the sect. That was something only medium-level godly emperors could do. Lower god emperors and god kings generally wouldn't make such arrangements. In the Tianlong clan, in the Grand Canyon where the entrance to the Emperor Battle Plane was located, people had gathered early in the morning, waiting for the Emperor Battle Plane to officially open to them. When noon arrived, the gate to the Emperor Battle Plane officially opened. A group of elders and disciples of the Tianlong clan entered the Emperor Battle Plane through the gate. Figures were still in the Grand Canyon a moment ago, but in the next moment, they passed through the gate in the void and disappeared into the darkness behind. It took about an hour for the black mass of people to enter before they all came to an end. At this time, people came and went in one after another. Whoosh! A purple figure flashed and appeared in the Grand Canyon. Looking at the gate in the void, his eyes suddenly flashed. These are the 4 gates to the Emperor Battle Plane? Just as Duan Lingtian was about to enter with the others, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ears. Little Tian. Duan Lingtian turned around and saw Dongfang Yannian smiling at him from not far away. Beside Dongfang Yannian was a beautiful woman with a pretty face and a graceful figure. The woman also had a white dragon elder medallion hanging from her waist. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, figured out the woman's identity. She was none other than Dongfang Yannian's wife, Ouyang Xueli, who was also a white dragon elder in the heavenly dragon sect like him. Big brother Yannian. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he used the teleportation profundity to appear in front of Dongfang Yannian. After greeting Dongfang Yannian, he looked at the woman next to Dongfang Yannian and asked, "This must be sister-in-law, right?" Haha, Dongfang Yannian laughed. "It seems that brat Shui Haichuan has already told you. This is my wife, Ouyang Xueli. Lier, this is Duan Lingtian, Master Duan, who is more famous than me and Shui Haichuan in the Tianlong clan." Dongfang Yannian smiled. "Greetings, Master Duan." Ouyang Xueli smiled and nodded at Duan Lingtian. The reason why Xueli's heavenly veins were able to recover before the start of the Emperor battle is all thanks to the Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill refined by you. Thank you, Master Duan. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly at Ouyang Xueli's politeness and gratitude. "Sister-in-law, you seem too distant when you address me like that. Big brother Yannian and I are friends. I see him as an elder brother. You're my sister-in-law. You can be more casual and address me like you do with big brother Yannian." Towards the end, Duan Lingtian's tone contained a hint of helplessness. Hearing this, Ouyang Xueli smiled awkwardly. Dongfang Yannian helped her say, "Little Tian, your sister-in-law is different from me and Shui Haichuan. She's always been rather introverted. Once you get to know her for a while, she'll be able to do as you wish and stop being so courteous to you. So that's how it is. I've misunderstood her." Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. "Little Tian, are you preparing to enter the Emperor Battle Plane?" Dongfang Yannian asked with a smile. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked at Dongfang Yannian and asked, "Big brother Yannian, all the God King level disciples, with the exception of the elders and disciples who are busy with the sect's businesses, are required to kill a Greater One sect disciple of the same level of cultivation as them within 3 months. Do you God Kings have a similar minimum mission?" Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of a problem. God Kings were one thing. Whether it was the Tianlong clan or the Greater One sect, there were many, but God Kings were not in the majority. "No." Dongfang Yannian shook his head. "The reason there's a specific mission for you is because they're worried that some of you will slack off and hide after entering the God King battlefield. But for existences in the God King level, almost none of them would do such a thing. For existences in the God King level, The opening of the Emperor battle plane is also an opportunity for them. As long as they accumulate enough battle merits in the Emperor battle plane, they can exchange for anything that's helpful to their cultivation and profound comprehension of laws. This includes divine fruits, divine pellets, battle soul beads of experts, secret chambers of laws, and so on. And for those in the God King level, with the exception of a few monstrous geniuses, the majority of them can feel the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation getting stronger and stronger. Under this kind of pressure, who wouldn't want to become stronger and deal with more heavenly tribulation? Let's not talk about the Tunglong province. Let's talk about our Tianlong clan. Why hasn't a god emperor been born for so many years? It's because many people who had the potential to become god kings were killed by the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation before they could break through. The 1,000-year heavenly tribulation gets stronger each time. For the majority of God King disciples in the sect, the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation they're facing isn't that strong for the time being, so they don't feel that much pressure. But for God Kings, it's completely different. After hearing Dongfang Yinyan's words, Duan Lingtian also came to a realization. Because that was indeed the case. For existences in the God King level, it was indeed very unlikely that they'd want to waste their days in the God King battlefield. They all wanted to take a step forward through the Emperor battle plane. Once they did, they might be able to live for several thousand more years and even have a chance to break through and become a God King. Pill Master Duan, you've broken through to the God King level? At this moment, Ouyang Shueli, who was beside Dongfang Yannian, suddenly asked in surprise. Although Ouyang Shueli did not use the senses of her soul to investigate Duan Lingtian, the sliver of presence of divine force that Duan Lingtian had left behind after teleporting away earlier still allowed her to sense some of the subtle characteristics of a God King. As soon as Ouyang Shueli finished speaking, the senses of Dongfang Yinyan's soul swept towards Duan Lingtian without holding back at all. A while later, he withdrew his soul and stared at Duan Lingtian for quite a while before sighing. No wonder Shui Haichuan always calls you a monster, a freak. He really is right. How long has it been? And you've already become a God King. Moreover, you're a God King who's completely consolidated your cultivation and is clearly close to becoming a God King. It's fortunate that I didn't meet you when I was young, or I would have been crushed to death. Your peers really are pitiful to have a monster like you as a peer. Dongfang Yannian sighed emotionally as he silently mourned for Duan Lingtian's peers. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly before bidding farewell to Dongfang Yannian and Ouyang Shueli. Afterwards, he flew through the entrance of the Emperor battle plane and vanished. Chapter 3841. From the Tianlong Temple, one had to pass through the Tianlong clan's entrance to the Emperor battle realm. After passing through the spatial passageway, one would arrive at Tianlong City, which was under the control of the Tianlong clan. After passing through the spatial passageway and entering the Emperor battle realm, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He discovered that he had appeared in a majestic and ancient city. The floor tiles and walls of this city looked very new. It was obvious that it had been built not too long ago. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived, a few people took the initiative to greet him. These people were from the same batch of people as Duan Lingtian, who had entered the Tianlong clan. Most of them were inner sect disciples. There were also a few outer sect disciples. Duan Lingtian returned the greetings with a smile, even though he didn't know them or their names. Among these people, only a few of them looked familiar. Should we cooperate with Duan Lingtian? With his strength, we'll definitely have a better chance of entering the battlefield of God Kings. Not too far away, a God King inner sect disciple asked the people beside him. These people were his partners in entering the Emperor battle realm. They had agreed to enter the battlefield of God Kings together and support each other. Under the circumstances of helping each other complete the minimum mission, they would strive to obtain more battle merits and exchange them for the things they wanted in Peace City. If you want to cooperate with Duan Lingtian, why don't you go by yourself? Do you think he's a fool? With his strength, he doesn't need to cooperate with us at all. Another intermediate God King inner sect disciple shook his head and said, in terms of strength, he alone is enough to defeat all of us if we join forces. Cooperating with us will only benefit us. To him, it will only be detrimental. Think about it. If you were him and had the strength of our Tianlong clan below the God King realm, would you choose to cooperate with us? Under the reminder of the inner sect disciple, the inner sect disciple who had spoken up earlier fell silent. At the same time, he did not take the initiative to step forward and ask for a snub. Of course, there were also some people who, although they felt that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to cooperate with them, still mustered up the courage to step forward and ask, Duan Lingtian, we have 3 people on our side, 1 High God King and 2 Medium God Kings. Are you interested in entering the God King battlefield with us? After we complete the minimum mission, you get half of the battle merits, and the 3 of us get the other half. As soon as this person opened his mouth, not only did he want to cooperate with Duan Lingtian, but he also mentioned the benefits he would give to Duan Lingtian. After the mission was completed, the battle merits would be divided among the 4 of them, with Duan Lingtian taking half. It had to be said that this treatment was very generous. However, it was precisely this generous treatment that caused many people to snort disdainfully. It sounds nice. If they are really cooperating with the Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid they are relying on the Duan Lingtian. That's right, to Duan Lingtian. It's the same whether they are there or not. Unless it's Hua Tiandu and a few of the most outstanding inner sect disciples of our Tianlong clan, as well as some Azure Dragon disciples, if they cooperate with the Duan Lingtian, they are destined to only drag the Duan Lingtian down. As the group of people whispered to each other, Duan Lingtian also tactfully rejected the people who had asked him to cooperate. I plan to travel alone in the God King battlefield, and do not plan to cooperate with anyone. This one sentence also blocked the path of those who wanted to cooperate with him. Some people who originally wanted to speak up, or even make an even heavier promise, also stopped in their tracks at this time. Then, Duan Lingtian left under the gazes of the crowd. Duan Lingtian actually plans to travel alone in the God King battlefield. It seems that he is very confident in his own strength. With Duan Lingtian's strength, he indeed has the qualifications to say this. If those people from the Greater One sect encounter Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid they will be unlucky. When Duan Lingtian's back disappeared from the crowd's sight, the crowd couldn't help but discuss spiritedly regarding Duan Lingtian's strength to the extreme. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what the crowd was talking about. After he left the spatial passage entrance of Sky Dragon City, he began to stroll around Sky Dragon City. Sky Dragon City was divided into many areas. The inner sect disciples also had a residence here, and the layout was very similar to the inner sect disciples' cultivation area in the Tianlong Temple. However, this was a large open space, and there were many independent courtyards. Now, in front of some of the courtyards, there were already names engraved on the stone tablets. There are quite a few inner sect disciples who came in before me. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then, Duan Lingtian also saw that in the inner sect disciples' residence area, there were many inner sect disciples who left in groups. There were also some inner sect disciples who just arrived, occupying one of the courtyards. This place isn't suitable for cultivation. Duan Lingtian roughly sensed that the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Emperor Battle realm was thin. It was even thinner than the Devata realms, let alone the realms of gods. It seems like I can only rely on divine pills, divine stones, and divine crystals to recover my divine energy. It's extremely difficult to rely on cultivation to recover my divine energy with the density of the heaven and earth spirit energy here. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. Swoosh! In just a flash, Duan Lingtian appeared in front of the stone tablet at the entrance of a courtyard that was located in a relatively good location. At the same time, another figure also appeared in front of the stone tablet. HM? Duan Lingtian looked at the person who had landed at the same time as him. Based on the identity token on the person's waist, it was obvious he was also an inner sect disciple. When Duan Lingtian looked at the other party smiled awkwardly. Senior brother Duan, since you've taken a fancy to this courtyard, I'll give it to you. I'll find another one. Duan Lingtian did not know the other party, but that did not mean the other party did not know who he was. Currently, Duan Lingtian was well known in the Tianlong clan. Whether it was those who were in the Tianlong temple or those who were running the Tianlong clan's businesses outside, as long as they were not in closed-door cultivation in recent years, they knew who he was. Thank you. As soon as the other party left, Duan Lingtian smiled and thanked the other party. Then, he casually carved his name on the stone tablet at the entrance of the courtyard in front of him. The 3 words Duan Lingtian were carved on the stone tablet in one go. This would also be his resting place in the Emperor Battle Realm. When he walked into the courtyard, he saw that the layout of the courtyard was no different from the cultivation area of the inner sect disciples in the Tianlong Temple. The layout of the rooms was similar as well, giving off a familiar feeling. It seems that Peace City can be reached directly from Heavenly Dragon City. After staying in the room for a while, Duan Lingtian walked out of the room and out of the courtyard. He casually asked someone for directions and headed east of Sky Dragon City. Peace City was located in the east of Sky Dragon City. It was adjacent to Sky Dragon City. Furthermore, the distance between Heavenly Dragon City and Peace City was very short. One could enter Peace City in practically an instant before others could react. Of course, even if that was not the case, no one from the Supreme Sect would dare to make a move here. Once they made a move, the experts of the Tianlong clan in Sky Dragon City would definitely not stand idly by. There was a Golden Dragon Elder overseeing Sky Dragon City, and at least one Golden Dragon Elder would stay behind. This was what Duan Lingtian had heard from Shui Haichuan before he came in. There are actually many people going to Peace City to watch the show. On the way to Peace City, Duan Lingtian saw many people heading to Peace City like him. Among them, there were not only inner sect disciples but also outer sect disciples, inner sect elders, outer sect elders, and outer sect deacons. Humph! A cold snort suddenly exploded by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was like thunder piercing his ears. Immediately, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. Then, he subconsciously looked at the person who had spoken. It was a person with the identity token of a white dragon elder hanging from his waist. He was also the only white dragon elder among the group of people who were currently heading to Peace City. After this person sensed Duan Lingtian's gaze, he coldly swept his eyes over him. Then, his figure flickered and he no longer paid attention to Duan Lingtian. In a flash, he vanished from Duan Lingtian's sight. Although that voice was directed at Duan Lingtian, the others still heard it. It was just that the voice was not as exaggerated as the one Duan Lingtian heard. For a time, everyone subconsciously stopped in their tracks. After a moment, an inner sect elder kindly sent a sound transmission to Duan Lingtian, reminding him, Duan Lingtian, that person just now was our Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder, Elder Lu Yin. Elder Lu Yin is also someone from the 10,000 Demon Sect. He was the former sect master of the Hidden Fog Sect. But after his only son died, he left the Hidden Fog Sect and joined the 10,000 Demon Sect. Hearing this inner sect elder's reminder, Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank. When he regained his composure, he suddenly realized who it was. So it was him, Shui Haichuan's sworn enemy, a person who even dreamt of killing Shui Haichuan's big brother, Shui Haishan. Since you're close to Elder Shui Haichuan, you should know about the grudge between Elder Shui Haichuan's elder brother and him. If I'm not wrong, he targeted you because you're close to Elder Shui Haichuan. The inner sect elder continued to remind him. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. In truth, even if this inner sect elder didn't remind him, Duan Lingtian would have guessed the reason why he was targeted when he learned of this person's identity. However, although it should be because he was close to Shui Haichuan and his brother, there was definitely a big reason. It was because of the 10,000 Demon Sect. When Kuang Tianzheng went to the Linghu family and tried to kill him, he and Kuang Tianzheng had become complete enemies. Kuang Tianzheng was a member of the Tianlong clan's 10,000 Demon Sect. As long as the 10,000 Demon Sect didn't give up on him, it meant that the 10,000 Demon Sect was destined to be his enemy. However, you can rest assured in the Emperor battle plane. He won't dare to do anything to you. If he does, you will undoubtedly die. The inner sect elder continued to remind him. Finally, the inner sect elder reminded him a few more times before introducing himself. When he heard the inner sect elder's self-introduction, Duan Lingtian understood why he was so kind as to warn him. This person was actually Dongfang Yinyan's senior brother, who shared the same master. However, because he was weaker than Dongfang Yanyan, his status in the Tianlong clan was inferior to Dongfang Yinyan's. End of chapter. Chapter 3842. Lu Yin? He didn't even change his name. Previously, Duan Lingtian only knew that the previous sect master of the Hidden Fog sect refused to accept the judgment of the Hidden Fog sect's upper echelons against Shui Haishan. In a fit of anger, he turned and joined the Myriad Demon sect. After becoming one of the upper echelons of the Myriad Demon sect, he entered the Tianlong clan through the Myriad Demon sect. Moreover, he rapidly rose through the ranks of the Tianlong clan. Now, he had even become a White Dragon Elder. What he didn't know was that this person hadn't even changed his name back when he was the sect master of the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog sect had a rule. Every generation of sect masters had to abandon their own names and add a yin to their surname as their new name. This was to represent the Hidden Fog sect and control the Hidden Fog sect. For instance, the current sect master of the Hidden Fog sect was named Qian Yin. As for Lu Yin, it was clear that he had only changed his name when he was the sect master of the Hidden Fog sect. But after he left the Hidden Fog sect, he didn't change his name back. To a certain extent, this was undoubtedly a provocation towards the Hidden Fog sect. At least, that was what Duan Lingtian believed. It seems that the previous sect master of the Hidden Fog sect holds a great grudge against the Hidden Fog sect. As he thought of the hostility Lu Yin showed towards him just now, it wasn't hard for Duan Lingtian to guess how deep his hatred for Shui Haishan was. It even included him. At the very least, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, Lu Yin's hostility towards him was first because he had a good relationship with Shui Haishan and his brother. Secondly, it was because he and the Myriad Demon sect were like fire and water. Senior apprentice brother Fangyu, when I came in just now, big brother Yannian and sister-in-law Shueli were outside. Now that you've entered the Emperor Warplane, do you plan on entering the Divine Sovereign battlefield with them? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. No. Fangyu was the Tianlong clan inner sect disciple who reminded Duan Lingtian. He was also Duan Lingtian's senior apprentice brother. When he heard Duan Lingtian's question, he smiled and shook his head. If I went with them, wouldn't I disturb their mood? Duan Lingtian could not help but smile when he heard this. That did seem to be the case. If Fangyu rashly entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperors with Dongfang Yannian and his wife, he would undoubtedly become the third wheel beside them. It was easy to imagine that if that happened, even if he was Fangyu, he would still feel uncomfortable. After exchanging a few words, and with Dongfang Yannian as the focal point, Duan Lingtian and Fangyu quickly became familiar with each other. Then, they traveled together to Peace City. In Heavenly Dragon City, or even Peace City, nothing can happen to the people of the Tianlong clan. We don't have to worry about being assassinated. Along the way, Fangyu smiled and said to Duan Lingtian, in Sky Dragon City, there is our Tianlong clan's Golden Dragon Elder. As for the Peace City, there are a few experts from the Tunglong province who are holding down the fort. However, each family has a god emperor holding down the fort. If anyone dares to cause trouble there. At this point, Fangyu paused for a moment, then transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Even our Tianlong clan's Golden Dragon Elder won't be able to escape death. There were more than one god emperor holding down the fort in Peace City. Who would dare to cause trouble there? Duan Lingtian nodded. Even if Fangyu didn't say it, he would have thought of it. Of course, if a member of our Tianlong clan runs to Tai City, you can forget about living. Even if you don't do anything, Tai City will find a random reason to kill you after killing you. If you die in Tai City, you'll die in vain. At this point, Fangyu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Little Tian, is your sense of direction all right? Sense of direction? Duan Lingtian was startled. He didn't know why Fangyu suddenly asked this. Before this War of Emperors, there were 2 War of Emperors in the history of our Tianlong clan, Fangyu said. During one of the 2 War of Emperors, there was once an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. Due to his poor sense of direction, he mistakenly mistook the enemy's city for Heavenly Dragon City. Then, he died in the enemy's city. Of course, the other party said that he wanted to barge in and kill someone. He even made a move, which was why he was killed. However, if you think about it, it's impossible. If an inner sect disciple of our Tianlong clan accidentally entered the enemy's city, he would probably want to tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself. Why would he so easily make a move inside? Hearing Fangyu's words, The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He finally understood why Fong Yu had asked him about his sense of direction. It turned out that someone from the Tianlong clan had suffered a great loss because of his poor sense of direction. My sense of direction is pretty good. However, even if my sense of direction is poor, our heavenly dragon city isn't exactly the same as the enemy's city, right? Duan Lingtian asked. That's right. Fong Yu nodded. However, those who went to Peace City were mesmerized by the various treasures that could be exchanged for merit points in Peace City. They had long forgotten some of the things that they didn't deliberately remember. How many people can remember what their own city looks like? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. It's really unfair that he died in the Emperor Battle Realm. Not only was it unfair, but it was also embarrassing. Fong Yu shook his head and said, naturally, no one in the sect would openly laugh at him. However, the enemy used him to make fun of the sect. At that time, many people in the sect didn't feel the slightest bit of pity for him. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. It was not difficult to imagine the situation. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian and Fong Yu arrived at the city walls of Heavenly Dragon City. Then, the two of them flashed and entered another city in front of them. This city was not very big. In fact, it was only 1/10 the size of Heavenly Dragon City. However, it was very lively. In this city, apart from a few mansions that no one dared to approach, the rest of the city was filled with buildings that were filled with formations. Inside these buildings, there were all kinds of treasures taken out by the Sky Dragon sect and the Greater One sect, and these treasures were now locked by formations. If one wanted to unlock the treasures and take them away, they would have to exchange military merits for them. In front of each item, a number would be formed on the formation wall. That number was the number of military merits required to unlock it. The more precious an item was, the more military merits it required. Here, Duan Lingtian saw one of the rewards that he had received when he won first place in the Hidden Dragon Grand Tournament a few years ago. It was the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill. The Emperor Ascension Divine Pill was priced at 100 military merits in Peace City's Divine Pill Hall. What did 100 military merits mean? If the God King disciples of the Tianlong clan and the outer sect deacons who were upper God Kings killed a lower God King disciple of the Greater One sect, they would only obtain 1 military merit. If they killed a middle God King disciple, they would obtain 5 military merits. If they killed a upper God King disciple, they would obtain 25 military merits. In other words, whether it was the people of the Tianlong clan or the Greater One sect, if they wanted to obtain an Emperor Ascension Divine Pill, they would either have to kill 4 upper God Kings or kill lower God Kings and middle God Kings. These Emperor Ascension Divine Pills must have been refined by the old ancestor. Even if the Greater One sect obtained Emperor Ascension Divine Pills, they would normally give them to their disciples. Seeing Duan Lingtian's gaze, Fong Yu said bluntly. Duan Lingtian nodded. He thought so too. As an Emperor Grade Divine Pill, the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill was not that easy to refine. Even he was not confident that he could refine the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill. This was because the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill was different from ordinary Emperor Grade Divine Pills. Ordinary Emperor Grade Divine Pills relied more on the infusion of life energy, but the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill focused more on the technique of refining the pill. Duan Lingtian's current refining technique was not enough to refine the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's attention also fell on the other divine pills. He realized that he could refine all of these divine pills. Moreover, he could refine these supreme grade divine pills, as long as he had enough materials. As for those that he could not refine at the moment, such as the Emperor Ascension Divine Pill, he had no use for them. At the very least, he had no use for them at the moment. What? You don't like them? Fong Yu asked with a smile when he noticed Duan Lingtian retracting his gaze. I don't need them. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Senior brother Fong Yu, let's go to the herb hall to take a look. There should be many things that I want there. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, before Fong Yu could reply, a mocking voice sounded from the side. What a boastful claim. There are so many divine pills and miraculous medicines, but none of them are what you want. Who do you think you are? You're just an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan. You have the guts to say such arrogant words? The person who sneered was a middle-aged man with an ordinary face and fierce eyes. He had a medium build and was wearing a loose blue robe. As soon as he appeared, many people in the Divine Pill Hall bowed to him and respectfully called him Elder Huang Yun. When Duan Tian heard the sneer, he instinctively glanced at the other party. His gaze landed on the other party as well. With just a glance, he recognized the identity token on the other party's waist. It was the identity token of the Tai Yi sect's inner sect elder. In Peace City, Duan Tian had seen many elders and disciples of the Greater One sect. However, whether it was the people of the Greater One sect or the people of the Tianlong clan, even if they were going to fight to the death on the battlefield, they were all in Peace City. It was even difficult to see a quarrel. As an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, it seems that this kid isn't very well informed. Before Duan Tian could speak, Fang Yu laughed and looked at the Greater One sect inner sect elder Huang Yun with a gaze full of mockery. Just as Huang Yun's face darkened, Fang Yu indifferently said, "Although the person beside me is only an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan for the time being, he is also the one and only ultimate divine pill master of the Tianlong clan." Ultimate Divine Pill Master. This was the title that most people in the Tianlong clan gave to Duan Tian. The reason Duan Tian was given such a title was because he could refine Supreme Spirit Grade Divine Pills and Supreme King Grade Divine Pills as if they were child's play. There was no pressure at all. Ultimate Divine Pill Master? It's that Duan Tian of the Tianlong clan? Chapter 3843. Huang Yun was an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect. He had been in secluded cultivation for the past few years and was only forcefully awakened 2 months before the Emperor battle. Then, after learning about the Emperor battle, after his initial shock, he hurriedly made various preparations for the Emperor battle. He simply did not have the time to understand the various recent rumors. Therefore, he did not know of Duan Tian's existence. Nor did he know that Duan Tian was a divine pill master who was not even 3,000 years old and could freely refine peak king-level divine pills. Not even 3,000 years old and an elite among the Tianlong clan's inner sect disciples? A divine pill master who is not even 3,000 years old and can casually refine a large number of peak king-level divine pills? If it was someone from the Tianlong clan blowing his own trumpet, Huang Yun would not believe it. But the one who told him this was a Greater One sect disciple. He had no choice but to believe it. It was also because of this that when he looked at Duan Tian again, his face alternated between green and white. In the end, he said coldly, "You are indeed a rare genius. However, in the Emperor battle plane, no one will show mercy to you just because you are a genius. In fact, our Greater One sect's Divine King disciples will be proud to kill you. Anyone who can kill you in the Divine King battlefield can be proud and can even boast about it for the rest of their lives." Huang Yun was now a little angry out of humiliation, because his words just now had given him a solid slap, making him feel extremely humiliated. Moreover, it was in front of so many Greater One sect disciples. Elder Huang Yun? Duan Tian glanced at the enraged Huang Yun indifferently. "Just because of what you said, Duan Tian, won't leave the battlefield of the godly kings if I don't kill all 100 of your godly king's disciples. Of course, you can also tell your Greater One sect's Divine King disciples to hide outside and not enter the Divine King battlefield. That way, they may be able to escape death." The moment these words left Duan Tian's mouth, the entire place fell into dead silence. Even the people from the Tianlong clan were staring at Duan Tian, dumbfounded. They never thought that Duan Tian would dare to say such a thing. Although they all knew that Duan Tian was very strong, and if he was placed in the Tianlong clan, he would definitely be the most outstanding among the God King realm disciples. However, Duan Tian's words had undoubtedly pushed him to the opposite side of all the Greater One sect's Divine King realm disciples. Moreover, it was clear that he did not put the Greater One sect's Divine King in his eyes at all. The people of the Tianlong clan were dumbstruck. The people of the Greater One sect, after a brief moment of shock, flew into a rage. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Does this Duan Tian really think he's an invincible godly king? How dare you provoke all the divine king disciples of our Greater One sect? He's courting death. How dare you look down on our Greater One sect's divine king disciples? I'll immediately go out and tell the strongest senior brothers of our Greater One sect to quickly enter the Emperor battle plane and teach this ignorant brat a lesson. The group of Greater One sect disciples present were furious at this moment. But after Greater One sect's inner sect elder Huang Yun came back to his senses, he stared at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile. Then I'm looking forward to you killing 100 of our Greater One sect's divine king disciples. I only hope that when the time comes, you won't go back on your words and run out before you've killed enough. Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as ever. You're not qualified for me, Duan Lingtian, to break my promise. You. Huang Yun flew into a rage. Divine power broke out of his body and surged around him, but after a moment, he withdrew it completely. At the same time, his forehead was overflowing with cold sweat, because, at this crucial moment, he felt an extremely terrifying aura locking onto him. This aura of unknown origin gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. It was as though if he dared to attack Duan Lingtian, the owner of this aura would immediately kill him. This is the aura of a divine emperor expert? Huang Yun's heart trembled, sweat dripping down his back. After a moment, he felt the aura recede. Huang Yun looked at Duan Lingtian, the anger in his eyes burning even more. Brat, I'd like to see how you'll embarrass yourself when the time comes. Duan Lingtian's expression was still calm. Elder Huang Yun, if you have the time to care about this, why don't you return to your Greater One sect and warn those Divine King disciples not to enter the Divine King battlefield so easily, lest they become my, Duan Lingtian's, prey? With that, Duan Lingtian ignored the furious Huang Yun and the rest of the Greater One sect and walked out of the Divine Pill Hall. Senior brother Fang Yu, let's go take a look elsewhere. Ah, okay. Fang Yu hurriedly came back to his senses and hurriedly followed. At the same time, the gaze he used to look at Duan Lingtian's back became more and more complicated. He really didn't expect that Duan Lingtian, who appeared to be humble and polite in private, would have such a side to him. Even he himself felt that Duan Lingtian was a little too arrogant and overconfident. The Greater One sect's Divine King disciples, in terms of overall strength and peak battle strength, were not inferior to the Tianlong clan. However, Duan Lingtian had declared that he would fight all the Divine King stage disciples of the Tai sect on his own. Duan Lingtian didn't know what Fang Yu was thinking. Right now, he was wholeheartedly focused on the various divine fruits, divine herbs, and divine medicines that the Tianlong clan and Greater One sect had taken out. To be precise, he was focused on the various medicinal herbs that Greater One sect had taken out. As for the Tianlong clan's inventory, he had basically plundered a lot of what he needed. I hope Greater One sect won't let me down. Right now, Duan Lingtian was hoping that among the medicinal herbs that Greater One sect had taken out, there were medicinal herbs that the Tianlong clan did not have and that he urgently needed. And after Duan Lingtian left the Divine Pill Palace, the people of the Tianlong clan present looked at each other, speechless. Many people were talking about what had just happened through sound transmission. They all felt that Duan Lingtian was too arrogant. There were also some people who felt that Duan Lingtian was going to be in big trouble this time. As for the people of Greater One sect, after Duan Lingtian left, they seemed to vent their anger on the Tianlong clan people. Their gazes towards the Tianlong clan people in the Divine Pill Palace also became hostile. However, the group of people of the Tianlong clan did not pay attention to their gazes. Even if there was an inner sect elder of Greater One sect in the group of people, none of them could match up to him, because they knew that the other party would not make a move, nor would they dare to make a move. At the same time, the disciples of Greater One sect also sent out messages one after another to their fellow sect members who had entered the Emperor Battle Dimension but were not in the Divine Pill Palace in Peace City. For a time, most of the disciples of Greater One sect in the Emperor Battle Dimension basically knew what had happened in the Divine Pill Palace. To be precise, it was the words that Duan Lingtian had released. Entering the battlefield of Divine Kings, he won't come out unless he kills 100 Divine King disciples of Greater One sect? Good. Very good. That Duan Lingtian of the Tianlong clan is really confident in himself, I'd like to see how he's going to kill 100 Divine King disciples of Greater One sect. Godly King's disciples with a low cultivation base should gather together. At the very least, there should be a few superior Godly Kings leading the group. As for those with a high cultivation base, they can join forces and kill Duan Ling Tian in the battlefield of the Godly Kings. In my opinion, since Duan Ling Tian is so arrogant, the sect should issue a reward within the sect. Anyone who kills him will receive a large amount of sect contribution points. Everyone of Greater One sect who heard the news was furious. Soon, several disciples of Greater One sect deliberately left Greater One city and returned to the Greater One sect's encampment to spread Duan Lingtian's words word for word. For a time, the entire Greater One sect was shaken. The reward was also quickly spread throughout the Greater One sect. Anyone who kills Duan Lingtian will be rewarded with 200,000 contribution points. Join forces to kill him, and anyone who kills him can discuss an equal share of the 200,000 contribution points. It was said that the reward was personally passed down by the sect master of Greater One sect. For a time, the Greater One sect's Divine King disciples were restless. Those Divine King disciples who already had small teams began to think of ways to strengthen their small teams so that they could kill Duan Lingtian when they encountered Duan Lingtian. The Greater One sect's Divine King disciples who originally did not intend to enter the Emperor Battle Plane now all entered through the Emperor Battle Plane entrance of Greater One sect's encampment. For a time, the number of Greater One sect's Divine King disciples in Greater One City of the Emperor Battle Plane increased dramatically. In Greater One City, the Divine King disciples who originally planned to enter the battlefield of Divine Kings all stopped in their tracks. They wanted to find a few more people to team up with before entering the battlefield of Divine Kings. This way, it would be more helpful to kill the Tianlong clan's inner sect disciple Duan Lingtian. While the large group of Greater One sect's Divine King disciples were moving, the news of the 200,000 contribution points reward spread through the Tianlong clan spies in Greater One sect also reached the Tianlong clan. That pill Master Duan is really a troublemaker. The White Dragon elders of the Tianlong clan smiled bitterly when they received the news. At the same time, they immediately passed on the news to the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. Long Qingchong was silent for a while after receiving the news. Then, he issued an order. All Divine King disciples below the High Divine King realm are not allowed to enter the battlefield of Divine Kings if they do not form groups of 10. Then, he explained his order. The Greater One sect's Divine King disciples have gathered into teams with the goal of entering the battlefield of Divine Kings to kill Duan Lingtian. If your teams do not have the confidence to fight against Duan Lingtian, it is best not to enter the battlefield of Divine Kings rashly. Find a few more people to join your teams first. As Long Qingchong's words were passed on by the White Dragon elders of the Tianlong clan, the Divine King disciples of the Tianlong clan were stunned when they heard it. However, it did not take long for the Tianlong clan's disciples to spread the news of what happened in the Emperor Battle Realm and Ping City's Divine Pill Hall. Duan Lingtian declared that he would not come out until he killed 100 Greater One Divine King disciples after entering the battlefield of Divine Kings. The Tai Yi sect's godly monarch disciples made such a big fuss over this. The weak formed a large team, while the strong formed a small team, just to kill Duan Lingtian. The Greater One sect issued a reward of 200,000 contribution points for killing Duan Lingtian. As the news spread, the entire Tianlong clan was shaken. Chapter 3844. As a God Emperor level sect, the value of Greater One sect's contribution points was comparable to that of the Tianlong clan. 200,000 contribution points. In the Tianlong clan, even the Black Dragon Elder, not everyone had the ability to take out so much, let alone others. And the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan was already a high-level God Emperor. From this, it could be seen how generous it was for Greater One sect to take out 200,000 contribution points as a reward for killing Duan Lingtian. At this moment, even many of the Tianlong clan's God King disciples were somewhat tempted. If we kill Duan Lingtian, will Greater One sect be willing to give us treasures equivalent to 200,000 contribution points? 200,000 contribution points. Greater One sect, what a generous offer. They are determined to kill Duan Lingtian. Speaking of which, Duan Lingtian was a little too arrogant. He declared that he would not come out until he killed 100 Greater One Sect's God King disciples. Isn't this the same as poking a hornet's nest? It would be strange if the Greater One Sect did not respond to this. Duan Lingtian is most likely regretting it this time. I think so too. A group of Tianlong clan's God King disciples, while discussing spiritedly, shook their heads, eyes full of pity. They felt that if Duan Lingtian dared to enter the God King battlefield, it would not bode well for him. Clan Master wants us to form a team and enter. If the strength of the team is not enough to contend with Duan Lingtian, then we should not rashly enter the God King battlefield. Why does it sound like he wants us to deal with Duan Lingtian? You think too much. How could Clan Master want us to deal with a fellow disciple? He wants us to help Duan Lingtian too late. The reason why Clan Master used Duan Lingtian to measure the strength of the team is that he is worried that we are not strong enough and will be surrounded by the Greater One Sect's God King team after entering the God King battlefield. Although the Greater One Sect's God King team is going to kill Duan Lingtian, if they see us Tianlong clan's disciples, do you think they will let us go? That's true. The group of God King disciples from the Tianlong clan, who had been preparing to enter the battlefield, stopped in their tracks. Some of the God King's disciples who originally wanted to join forces with Duan Lingtian also gave up on the idea. Duan Lingtian, you're really... When Ding Yin heard the news, he couldn't help but sigh. Humph. Not far away from him, Sikong Yu grunted coldly. What are you sighing for? Are you still a man? Isn't that Duan Lingtian your friend? At this time, shouldn't you have faith in him? Could it be that you also think that he will die in the hands of the Supreme One Sect's divine kings? Although Sikong Yu didn't intend to enter the Emperor Battle Plains battlefield with Ding Yin, before entering, Ding Yin had gone to see her father. Then, her father had allowed her to enter the Emperor Battle Plain with Ding Yin. Of course, he didn't force her to follow Ding Yin. However, now that they had just entered the Emperor Battle Plain and heard the various rumors about Duan Lingtian and Supreme One Sect, Sikong Yu couldn't stand seeing Ding Yin sigh and pity the fate of mankind. Who said that I don't have faith in Duan Lingtian? When Ding Yin heard this, he raised his head and coldly swept a glance at Sikong Yu. Since you're not, why are you sighing? Ridiculous. Sikong Yu sneered. Ding Yin was silent. After a while, Sikong Yu looked at Ding Yin and said indifferently, Ding Yin, transmit a message to Duan Lingtian and ask him if he's interested in forming a team with me. Tell him that on my side, including me, there are 4 High God Kings whose strength isn't inferior to Hua Tiandu's. Sikong Yu already had her own team in the Emperor Battle Plain. Of her 3 teammates, 2 were disciples of the Azure Dragon Sect. Although the other one wasn't a disciple of the Azure Dragon Sect, he had the strength of a disciple of the Azure Dragon Sect. You want to join forces with Duan Lingtian? It had to be said that Sikong Yu's words frightened Ding Yin. Are you speaking the truth? When Ding Yin found out about Duan Lingtian's current situation, he was worried for Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his heart was filled with bitterness. He felt that his strength was too low and that he couldn't help Duan Lingtian. If he had enough strength, he could definitely form a team with Duan Lingtian to deal with the threat from the Greater One Sect's God King disciples. But now, Sikong Yu said that she wanted to join forces with Duan Lingtian. It could be said that it frightened him, because in his opinion, joining forces with Duan Lingtian was definitely a dangerous thing. Hearing the words of the God King disciples, many people originally had the idea of joining forces with Duan Lingtian. But after learning about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the Greater One Sect, they dispelled the idea of joining forces with Duan Lingtian. Do you think I'm lying to you? Sikong Yu sneered. Quickly contact him. This is like sending charcoal in snowy weather to him. It's impossible for him to refuse. Why? Ding Yin asked. You, Sikong Yu, aren't someone who would sacrifice yourself for others. Why are you suddenly helping Duan Lingtian? Do you have something you want? As he finished speaking, Ding Yin had a vigilant expression. He had a certain understanding of Sikong Yu. Sikong Yu was extremely proud, to the extent that she looked down on many people. But now, she was willing to join forces with Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian was facing danger? He really couldn't figure out why Sikong Yu would make such a decision. Hearing Ding Yan's words and noticing Ding Yan's gaze, Sikong Yu was first stunned, Then she frowned slightly. Why do you care what I want? I told you to contact him, so hurry up and contact him. I had to talk to the three of them for a while before they were willing to join forces with Duan Tian. The current Duan Tian isn't someone who's brave enough to work with, Sikongyu said. Ding Yin was stunned when he heard Sikongyu. Earlier, he was still wondering if someone in Sikongyu's group wanted to join forces with Duan Tian. But based on the current situation, it didn't seem to be the case. Those three people were persuaded by Sikongyu to join forces with Duan Tian. Ding Yin sent a voice transmission to Duan Tian as he glanced deeply at Sikongyu. Sikongyu, don't tell me that you've fallen for Duan Tian. As soon as Ding Yin finished speaking, Sikongyu's expression went grim. What nonsense are you talking about? Ding Yin sighed in his heart when he saw Sikongyu's reaction, and he knew that he'd guessed correctly. This extremely proud young woman, who'd always looked down on him, had fallen for his friend. Even though he'd long since given up all thoughts of Sikongyu, he couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed when he found out that Sikongyu had fallen for Duan Tian. After all, Sikongyu didn't like him, but took a fancy to his friend. Of course, he knew in his heart that Duan Tian was so outstanding that it was normal for Sikongyu to take a fancy to him. There was nothing wrong with that. This world was so realistic. If Duan Tian's current achievements were only on par with his, Sikongyu would definitely not take a fancy to him. A proud woman like Sikongyu would generally only take a fancy to a man who was more outstanding than her and could conquer her in all aspects. Obviously, Duan Tian was such a man. Tell her that I appreciate her good intentions, but I, Duan Tian, don't need anyone's help. At the same time, Ding Yin received a message from Duan Tian. Duan Tian. Ding Yin hurriedly sent a message. Don't try to be brave. I know you're very strong, but it's basically impossible for the people of Greater One Sect to travel alone. Those who are weak will form groups, and those who are strong will form groups of 3 to 5. If you form a group with Sikongyu and the others, it's almost impossible for the people of Greater One Sect to kill you. Ding Yin advised. As a friend of Duan Tian, he naturally hoped that Duan Tian would be safe and sound. For example, when he was still in Wind City's Hidden Mist Academy, when he was a 10-star student, he knew that several Divine King-level clans in Wind City were targeting Duan Tian. He did not hesitate to borrow the power of the Tianlong clan to make the death warriors of those Divine King-level clans retreat. However, at that time, Duan Tian had rejected his good intentions. Ding Yin, don't forget that when we were still in Wind City's Hidden Mist Academy, you also felt that I was in danger during the training trip and insisted on helping me, but I was fine at that time, wasn't I? Duan Tian replied with a smile. Don't worry, I, Duan Tian, won't joke about my life. When he sent the message to Ding Yin, Duan Tian was still strolling around Peace City. The inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, Fang Yu, who was originally by his side, had already left. He was preparing to enter the battlefield of Divine Kings with the group he had found. Before he left, he advised Duan Tian not to enter the battlefield of Divine Kings for the time being. Although he had been with Duan Tian all this time, Fang Yu had received many messages and learned about the situation at the scene. In the Emperor battle plane, apart from the 3 major battlefields, messages could be sent to and from Peace City, Sky Dragon City, and Greater One City. Moreover, messages could be sent directly to and from the 3 cities. In the end, Ding Yin was unable to persuade Duan Tian. Ding Yin could only smile bitterly and sigh. Then, he looked at Sikongyu and said, Duan Tian asked me to tell you that he thanks you for your good intentions, but he doesn't plan to cooperate with anyone. You're his friend. Can't you persuade him? Sikongyu frowned. This time, she wanted to join forces with Duan Tian. Although she did not like Duan Tian, as Ding Yin had said, she had no ill feelings toward Duan Tian. In fact, she was interested in him. This man who came from a Devata realm was younger than her, but he was more outstanding than her. Moreover, his attainments in the Divine Pill Tao were even more shocking. This was the first time she had met a man who surpassed her in every aspect. Moreover, this man had never even looked at her. Previously, when Duan Tian was refining pills in public, she and Ding Yin were standing together. However, Duan Tian only glanced at Ding Yin a few times. From the beginning until the end, he had only glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. This made her feel resentful, and she hated Duan Tian. However, as time passed, she became more and more curious about this man. She wanted to get close to him and let him know that she, Sikongyu, was the pride of the younger generation in the Tianlong clan. There were many inner sect disciples who pursued her, and there were even a few Azure Dragon disciples who kept pestering her. Initially, she thought she would have a chance to get close to Duan Lingtian since the Supreme E-Sect was against Duan Lingtian in the God King battlefield. She even convinced her 3 companions. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian would reject her. Chapter 38-45. I tried, but it's useless. Facing Sikong Yu's questioning, Ding Yin did not show any emotion. He gently shook his head and said, "If possible, I also hope that he can work with you. That way, his safety will be more guaranteed. However, I know his character. Once he has decided on something, no one can change his mind. No matter what you're thinking, you should take care of yourself first. The current Gawking battlefield is not peaceful. Duan Lingtian won't join your small team. As such, your small team won't be able to grow any stronger." After Ding Yin finished speaking, he left. He had already contacted the team he was looking for. Now, under the expansion of his teammates, that team had cooperated with a few other small teams. Currently, there were more than 20 people. In his opinion, even if a team of this scale was far from enough to sweep the God King battlefield, they should be able to protect themselves to a certain extent. Of course, it might not be safe. However, in this world, if one wanted to become a true powerhouse, one had to experience trials and tribulations. For example, those who stood at the peak of this world, which one of them did not crawl out from a pile of corpses? If one was too timid to even enter the God King battlefield, one's life would probably be the same. After Ding Yin left, Sikong Yu's expression changed. She also left the Emperor battle plane. The exit of the Heavenly Dragon City was actually the place where the Heavenly Dragon Sect's encampment appeared. It was a vast area. Many people in the surroundings were looking at her. However, when they saw Sikong Yu's unsightly expression, the group of people moved aside in succession and watched Sikong Yu leave from afar. Sikong Yu seems to be in a bad mood. Could it be that revered Elder Sikong taught her a lesson again? Speaking of which, who is revered Elder Sikong? Although he's an elder of the Tianlong clan, it's said that even the clan master has to be respectful to him. That's a treatment that ordinary elders of the Black Dragon clan don't have. In our Tianlong clan, I'm afraid only the old clan master and a few elders of the Golden Dragon clan have such treatment. I don't know about that. I only know that revered Elder Sikong came back with the clan master back then. He should be an expert that the clan master invited from outside. The one besides Sikong Yu earlier seemed to be called Ding Yin. In the past, he followed consecrated Sikong to the Tianlong clan. It was only right before the start of the last Hidden Dragon competition that he officially entered our Tianlong clan. Yes, he even fought his way into the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon Grand competition. He's one of the 2 youngest people in the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon Grand competition. He's the same as Duan Lingtian, not even 3,000 years old. Not even 3,000 years old, yet he managed to enter the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon competition. His future is boundless. If it weren't for Duan Lingtian, there was no way he wouldn't have made a name for himself after the Hidden Dragon Grand competition. Speaking of limitless prospects, Sikong Yu, who just left, is only around 3,000 years old and is already an Azure Dragon disciple of our Tianlong clan. After Ding Yin and Sikong Yu left, many people started to talk about them. Although they attracted a lot of attention when they were around, not many people dared to talk about them in front of them. Now that they were gone, everyone had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, in Peace City, Duan Lingtian slowly walked out of the city gates. In a flash, he returned to Sky Dragon City. It seems like after the start of the Emperor battle, under the supervision of several Peak God Emperor forces in Tunglong Province, both the sects and the Greater One sect really took out their trump cards. Especially the Greater One sect, they have many medicinal herbs that I need. Moreover, the sect also has some things that I need. Although the Tianlong clan had promised to give him a certain amount of precious medicinal herbs that corresponded to a certain amount of contribution points when he refined the Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill in front of everyone, those medicinal herbs could only be considered second tier in terms of value. Among the medicinal herbs that he needed, the Tianlong clan did not give him the main medicinal herbs that could be considered first tier. However, when the Emperor battle started this time, the Tianlong clan took out several extremely precious medicinal herbs that he currently needed. These medicinal herbs were priceless in the Tianlong clan, and their value was extraordinary. Moreover, they were the main medicinal herbs that he needed to refine some Emperor-grade divine pills. Without these medicinal herbs, he would not be able to refine those Emperor-grade divine pills. As for the Greater One sect, they took out more things that he was interested in. In addition to medicinal herbs, Duan Lingtian also took a fancy to some other things. Among them, there was no lack of floating image pearls that recorded the battles between experts who were proficient in the law of space, as well as various other things that were helpful to the profoundness of the law of space. It was not only limited to the law of space. These things were also the trump cards of the Tianlong clan and the Greater One sect. Usually, the two sects would only take them out for special grand occasions and reward the disciples with the most outstanding performance. But for the War of Emperors this time around, they had all taken out those items. The things that I need will require almost 20,000 battle merits. It's not realistic to obtain so many battle merits by killing a god king. After returning to Sky Dragon City, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, after all, killing a higher god king of the Greater One sect will only give me 25 battle merits. 100 higher god kings will only give me 2,500 battle merits. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Before going to Peace City, he was still thinking that if there were things that he wanted, he could enter the battlefield of god kings and obtain battle merits to exchange for them. However, after going to Peace City, he found that there were too many things that he wanted. If he only killed god kings, it would not be enough for him to obtain enough battle merits. It seems that I can only obtain battle merits in the battlefield of god kings while tempering my strength in battle. My current cultivation is not far from the God Emperor realm. Perhaps it won't be long before I break through and become a God Emperor. Then, I can enter the battlefield of God Emperors and kill the Greater One sect's God Emperors. Even if it's just a lower God Emperor, killing one of them is enough to obtain 200 battle merits. Killing a middle God Emperor is worth 2,000 battle merits. As for a higher God Emperor, 20,000 battle merits. Thinking of how many battle merits he could obtain from killing a middle God Emperor, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Breaking through to the God Emperor realm was imminent. There's still a long way to go before breaking through to the God Emperor realm. I'll enter the battlefield of God Kings first and properly temper my current strength so that when I break through to the God Emperor realm in the future, I'll have a stronger foundation for my cultivation. Ever since breaking through to the higher God King realm, I haven't fought with anyone. The battlefield of God Kings will become my whetstone when I break through to the higher God Emperor realm. Perhaps it will be my only whetstone. The Greater One sect is offering a bounty of 200,000 battle merits to kill me. It's a good opportunity to see the methods of the Greater One sect's God King disciples. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brighter and brighter. Waves of battle intent rose in his eyes, as if he couldn't wait to rush into the battlefield of God Kings and fight with the Greater One sect's people. But how do I get to the battlefield of God Kings? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian realized that he didn't know how to get to the battlefield of God Kings. Glancing around, Duan Lingtian's figure blurred and stopped an old man with an inner sect elder token hanging from his waist. Elder, do you know how to get to the battlefield of God Kings? The old man frowned slightly at being stopped. Then, he raised his hand unhappily and pointed to the left. Over there. You didn't do your homework and rushed into the battlefield of God Kings. Boy, I advise you to join a team and enter the battlefield of God Kings together. Now, the battlefield of God Kings has become extremely dangerous because of you inner sect disciples, Duan Lingtian. If you go in alone, there's an 80 to 90% chance that you'll be killed by the Greater One sect's God King disciples. the old man deliberately warned as he reached the end of his sentence. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Duan Lingtian thanked the old man and turned to walk in the direction the old man had pointed. Boys these days are really arrogant. But I've advised him, so I've done my duty. Seeing Duan Lingtian enter the battlefield of God Kings alone, the old man frowned slightly and snorted. I hope he's not stupid enough to enter the battlefield of God Kings alone. At the entrance of the battlefield of God Kings, there should be many teams formed by disciples of God Kings recruiting people. If he's smart, he'll choose one to join. Just as the old man finished speaking and was about to walk forward, a middle-aged man smiled at the old man. Elder Hong, you don't know him? This middle-aged man also had an inner sect elder token hanging from his waist. As he greeted the old man, he looked at the back of the purple figure that was gradually walking away. I don't know him. The old man shook his head and looked at the middle-aged man suspiciously. Elder Huang, you know him? Of course I know him. The middle-aged man nodded. Back then, when he refined the Ultimate Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill, I was there to join in the fun. Ultimate Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill? The old man's eyes widened in shock. You mean, he's Duan Lingtian? The old man smiled wryly when he saw the middle-aged man nodding again. I really didn't expect him to be Duan Lingtian. I just told him that the battlefield of the God Kings has become extremely dangerous because of him. But he's planning to enter the battlefield of God Kings alone? Isn't that too risky? When Duan Lingtian arrived near the entrance of the battlefield of God Kings, he successfully attracted the attention of the disciples of the Tianlong clan who had already gathered here. Within the Tianlong clan, there were many high-ranking inner sect elders who did not recognize Duan Lingtian. However, there were very few people below the inner sect elders who did not recognize Duan Lingtian. Just like now, when Duan Lingtian appeared, many people cried out in surprise. It's Duan Lingtian. Is he preparing to enter the battlefield of God Kings? He's alone. Is he not planning to find someone to enter with him? Find someone? Are you kidding? Now, who dares to enter with him? Isn't that courting death? While the crowd was whispering, a beautiful figure stepped out from the crowd. Behind her, there were 3 other people, 1 woman and 2 men. It's Sikong Yu. She's going for Duan Lingtian. Look at her aggressive manner. Could it be that Duan Lingtian has offended her? The eyes of many disciples of the God Kings brightened as they watched the show. Chapter 3846. Duan Lingtian. Sikong Yu directly stopped Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, he looked at her with a puzzled expression. You are? Do I know you? Although he felt that he seemed to have glanced at the woman before him from somewhere, he didn't have a deep impression of her and was unable to recall for a while. You. When Sikong Yu heard this, the expression on her pretty face sunk slightly. At this time, a blue-robed young man from the group of 1 woman and 2 men behind her said indifferently, Little Yu, is this the person you want to help? He already said that he doesn't know you, yet you still persuaded us to join hands with him? As he finished speaking, the blue-robed young man shook his head in a timely manner, seeming to be somewhat unable to understand. Duan Lingtian, aren't you being a bit ungrateful? At this moment, another young woman with a pretty face and a delicate appearance who wore a light green dress followed behind Sikong Yu. She slightly frowned and said, After knowing that you were targeted by the Supreme Sect, who in the Tianlong clan was willing to join hands with you to enter the God King battlefield? But Sikong Yu persuaded the 3 of us to let you join our small team. This, to you, is no different from sending charcoal in snowy weather. It's one thing for you to refuse, but now you actually say that you don't know her? As the woman finished speaking, her tone was filled with anger. You're Sikong Yu? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally reacted and looked at Sikong Yu with an embarrassed smile. I'm sorry, I really didn't recognize you. After all, I've never seen you before. Ding Yin told me of your good intentions, but what I wanted to say, I presume Ding Yin has already told you. I don't intend to join hands with anyone. I'll enter the God King battlefield alone. As for you all, the Supreme Sect is currently targeting me, so it's very rare for a lone God King disciple to appear in the God King battlefield. So, I advise you all to find a few more teammates so as to avoid suffering a great loss. Although he didn't accept Sikong Yu's good intentions, Duan Lingtian was still grateful. Therefore, before entering the God King battlefield, he reminded Sikong Yu. Then, he walked to the entrance of the battlefield and received his own battlefield token, which was also his identity badge in the Emperor battle plane. He engraved his name on it. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also revealed his current cultivation base in front of a group of people. High Deity King. Duan Lingtian actually broke through and became a High God King? Oh my god, isn't this too fast? Duan Lingtian had already broken through to become a High God King. This was a fact that not many people knew. Now that Duan Lingtian had appeared, it was no surprise that many people were shocked. Before this, although everyone was paying attention to Duan Lingtian, they were more concerned about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the Supreme Sect. Even if they knew that Duan Lingtian was a High God King, and although they knew that Duan Lingtian's current strength was definitely stronger than what he had displayed in the Hidden Dragon competition, they didn't think that Duan Lingtian could contend against a large number of God King disciples of the Supreme Sect. Duan Lingtian broke through to the High God King realm. Judging from the strength he displayed in the Hidden Dragon competition, coupled with his High God King cultivation base in our Tianlong clan, I'm afraid that no one below the God King realm is his match. If the Supreme Sect doesn't have a hidden God King, there shouldn't be anyone who can defeat Duan Lingtian in a one-on-one battle. I really didn't expect that Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the High God Emperor realm. It seems that it won't be that easy for the Supreme Sect's God Kings to kill him. A High God King who is proficient in the laws of space, and he is so strong. Even if he is not a match for him and wants to escape, unless the Supreme Sect's God Kings work together and plan ahead, it will be difficult to stop Duan Lingtian. While everyone was shocked, Duan Lingtian had already entered the God King battlefield in a flash. He broke through to the High God King realm? Sikong Yu also didn't know that Duan Lingtian had already broken through. Now that she had personally witnessed Duan Lingtian displaying the cultivation of a High God King, even she herself didn't know why, but she actually heaved a sigh of relief. No wonder he was so arrogant. So he broke through to the High God King realm. The woman behind Sikong Yu walked to her side and said with a slight frown, with the strength he displayed in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, after breaking through to the High God King realm, his strength will rise to another level. If there was anyone below the God Emperor realm in our Tianlong clan who could contend against him before, I'm afraid that there is no one left now. He really doesn't need to cooperate with us. The last person in Sikong Yu's small team, a middle-aged man with a medium build wearing a dark red robe, spoke up. With his current strength, even if the four of us join forces, I'm afraid that we won't be his match. It's meaningless for him to join forces with us. In fact, it's meaningless for him to join forces with anyone in our Tianlong clan. This time, the Supreme Sect is probably out of luck. No wonder he dared to say in front of the Supreme Sect that he wouldn't come out until he killed 100 Supreme Sect disciples. With his strength, it's not difficult for him to do so. Of course, that's if the Supreme Sect isn't prepared. Now that the Supreme Sect is prepared and God Kings are in groups, it won't be easy for him to kill 100 Supreme Sect disciples. I'm afraid that the Supreme Sect will soon know that he's a High God King. At that time, they'll definitely come up with a plan to deal with him. The middle-aged man wearing a dark red robe wasn't an inner disciple of the Tianlong clan, nor was he an Azure Dragon disciple. He was an outer sect deacon of the Tianlong clan's outer sect. However, although he was an outer sect deacon and was slightly older, his strength was publicly recognized as strong below the God Emperor realm of the Tianlong clan. Otherwise, Sikong Yu and the other two Azure Dragon disciples wouldn't have sought him out. His strength wasn't weaker than most of the Azure Dragon disciples. It was also because he had lived for so long that he saw many things more clearly than others. At this time, Sikong Yu didn't say anything. He quietly looked in the direction that Duan Lingtian left in. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and there was an inexplicable light in the depths of his eyes. Near the entrance of the Sky Dragon City's God King battlefield, after Duan Lingtian displayed his High God King cultivation, many people began to send messages to their friends, fellow disciples, and elders to inform them that Duan Lingtian had already become a High God King. Not long after, this news also spread to the Greater One sect through the spies that the Supreme Sect had planted in the Tianlong clan. Immediately, there was also a response from the Greater One sect. Duan Lingtian has already broken through and become a high god king. His strength is already the strongest person below the God Emperor realm in the Tianlong clan. Don't underestimate him, God King disciples. Following the order of the Greater One sect master, a group of Greater One sect elders immediately reminded the God King disciples of the Greater One sect who were preparing to enter the God King battlefield. At this time, many God King disciples of the Greater One sect had already entered the God King battlefield. After you enter, if you encounter a group that has entered before you, do your best to cooperate with them. At the same time, tell them that Duan Lingtian's strength is no longer the same as before, so remember to be careful. After you enter, use your brains more. If you can outsmart him, do so. At the same time, if you want to kill Duan Lingtian, after discovering his whereabouts, don't be in a hurry to act. Set up a trap to kill him, so that he has no chance of escaping. Although Duan Lingtian is strong, he is still only a God King. No matter how strong a God King is, he is still inferior to a God Emperor. You have the advantage of numbers, so you have a chance of killing him. After you enter, tell the others that the sect master has previously issued a reward of 200,000 contribution points for killing Duan Lingtian. Now, the sect master has issued a reward of 300,000 contribution points for killing Duan Lingtian. The group of God King disciples of the Greater One sect who were preparing to enter the God King battlefield had their ears filled with the messages of their elders before they entered, almost without pause. Just as the group of God King disciples of the Greater One sect was about to enter the God King battlefield, in a quiet valley somewhere in the Greater One sect's encampment, an old figure flashed out and stood in the air in front of a small wooden house with his hands clasped behind his back. A moment later, the door of the small wooden house opened and a tall figure walked out. It was a young man with a determined and handsome face. He was tall, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. Dressed in a snow-white robe, he stood there like a javelin, but also like a sword. His sword chi soared into the sky, straight into the clouds. Master. The white-robed young man bowed to the old man in the air in front of him. The old man was dressed in a gray robe. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He had a benevolent countenance. However, when the white-robed young man bowed to him, his pair of soul-pearl eyes instantly became sharp. This time, when you enter the God King battlefield, if you can kill Duan Lingtian, after you break through to the God Emperor realm, your path to the God Emperor realm will be much easier. The old man said unhurriedly, originally, you disdained to enter the God King battlefield and slaughter the God King disciples of the Tianlong clan, because you thought that none of them were your match. But now, there is a Duan Lingtian, who is invincible under the God Emperor realm in the Tianlong clan. He is worthy of being your opponent. Hearing this, the white-robed young man raised his eyebrows and his eyes were as sharp as a sword. I originally had no intention of entering the God King battlefield, but this time, I entered for him. I hope he will not disappoint me. Hearing this, the old man took a deep look at him. If you can't beat him, then retreat and preserve your useful body. Even if the Greater One sect cannot produce a God Emperor expert in this God King battle, you should cultivate well. In the future, even without the baptism of the God King battle, with your talent, it should be easy for you to become a God Emperor. In the Tunglong province, there is no one under the God Emperor realm who can kill me, Shimin Longxiang. As soon as the white-robed young man's voice fell, he turned into a ray of sword light, paused in the air, and in the next moment, appeared in an extremely distant place. The figure that remained where he was also dissipated. Shimin Longxiang, the number one person of the younger generation in the Greater One sect, was already invincible under the God Emperor realm in the Greater One sect. However, because he had not appeared in front of others after defeating all the powerful upper God Kings under the God Emperor realm in the Greater One sect, it had been more than 1,000 years since then. So many people in the Greater One sect thought that he had left the Greater One sect and gone to the top God Emperor realm forces in the Tunglong province. In addition, no one explained, so the speculation was taken as true. Chapter 3847. A young man in a snow-white robe appeared in the palace of the Greater One Sect's encampment. Wherever he passed, he attracted the attention of everyone. This is Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang? It's Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang. Didn't they say that Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang left the sect 10,000 years ago and went to one of the top God Emperor forces in Tunglong province? Back then, he received an invitation from one of those top God Emperor forces, and the people who came weren't ordinary people. I didn't expect Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang to still be in our Greater One sect. This is shocking news. Senior Brother Shimin, are you here to enter the Emperor battle plane? It's obvious. 1,000 years ago, Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang relied on his middle God King cultivation to defeat many of our Greater One sect's strongest God Kings below the God Emperor level. Now that 1,000 years have passed, with his talent, he should at least be a higher God King, right? Inside the palace, a group of people looked at Shimin Longxiang from afar, their eyes shining brightly. Shimin Longxiang was the pride of the Greater One sect, the most talented genius in history. He was recognized as the person who had the most hope of becoming a God Emperor in the future. 1,000 years ago, Shimin Longxiang had disappeared without a trace. Everyone in the Greater One sect thought he had left, but they didn't expect him to still be in the sect. Senior Brother Shimin. At this time, a Greater One sect disciple who was slowly walking forward asked Shimin Longxiang with some apprehension, "You're planning to enter the Emperor battle plane?" "Yes." Shimin Longxiang didn't slow down and replied indifferently, "I'm going to the Emperor battle plane to kill Duan Lingtian." As soon as he finished speaking, he sped up and disappeared into the spatial tunnel leading to the Emperor battle plane. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. Senior Brother Shimin is going to the Emperor battle plane for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was one of the most outstanding disciples of the Tianlong clan below the God Emperor level when he was a middle God King. Now that he's a higher God King, can Senior Brother Shimin really kill him? I have confidence in Senior Brother Shimin. You should know that 1,000 years ago, when Senior Brother Shimin was just a mid-God King, he was already invincible under the God Emperor realm in our Supreme E sect. Now that 1,000 years have passed, he must have broken through to the High God King realm. Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill that Duan Lingtian? A battle between two great geniuses. If I could witness it with my own eyes, my life would not have been in vain. Idiot. We can follow behind Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang and follow him. This way, with Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang here, even if we enter the Gawking battlefield, we won't feel any pressure when encountering those Gawking disciples of the Tianlong clan. Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang can't just watch as we get killed, right? That makes sense. Let's go. We will follow Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang. Many of the God King's disciples excitedly followed Shimin Longxiang into the Emperor battle plane. And in the Emperor battle plane's Supreme E city, seeing Shimin Longxiang appear, the nearby Supreme E sect disciples were similarly shocked. When they heard the Supreme E sect disciples relaying Shimin Longxiang's words, more Supreme E sect God King disciples immediately followed Shimin Longxiang, heading towards the God King battlefield. Some Supreme E sect God King disciples had already found a team, but now they still chose to fly alone. Many teams had already disbanded. At this time, what's the point of forming a team? Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang entered the Gawking battlefield to kill Duan Lingtian. Following behind Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang won't be dangerous, and there's even a good show to watch. Some Supreme E sect Gawking disciples who left their team said as a matter of fact. There were also God King disciples who saw through it. Actually, those of us who followed Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang into the God King battlefield, wouldn't we be a team? Moreover, this team doesn't belong to any of the existing teams. I even suspect that the few of us here are enough to deal with Duan Lingtian. Haha, that's true. Not long after, a very lively scene appeared at the entrance of the God King battlefield in Tai City. A group of Supreme E sect God King disciples followed behind Shimin Longxiang and entered the God King battlefield together. However, after entering the God King battlefield for a moment, they were dumbfounded. This was because Shimin Longxiang had disappeared before their eyes in a flash, completely shaking them off. This scene made them very disappointed and also very shocked. Heavens! Senior brother Shimin Longxiang's speed has reached such a level? Senior brother Shimin is already a higher god king. Moreover, I feel that the law of wind he comprehended is even more powerful. When he left just now, I couldn't even catch his figure. Me too. I could only see his figure flashing before my eyes, appearing in several directions, and then disappearing without a trace. I don't know where he went. With senior brother Shimin Longxiang's current strength, looking at the entire Tunglung province, I'm afraid it's difficult to find anyone below the God King level who can defeat him. That Tianlong clan disciple Duan Lingtian is destined to be unlucky this time. I thought I could follow senior brother Shimin Longxiang to watch the show, but I didn't expect to be happy for nothing. I'm going back. I'll go find my previous team. I'm going back too. Seeing that Shimin Longxiang had left them behind, a group of God King disciples with some strength immediately went back one after another. Their strength was not bad, but now that they had followed behind Shimin Longxiang, there were many lower God Kings. They had no intention of joining forces with these people, so naturally, they decided to go back. As for the weaker God Kings, they were self-aware of their own strength, so they did not say much and obediently followed the people who left first. A group of people came in a mighty manner and returned in a mighty manner. At the same time, the Tianlong clan also received news from a spy in Tai sect. Shimin Longxiang has entered the battlefield of God Kings to kill Duan Lingtian. When this news reached the Tianlong temple, it caused many of the Tianlong clan's higher-ups to worry about Duan Lingtian. Even the Tianlong clan's clan master Long Qingchong frowned when he heard the news. Shimin Longxiang? He's still in Tai sect? I thought he had already left Tunglong province and gone to a force more powerful than the top god emperor forces in Tunglong province. I didn't expect him to still be in Tai sect. This time, I'm afraid it's going to be a little troublesome. Long Qingchong took a deep breath, and there was a hint of worry in the depths of his eyes. Whether Duan Lingtian stayed in the Tianlong clan or left after the God Emperor battle, it was very important to the Tianlong clan. Originally, although Tai sect was targeting Duan Lingtian, he was not worried about Duan Lingtian's safety when he knew that Duan Lingtian had broken through to become a high-level God King. If the God King disciples of Tai sect joined forces, no matter how strong they were, with Duan Lingtian's strength, even if he was no match for them, he would definitely have room to escape. But now, he learned that Shimin Longxiang was still in Tai sect. Shimin Longxiang was a monster. 1,000 years ago, he was worried that a genius like Shimin Longxiang would appear in Tai sect and be a great threat to the Tianlong clan, so he sent people to assassinate Shimin Longxiang. However, because Tai sect was very protective of Shimin Longxiang, not only did the people he sent not succeed, but they also almost died. 1,000 years ago, when Shimin Longxiang was only a mid-level God King, he was recognized as the strongest person in Tai sect below the God Emperor realm. Now, 1,000 years have passed, and he's only 6,000 years old, so it's only a matter of time before he breaks through to become a high-level God King. Moreover, he must have heard of Duan Lingtian's strength. Under such circumstances, he still dares to think about killing Duan Lingtian. He's obviously very confident in himself. Long Qingchong took a deep breath and issued a series of orders, all of which were directly transmitted to the masters and elders of the Tianlong clan's God Kings. Find Duan Lingtian at all costs and escort him out of the God King battlefield. He can't die in Shimin Longxiang's hands. In Long Qingchong's opinion, even if Duan Lingtian did not stay in the Tianlong clan in the future, given his close relationship with some Tianlong clan members, he would not forget about the Tianlong clan if he achieved great things in the future. Most importantly, Long Qingchong's God Kings were the strongest. Elder White Dragon, Xue Haichuan, who was on good terms with Duan Lingtian, was one of the candidates in Long Qingchong's mind. Moreover, he favored Xue Haichuan the most among them. Given Xue Haichuan's relationship with Duan Lingtian, if Xue Haichuan became the Tianlong clan's patriarch, even if Duan Lingtian was not in the Tianlong clan, he was bound to be tied to the Tianlong clan. Following Long Qingchong's orders, some of the Tianlong clan's God King disciples who had yet to enter the Emperor Battle Realm also made their move. Among them, there was no lack of Azure Dragon disciples. Shimin Longxiang is still in the Greater One sect? Let's join forces and enter the battlefield to look for Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, if we encounter Shimin Longxiang before we find Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid we'll be in trouble. Indeed, after 1,000 years, Shimin Longxiang's strength must have become even stronger. This group of Sky Dragon sect's Divine King disciples were the best of the best. None of them charged into the Divine King battlefield alone. Almost all of them were forming small teams. Duan Lingtian, who was in the battlefield, naturally did not know about this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was wandering around the battlefield. There was nothing special about the battlefield of the God Kings. There were mountains, rivers, basins, plains, deserts, and there were even some ruins of cities. Naturally, the city ruins were only illusions. However, many of the landforms were real. I wonder how big the battlefield is. It's been a few days since I came here. Apart from encountering a group of God Kings from the Tianlong clan, I haven't encountered another group of people. Duan Lingtian flew in the sky above a lofty mountain range. It was extremely high profile, but at the same time, it was also slightly boring. After all, he entered the battlefield to kill the Greater One Sect's disciples. But until now, he had not seen a single Greater One Sect disciple. But it's normal. After all, most of the Greater One Sect's disciples have formed teams of many people. Under such circumstances, it's almost impossible to encounter a lone Greater One Sect disciple. If I hadn't released them before, I would definitely have encountered many lone Greater One Sect disciples. Chapter 38-48. Just as Duan Lingtian was lamenting that he had been too high profile and that he had shot himself in the foot, in front of where Duan Lingtian was heading, 10,000 miles away, there was also a group of people rushing in the direction of Duan Lingtian. This time, if we can meet that Duan Lingtian and kill him, we'll make a killing. 200,000 contribution points. That's no joke. In the group, a young man grinned very brightly. That's natural. 200,000 contribution points. Even if the 20 of us split it equally, each of us will have 10,000 contribution points. Another person also laughed. Speaking of which, we've been a little too careful. 8 upper God Kings and 12 middle God Kings teaming up to kill a middle God King. If this were to spread out, I'm afraid we'd be laughed at. Another person said with a bitter smile. Don't underestimate Duan Lingtian just because he's a middle God King. Duan Lingtian, although he hasn't broken through to become a upper God King, his battle strength is definitely one of the best among God Kings. Even the strongest upper God Kings in our Greater One Sect may not be able to defeat him, let alone kill him. Even if it's any one of the strongest upper God Kings in our Greater One Sect, once surrounded by us, it'll be difficult for them to escape death. The battlefield of God Kings is very big. If we want to meet that Duan Lingtian, it'll depend on our luck. The group continued to move forward. After a period of time, the sharp-eyed people in the group saw a little black dot in front of them. There's someone there. The moment the others came back to their senses, they saw that the little black in the distance was constantly growing bigger, and finally turned into a purple-clothed young man, appearing not far from them. People from the Greater One Sect? Duan Lingtian looked at the group in front of him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. 20 people can complete 1/5 of the target. 20 Greater One Sect disciples. Duan Lingtian suddenly felt that the torturous wait of the past few days was completely worth it. And while Duan Lingtian was sizing up the group of Greater One Sect disciples in front of him, the eyes of the Greater One Sect disciples also fell on Duan Lingtian. It's the Tianlong clan. Look at the badge he's wearing. He's Duan Lingtian. What? He is Duan Lingtian? I thought it was a lone disciple of the Tianlong clan who was in a hurry to enter the Deity King realm as soon as the Emperor Battle realm opened. I didn't expect it to be Duan Lingtian. Haha, I'm rich. The 20 Greater One Sect disciples, after confirming that the purple-clad youth in front of them was Duan Lingtian, one by one their eyes lit up, like a pack of wolves that had finally seen their prey after many days of hunger. Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard the excited cheers of the Greater One Sect disciples. For a moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. It was not certain who was the hunter and who was the hunted. In the Emperor Battle realm, spatial rings are not self-destructing. Let's hope one of the 20 greater one sect disciples has something in their spatial rings that I'm interested in. Duan Tian thought in his heart as he secretly prayed. Ever since Duan Tian came to the realm of gods, he had almost no chance of obtaining any spoils of war. This was because the spatial rings of the people he killed would self-destruct as well. When the spatial ring self-destructed, the items in the spatial ring would enter the turbulent space and scatter in every corner of the world. Some would remain in the turbulent space. Some would be destroyed in the turbulent space. Surround him. He's skilled in the law of space. The few of you are skilled in the law of space. Disrupt the surrounding space so he can't teleport. As long as we restrict his teleportation, he will definitely die if he goes up into the sky or down into the ground. Just as the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up, the 20 greater one sect disciples had already dashed out and surrounded him. A few of the greater one sect disciples who were skilled in the law of space used their divine power and the law of space to disrupt the surrounding space. In an unstable space, it was impossible to use teleportation techniques. Kill him. The group of greater one sect disciples was afraid that the situation would change if they delayed any longer. Therefore, after surrounding Duan Lingtian, they immediately attacked Duan Lingtian without holding back. Those who had high-grade divine artifacts took out their high-grade divine artifacts. Some of them not only had a high-grade divine artifact in their hands, but they also had a pair of high-grade divine artifact boots on their feet, which increased their speed to a certain extent. Apart from a few greater one sect disciples who were skilled in the law of space who stood in place to disrupt the surrounding space and prevent Duan Lingtian from teleporting, the rest of them attacked Duan Lingtian together. Boom, rumble, whoosh, whoosh, accompanied by a series of roaring explosions in the void, as well as the sound of stormy waves. More than a dozen greater one sect disciples attacked. The power of various laws merged into their divine power, turning into a multicolored power that shook the void and swept toward Duan Lingtian from all directions. In an instant, the entire void seemed to be covered by this power, and the space began to tremble as if it could shatter at any time. Die. Duan Lingtian, thank you for the contribution points. Haha. The eyes of the greater one sect disciples lit up at the same time as they attacked, and many of them shouted excitedly, as if they had already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by them. No one can spy on the Divine King battlefield of the Emperor battle plane, and no one can spy on it. It won't even form a formation mirror image. In the face of more than a dozen greater one sect disciples, Duan Lingtian's expression was indifferent, and at the same time he said unhurriedly, "Here, I don't need to worry, as long as I have the confidence to keep all of you here." Duan Lingtian seemed to be muttering to himself, but his voice was not soft, and it fell into the ears of the 20 greater one sect disciples. However, when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, the 20 greater one sect disciples all sneered. At this time, you still have the mood to boast shamelessly. Keep all of us here? If you can keep even one of us here, you have the ability. Ridiculous. In the face of a group of greater one sect disciples' ridicule, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change, but the divine power in his body had already risen abruptly when their attacks approached. Waves of terrifying space storms also formed in an instant, sweeping around Duan Lingtian and enveloping the attacks of more than a dozen people. Many people's attacks were directly crushed. The attacks of the remaining high god kings were also suppressed, but they weren't crushed. Whoosh! However, as Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand, a gray sword light flashed and directly destroyed the few attacks that were suppressed. Then, the space storm on Duan Lingtian's body suddenly erupted. The few mid-level divine kings closest to him did not even have the chance to react, and were crushed into a bloody mist by the space storm, leaving only a few storage rings that Duan Lingtian casually took. Whoosh! When the others were shocked by the scene in front of them, their faces changed greatly, and they were dumbstruck. Duan Lingtian's entire body was like a cannonball condensed by the power of space, suddenly whistling out and crashed into the crowd. The next moment, another 5 mid-level divine kings who could not dodge in time were killed by the space storm. The raging space storm, mixed with the fusion of the 4 profound meanings of the space law and the condensed power that filled the void, caused the surrounding space to tremble with its turbulence. I can't disturb this space. Damn it. What's going on? Could this be the Tao of control of the four Taos of heaven and earth? Duan Lingtian has mastered the Tao of control, or else how could he control this space so casually? The few greater one-sect disciples who were disrupting this space all changed their expressions. They were proficient in the space law, and teleportation was not difficult for them. But now, when they tried to teleport, they found that the entire space had been sealed. In an undisturbed space, they were unable to teleport, as if the teleportation door had been locked by someone, and they were deprived of the right to enter. For a moment, the few people subconsciously looked at Duan Lingtian, and their eyes simultaneously revealed waves of panic. After a moment of panic, there was regret on his face. This Duan Lingtian is already a high-level divine king. He has mastered the Tao of control of the four Taos of heaven and earth. The space law he has comprehended is even more powerful than the rumors say. Even without divine weapons, he has the ability to kill all of us. Run. If anyone escapes, leave the battlefield of the divine kings immediately and report to the sect. Don't enter the battlefield of the divine kings again. The expressions of the surviving high-level divine kings changed drastically, and at the same time, they all made the same decision: run. Now, Duan Lingtian had not used the divine weapon, and he had displayed such a terrifying strength. What if he used the divine weapon? They were afraid that he could kill them all with just a few strokes of his sword. Run? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, and then in the instant that the remaining dozen or so greater one-sect disciples scattered in all directions, streaks of rainbow sword light flew out from his body, like rainbow-colored meteors streaking across the sky. Show. 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 More than 10 rainbow sword lights streaked across the sky. In the next moment, the few low-level divine kings among the dozen or so greater one-sect disciples who had scattered in all directions were directly killed by the rainbow sword light, falling one after another. As for the remaining high-level divine kings, after being caught by the rainbow sword light, they did not dare to escape anymore. They all stopped and tried their best to resist the rainbow sword light. However, even if they managed to block the rainbow sword light, they still suffered heavy injuries. The weaker ones spurted blood from their mouths, and even the stronger ones had their faces alternating between green and white. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Duan Lingtian's figure changed several times, and every time he changed, he would appear in front of a greater one-sect disciple. In less than 10 breaths of time, the remaining supreme first-sect disciples, whether they did not have the time to defend themselves or those who reacted in time, were all killed by Duan Lingtian's sword without exception. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was holding a sword in his hand, a sword that was intertwined with 7 colors. Chapter 38-49. From the time that the greater one-sect disciples surrounded Duan Lingtian to the time that Duan Lingtian completely annihilated them, the whole process was in fact less than 10 breaths of time. Of the 20 greater one-sect disciples, apart from those who died for unknown reasons, the remaining people could be said to have experienced great joy and great sorrow in these 10 breaths of time. Originally, they all thought that they were lucky to have encountered Duan Lingtian. They all felt that, with their combined strength, as long as they restricted Duan Lingtian's teleportation, they would definitely be able to kill Duan Lingtian and obtain the 200,000 contribution points the sect master had set as a reward. Of course, this was because they still did not know that the reward for Duan Lingtian had risen from 200,000 contribution points to 300,000 contribution points. All this was because Duan Lingtian's high-level God King cultivation base had been revealed, and these 20 greater one-sect disciples had already entered the battlefield of God Kings to search for Duan Lingtian before that. At first, they were overjoyed, thinking that 200,000 contribution points were within their reach. But later, after witnessing the scene of Duan Lingtian killing so many people in an instant, they realized how naive they were. Duan Lingtian was even more terrifying than the rumors. In fact, the real Duan Lingtian, compared to the rumors, was simply a demon. At least that was what they thought. They did not want to face this demon who made them unable to arouse any fighting spirit. They only had one thought, and that was to escape from this demon-controlled land. However, in the end, they were unable to escape and all remained here. The harvest is not bad. Although there is nothing that I want, there are a lot of divine stones and divine crystals. Duan Lingtian put away the relics left behind by the 20 Greater One Sect disciples. 20 storage rings that did not self-destruct, as well as the divine weapons that they used, which were basically all high-grade divine weapons. In total, there were close to 20 of them. Of course, the most important thing is still these 20 identity badges. These are all battle merits. After putting away the storage rings and high-grade divine weapons, Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand, and the identity badges of the 20 Greater One Sect disciples that he killed in the Emperor battle plane appeared in his hands. The battle merits of the Emperor battle plane must be exchanged with these identity badges. Naturally, since there were many things he wanted to exchange for in Peace City, he needed a lot of battle merits as well. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not think much of the battle merits he could obtain from the 20 Supreme Sect's identity badges. Let's continue. I hope that the following Greater One Sect disciples can give me some pressure. Otherwise, it won't have much effect on my cultivation. Furthermore, if they are strong enough, I won't be able to use my full strength if I don't have the confidence to keep them all here. Thinking of the previous scene, Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head. The reason why everything went so smoothly was mostly because those people were too weak, so he had full confidence in keeping them here. Therefore, he did not intend to keep his strength. In any case, in the battlefield of the Divine Kings, it was very private. As long as no one deliberately recorded the floating image pearl, no one would discover his true means. Of course, if the supreme experts who set up the formation of the battlefield of the Divine Kings wanted to, they would definitely have seen the scene just now. But even if they saw it, it was nothing. Could it be that an utmost powerful being would kill you just because you were talented and had a good comprehension ability? He was thinking too much. In the eyes of the supreme experts, no matter how talented an existence was, as long as they did not become supreme experts, they were like ants, unable to withstand a single blow and not worth mentioning. However, this group of Greater One Sect disciples should have entered the battlefield of the Divine Kings before the news of me becoming a high-level Divine King spread. Otherwise, they would not have dared to enter with so little strength. Recalling the scene just now and thinking of the strength of this group of Greater One Sect disciples, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess this point. Next, I should be able to encounter some stronger groups of Greater One Sect disciples, Duan Lingtian thought. Following that, Duan Lingtian continued to wander around the battlefield of the Divine Kings. The battlefield of the Divine Kings was different from the divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by the experts of the realms of gods. This was just a newly opened realm enveloped by a formation plate refined by the supreme experts. There were no treasures inside, and it was impossible for there to be any. This was the meat grinder between the two forces participating in the war of the supreme gods. It was the meat grinder between the two divine kings. In this place, either you killed your opponent or your opponent killed you. In this place, there were no grievances, good or bad people. Those who came here were either forced by the forces behind them and were driven here by the general trend, or they came here to train themselves. For example, the disciples of divine emperor-level sects like the Tianlong clan and Greater One Sect, when they were outside, ordinary forces would not dare to provoke them unless they were confident that they could keep them here without leaking any information. Otherwise, they would not easily take the risk. Further up, there were several top divine emperor-level forces in Tunglong province, and some divine emperor-level forces with divine emperor experts. The disciples of the Tianlong clan and Greater One Sect were not foolish enough to provoke them. In addition, there were few disputes of interest between them, so they lived in peace for many years. This created a peaceful scene, and at the same time, it made the disciples of divine emperor-level sects like the Tianlong clan and Greater One Sect lose some of their sharpness. Experts were born from fighting and fighting. The Tianlong clan and Greater One Sect had not produced a divine emperor expert for so many years. Although there was a limit to their talent and comprehension, the main reason was that their disciples were living too comfortably. Because of this, whether it was the War of the Supreme Gods, the War of the Supreme Gods, or the War of the Supreme Gods, it was never a showdown between experts. It was always a battle between disciples of different cultivation realms. This kind of showdown between factions would either not start, or if it started, it would affect the whole situation. No one could stay out of it. Although the divine spirit disciples of the Tianlong clan and Greater One sect did not need to enter the war of the supreme gods, how long could they live in peace? Generally, war of the supreme gods would last for many years. The shortest was 100 years, the longest was 1,000 years. If they could not break through to the divine king realm within a few decades, they might be kicked out of the sect, and if they stepped into the divine king realm, they would still have to enter the war of the supreme gods. Greater One City, the entrance to the war of the divine kings. Not only were there a group of God King disciples of the Greater One sect gathered here, but there were also a few elders of the Greater One sect. Their duty was to save the disciples of the Greater One sect when the people of the Sky Dragon sect came out to hunt them down. The fighting inside the war of the divine kings could be brought out. Some people who were suppressed and on the verge of death would also choose to escape from the war of the divine kings. At that time, their opponents would definitely pursue them relentlessly and would not give up until they killed them. Under such circumstances, it was very likely that they would kill their way out of the war of the divine kings. In the history of the realms of gods, there were many disciples of divine emperors who were killed by their opponents after escaping from the war of the divine kings. Of course, the opponents would not dare to chase too far after they left the war of the divine kings. At most, they would kill their opponents nearby and return to the war of the divine kings. This way, the opponents would not be able to follow them in. Of course, very few people dared to take such a risk a long time ago, because many people were killed by the opponents when they chased after their opponents. Crack, 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 crack. Following a series of crisp cracking sounds, the expressions of the Greater One sect elders standing guard at the entrance of the War of the Divine Kings in Greater One City changed drastically. Every Divine King disciple of Greater One sect who entered the War of the Divine Kings would leave their soul orbs here before they entered. The soul orbs of the members of each group would be placed together, and the corresponding name would be carved below the soul orbs. Currently, the 20 soul orbs that were placed together on a wooden shelf had all shattered within the span of 10 breaths. Kuener. The complexion of a Greater One sect elder changed dramatically, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He flew forward, staring at the fragmented soul bead on the wooden shelf engraved with the name Yuan Kuen. Because of his agitation, his body was violently trembling. Waves of terrifying divine energy swept out from his body, pressuring the other divine king disciples of Greater One sect who were present. They're all dead. Yuan Kuen is also dead. Yuan Kuen is Elder Zhang Yuhui's youngest disciple. He's Elder Zhang Yuhui's favorite disciple. Elder Zhang Yuhui, I wouldn't be able to accept it if he saw his disciple's soul orb shatter while he's on duty. 20 Godly King's disciples were killed. Did they encounter a large group of Godly King's disciples from the Sky Dragon sect? Could it be that they encountered Duan Lingtian? I remember. Yuan Kuen and his 20 people entered the Divine King battlefield before the news spread that Duan Lingtian was a higher Divine King. Although Duan Lingtian is a higher Divine King, Yuan Kuen and his 20 people aren't weak. Even if they encountered Duan Lingtian, they shouldn't be completely annihilated, right? Maybe. Duan Lingtian has his own group? Impossible. The Tianlong clan has already sent news that Duan Lingtian entered the Divine King battlefield alone. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the Tianlong clan's group was nearby when he encountered Yuan Kuen and his group and helped him kill them. The surrounding God King disciples whispered to each other as they voiced their own guesses. At this time, several Greater One sect elders who were also on duty spoke up to console Zhang Yuhui, who was also an inner sect elder of Greater One sect. My condolences, Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang, the Tianlong clan killed your disciple. Go back to the Divine King battlefield and kill the Tianlong clan's Divine King for revenge. Elder Zhang. Under the comforting words of the Greater One sect elders, Zhang Yue gradually recovered and said in a hoarse voice, "Everyone, I'm fine. The Divine King battlefield is a slaughterhouse. My useless disciple died in there because he was weak and unlucky." Of course, although he said this, The fire of hatred in Zhang Yuhui's eyes burned brighter and brighter. Chapter 3850. As the news of the battle at the entrance of Tai City spread, the people of Tai sect who were in Tai City were the first to receive the news, and they were all shocked. Soon, someone went out to deliver the news. At the same time, the Tianlong clan also received the news. Tai sect's team of 20 people, including many high-level god kings, was completely annihilated. Was it done by our Tianlong clan? Unlike the gloomy atmosphere on Tai sect's side, the Tianlong clan's side cheered after a brief moment of shock, and their morale was greatly boosted. Did any of our Tianlong clan's god kings die in the Battle of the God Kings? Soon, people began to pay attention to this point. Many people even went to the entrance of the Tianlong clan's God King battlefield, only to see that the soul orbs of the God Kings who entered were unscathed and had not shattered. None of our Tianlong clan's God Kings who entered the Battle of the God Kings died. No. Didn't Duan Lingtian go in? He didn't leave behind a soul orb? Leaving behind a soul orb doesn't seem to be mandatory. Most people who enter will leave behind a soul orb, but he didn't. It's obvious that he's confident in his own strength. Our Tianlong clan should have someone with Duan Lingtian's soul orb. Whether Duan Lingtian is alive or not, why don't we just ask them? Not long after, someone confirmed that Duan Lingtian's soul orb was unscathed from the White Dragon Elder Dongfang Yannian, who was on good terms with Duan Lingtian. For a moment, the Tianlong clan was completely sure none of the Tianlong clan's God King disciples who entered the Battle of the God Kings had died, and they were all safe and sound. While the Tianlong clan's morale was greatly boosted, the news also spread to Tai sect. For a moment, Tai sect was gloomy from top to bottom. 20 God King disciples had died, but not a single person from the opposing faction had died. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Tai sect, especially those disciples who had not yet entered the Battle of the God Kings. Their morale plummeted. Many people who had already decided to enter stopped in their tracks at this time. After we go in, will we follow in their footsteps? I don't want to die. Let's find a few more people to go in. It's safer with more people. Even if it takes longer to complete the minimum mission, I'll accept it. That's right. Let's find more people. I think that team is pretty good. They're also recruiting. Why don't we go over and join them? More and more people who entered the Battle of the God Kings to enter the Battle of God Kings to enter the Battle of the God Kings to enter the Battle of the God Kings. Occasionally a few teams as God Kings to God Kings were only God to enter the Battle of the God Kings to enter the Battle of the God Kings God. Whether it was Tai sect or the Tianlong clan, there were actually many people who had stagnated in the God King realm. However, because most of them were too old, they had been in closed-door cultivation and rarely appeared in front of others. Therefore, many of the younger generation disciples had never seen them or even known of their existence. Because of this, whether it was the people of the Greater One sect or the Sky Dragon sect, there were many new faces with extraordinary cultivation bases in the Emperor battle plane. Most of these people were high god kings. Of course, there was no lack of low and middle god emperors. These people, because facing the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation was already very difficult for them, so they were usually in closed-door cultivation in order to break through. The opening of the God King's battle plane this time was the greatest opportunity for them, so no one was willing to miss it. Therefore, among them, except for some who were at a critical juncture in their cultivation, the rest all entered the God King's battle plane. Low and middle God Emperors entered the battlefield of the God Kings. High God Kings entered the battlefield of the God Kings. Duan Lingtian did not know that the 20 Tai sect disciples he killed had caused a great disturbance outside. Now, he was continuing to wander around the battlefield of the God Kings, looking for Tai sect disciples. 100 Tai sect disciples. If I go back on my words, I'm afraid I will be laughed at by the people of Tai sect. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. Duan Lingtian did not encounter a second batch of Tai sect disciples, and not to mention groups of Tai sect disciples, he did not even encounter a single Tai sect disciple. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that the probability of encountering a single Tai sect disciple was not higher than encountering a group of Tai sect disciples. Because, Before he said that he would kill 100 Tai sect disciples in the God King's battle plane, there should not be many Tai sect disciples who entered the God King's battle plane. On this day, Duan Lingtian, as usual, was flying over a mountain range on the battlefield of the God Kings. All along, he could be said to be swaggering. If someone from Tai sect found him, they would definitely not let him go. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. His ears twitching, Duan Lingtian disappeared in a flash, and when he reappeared, he was already very far away. After a few teleportations, Duan Lingtian appeared in the sky above a grassland. At this moment, in the void in front of him, there were two groups of people fighting fiercely, and one side obviously had the upper hand. Retreat. A middle-aged man wearing the identity badge of a high god king of the Tianlong clan suddenly shouted. Suddenly, a group of Tianlong clan disciples retreated. They were already at a disadvantage, and now that they wanted to escape, they were naturally more passive. Haha, all of you stay. A young man wearing the identity badge of a high god king of the Tai sect laughed loudly, and the 7-feet-long spear in his hand shook the void. Suddenly, a dazzling spear light appeared and streaked across the sky. The terrifying golden light, emitting waves of incomparably fierce aura, swept straight towards a mid-god king of the Tianlong clan. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian flashed and teleported in front of the mid-god king of the Tianlong clan, whose face was filled with despair. He casually raised his hand, and the high-grade divine sword released a dazzling sword light, and a devastating spatial storm blocked the incoming spear light. Phew, the Tianlong clan disciple, who had luckily escaped death, breathed a sigh of relief, and when he looked at the purple figure in front of him again, he repeatedly "Thank you for saving my life, senior brother." In this place, only a fellow disciple of the Tianlong clan could save him. At the same time, many Tianlong clan disciples cried out in surprise. It's Duan Lingtian. It really is Duan Lingtian. The eyes of the Tianlong clan group lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian. Pill Master Duan. The middle-aged man who was clearly the leader of the Tianlong clan group, in addition to wearing the Tianlong clan's High God King badge unique to the Emperor battle plane, also had a Tianlong clan deacon identity badge hanging from his waist. At this moment, he was looking at Duan Lingtian with a pleasantly surprised expression. The spoils of war, I want half of their identity badges. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and said calmly. Although the strength of the Tai sect disciples in front of him was clearly stronger than the team he had destroyed a few days ago, if he attacked with all his strength, he was still confident that he could wipe them all out. But now, in addition to a group of Tai sect disciples, there was also a group of Tianlong clan people present. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he naturally couldn't completely reveal his strength, unless he also silenced the group of people from the Sky Dragon sect. Okay, the middle-aged man nodded immediately. The moment Duan Lingtian spoke, he understood the meaning of Duan Lingtian's words. Okay. At the same time Duan Lingtian responded, the sword in his hand shook, and a space storm instantly disturbed the surrounding space, making it impossible for the Tai sect disciples who were proficient in space laws to escape by teleportation. Kill them. At the same time, the middle-aged man who was the leader of the Tianlong clan group, a deacon of the Tianlong clan, suddenly let out a soft cry. In an instant, the group of Tianlong clan disciples attacked. Just now, they were fleeing. But now, with Duan Lingtian as their backup, they were like injected with chicken blood, as if they wanted to return the humiliation they had suffered to the Tai sect group. The group of Tai sect disciples, as soon as they learned of Duan Lingtian's identity, were staring at Duan Lingtian with glowing eyes. Duan Lingtian was worth 300,000 contribution points. Their total contribution points were less than 300,000. As long as they could kill Duan Lingtian, even if it was divided equally, each of them could get more than 10,000 contribution points. Of course, a moment later, when they realized that Duan Lingtian was not alone, and that there was also a group of people from the Tianlong clan, they suddenly sobered up, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. The moment they sobered up, Duan Lingtian had already interfered with the surrounding space. Not good. By the time the people of Tai sect came to their senses, The people of the Tianlong clan, including the outer sect deacon, had already attacked the people of Tai sect without holding back. They were even fighting with a risking their lives style. And the people of Tai sect, while passively resisting and defending, did not fight back because they were now very nervous. They were confident that they could keep some of the disciples of the Tianlong clan. But, in terms of strength, they were not much worse than them. But now, the other side had Duan Lingtian as their backup. Gather. Let's go together. Even if they have Duan Lingtian, do they still want to stop us from leaving? A high-level god king of Tai sect said coldly. And the moment the others heard his words, their eyes lit up. I don't know about the others, but I think I can still stop your footsteps. The moment this voice reached everyone's ears, they saw a purple figure appear in front of the high-level god king of Tai sect who was giving orders just now. And the purple figure casually landed a palm on his body, and a terrifying space storm condensed sword light penetrated his body, causing his body to shatter in the blink of an eye. The bloody mist scattered with the wind, hitting the faces of the nearby disciples of Tai sect, dazzling and eye-catching. Run! Run! The remaining disciples of Tai sect were originally preparing to gather, but now that Duan Lingtian had killed their commander, they were suddenly in complete chaos, like a plate of loose sand. Chapter 38:51. The group of Greater One Sect disciples were now not only like a plate of loose sand, but also had no fighting spirit and had no intention of fighting with the Tianlong clan disciples. Therefore, they were soon completely passive. Even though later, some people saw their companions being killed and began to fight desperately, it was already too late. The Tianlong clan disciples had already killed many Greater One Sect disciples, and the number of Tianlong clan disciples left was far greater than the number of Greater One Sect disciples that were still alive. Then, with the advantage of numbers, coupled with the imposing manner of the Tianlong clan disciples, the Greater One Sect disciples were quickly slaughtered. Naturally, during this process, there were a few disciples from the Supreme Sect who almost escaped. It was Duan Lingtian who made his move at the critical moment and killed them. From the Tianlong clan disciples taking the lead to attack to the end, it took at most 20 breaths of time. After more than 20 breaths of time, everything was settled. The Greater One Sect disciples were all wiped out. On the side of the Tianlong clan disciples, only a few people were injured, and they were only minor injuries. Alchemist Duan, if it weren't for you, even if some of us could escape, many of us would have died. The leader of the 23-people team from the Tianlong clan, a middle-aged man who was the outer sect deacon of the Tianlong clan, bowed to Duan Lingtian to express his gratitude. Thank you for your help, Alchemist Duan. Thank you, Alchemist Duan. Thank you, Senior Brother Duan. As the middle-aged man bowed to Duan Lingtian to express his gratitude, the rest of the people also bowed to Duan Lingtian to express their gratitude. You don't need to thank me. I didn't do it for nothing. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said. At this time, under the middle-aged man's signal, the several Tianlong clan disciples who were responsible for collecting the spoils of war just now handed over all the spoils of war to the middle-aged man. There were 28 storage rings and 32 high-grade divine tools. Alchemist Duan, we don't know what's in these storage rings. You can blindly choose 14 of them. As for these 32 high-grade divine artifacts, Pill Master Duan, you can choose 16 of them. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and said. Before Duan Lingtian could respond, he looked at the others and asked, You guys don't have any objections, right? Hearing this, everyone hurriedly shook their heads. Naturally, they had no objections to this. Even if there were a few people who felt that Duan Lingtian was asking for too much, it was just a thought in their hearts. If they said it out loud at this time, they would definitely become the target of public criticism. The gains would not make up for the losses. Moreover, if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian's help today, they wouldn't have gotten any benefits and might even have lost some of their lives here. All in all, even if the Duan Lingtian took half of the spoils, they still profited. Let's work together again in the future. Duan Lingtian casually gestured with his hand and put away his portion of the spoils. After that, he left behind a few words, and before everyone could recover from their shock, he'd already teleported and vanished on the spot. When everyone came back to their senses and looked around, they could no longer see any trace of Duanling Tian. At this time, the deacon of the outer sect spoke up. Find a place to rest and recover, then head back. Try your best to intercept and kill some greater one sect disciples nearby. With this harvest, we're not far from completing the minimum mission. As for the others, they naturally had no objections. Of course, in their private conversations, the topic never left Duanling Tian. Do you think Duanling Tian can break through and become a god emperor before 10,000 years old? God emperor? Aren't you thinking too much? He's only a higher divine king now, right? Don't forget, he's not even 3,000 years old. This time, 28 greater one sect disciples have died, but not a single one of our Tianlong clan has died. I'm afraid it'll cause quite a stir outside. A Tianlong clan disciple said with a smile, and his words also received the approval of the others. That's natural. However, since no one on our side has died, the greater one sect spies in our Tianlong clan have to send the news back. Haha, I suddenly feel that it's a good thing that the greater one sect has planted a spy in our Tianlong clan. Otherwise, I'm really worried that the greater one sect won't know that 28 of their disciples have died, but not a single one of our Tianlong clan has died. That's right. I used to think that if I knew who the greater one sect spy was, I definitely wouldn't let him go. But now, I suddenly feel that the greater one sect spy doesn't seem so annoying anymore. At this moment, the disciples of the Tianlong clan did not know that just a few days ago, 20 greater one sect disciples had died in the battlefield of divine kings, and at that time, not a single person of the Tianlong clan had died. For the people of the greater one sect, they already had experience. However, even though they had experience, when the elder on duty at the entrance of the greater one sect's stronghold of the greater one sect in the Emperor battle plane discovered that the 28 soul beads that were placed together had all shattered, his expression changed greatly. Another 28 divine kings have died. Heavens! These people, they seem to be in a team? Were they all wiped out? How many people of the Tianlong clan have died? Greater One City was in an uproar. Greater One Sect was in an uproar. And with the news from the Tianlong clan that no one from the Tianlong clan had died, many of the Greater One Sect's higher-ups almost vomited blood in anger. But the Greater One Sect master's side was strangely quiet. Although the sect master's side was quiet, the people of the Greater One Sect understood that this was just the calm before the storm. As expected, 3 days later, the Greater One Sect master ordered that all the disciples of the divine kings who had not yet entered the Emperor battle plane, regardless of their cultivation base, were to form a team. To be more precise, they were to form a team similar to an army. And the leaders of this team, the Greater One Sect master personally named 3 people. 2 of them were core disciples of the Greater One Sect, and 1 was an outer sect deacon of the Greater One Sect. These 3 people were all outstanding higher god emperors of the Greater One Sect, and it just so happened that they had not yet entered the God King battlefield. Immediately, a huge team of over 100 people from the Greater One Sect entered the Emperor battle plane in a grandiose manner. The Greater One Sect master ordered this Greater One Sect's team of over 100 God Kings. If they do not kill all the people of the Tianlong clan, none of them are allowed to leave the God King battlefield. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. In the team of over 100 God Kings, although the majority of them were not willing to be controlled like this, they had no choice but to face the situation. After entering the God King battlefield, not to mention killing the enemy, even if it was to survive, they had to risk their lives. The Greater One Sect master ordered that the remaining disciples of the Greater One Sect who have not yet entered the God King battlefield to form a team of over 100 people, led by 3 outstanding higher God Kings, and enter the God King battlefield to slaughter the disciples of the Tianlong clan. When this news was passed back to the Tianlong clan was also in turmoil, especially the group of God King disciples who had not yet entered the God King battlefield. They were all in danger. Some of them even entered the Emperor battle plane at the first moment, preparing to join a few others to enter the God King battlefield before the Greater One Sect master gave the order. This way, they could come out whenever they wanted. They were all worried that the Greater One Sect master of the Tianlong clan would also give the same order as the Greater One Sect master. They formed a large team of God Kings, and were not allowed to come out until they had killed 100 greater one-sect disciples. However, their actions were still too late in the end. The entrance to the God King battlefield in Sky Dragon City was sealed, and no one was allowed to enter. The Greater One Sect Master has ordered that the entrance to the God King battlefield be temporarily sealed. All God King disciples who have not yet entered the God King battlefield are to form a team and enter the God King battlefield to kill the Greater One Sect disciples. As long as they kill 100 people, everyone in this team will be considered to have passed the minimum mission for the past 3 years. If anyone dares to desert, as long as they are reported and confirmed, not only will they be sentenced to death, but they will also implicate their blood relatives. The Tianlong clan did not say that the God King disciples who had formed a large team to enter the God King battlefield could not leave until they had killed 100 people. Instead, they took out a practical reward for them. In addition, they also added a ruthless sentence to make this large team iron plate, and no one dared to desert. Kill. Soon, the Tianlong clan formed a team of over 100 God Kings and majestically rushed into the God King battlefield with murderous intent. There were 2 people in charge of this team. One of them had joined the Tianlong clan with Duanling Tian. She was Miss Seven from the 10,000 Flower Valley, a God King level sect. She was also the daughter of Shui Haichuan's old friend. Coincidentally, she had not entered the God King battlefield yet. 7th junior sister, if there's any danger, come to my side. I'll protect you. The person who led this group of 100 people with 7th young lady was a young man in embroidered clothes. The young man was thin and slender, and his appearance could be considered handsome. However, his eyes were extremely dishonest. He sized up 7th young lady from top to bottom, causing 7th young lady to repeatedly frown. Miss Seven ignored the young man's good intentions. 7th junior sister, I heard that no one in the Tianlong clan has seen you remove your veil. I wonder when you plan to remove your veil? The young man in embroidered clothes was not angry when he saw Miss Seven ignoring him. Instead, he continued to blabber on. At this moment, the hundreds of God King disciples behind them who had quieted down could not help but frown slightly. This was the person the sect had found to lead them? Shut up. Finally, Miss Seven could not take it anymore. She said coldly, Don't talk to me if there's nothing serious. If you keep talking, I'll pluck your tongue out. If you keep looking around, I'll dig your eyes out. Miss Seven's sudden outburst shocked everyone. Although he had long heard of this 7th young lady, wasn't she always known for being gentle and beautiful? She actually had such a strong side? The young man in embroidered clothes did not mind. A bright smile still hung on his face as he said, 7th junior sister, if you want to pluck my tongue out and dig my eyes out, you'll have to be stronger than me. You want to try? Miss Seven's voice turned cold. At the same time, she stopped moving. The moment the young man in embroidered clothes stopped moving, the team of 100 also stopped at the entrance of the God King battlefield. Chapter 3852. The young man in embroidered clothes was called Hui Yuan. He was the grandson of one of the Black Dragon elders in the Heavenly Dragon sect. He was also one of the Azure Dragon disciples in the Heavenly Dragon sect. He was only 9,000 years old, but he was already an outstanding superior divine king. Before Duanling Tian appeared, only a few people below the divine emperor level in the Tianlong clan could fight him to a draw. No one could defeat him. Because of this, Hui Yuan was not afraid of Miss Seven. Also, Hui Yuan was a lecherous man. He had no resistance against good-looking women. For example, he had pursued all the good-looking female disciples in the Tianlong clan. Among them, there were some who got pregnant by him, but he forced them to abort their children. Because of this, Hui Yuan's reputation in the Tianlong clan was not very good. Although Miss Seven had only been in the Tianlong clan for a few years, she had heard some female disciples mention Hui Yuan. When those female disciples mentioned Hui Yuan, they would frown and show disgust. 7th junior sister, if you want to spar with me, as your senior brother, I won't refuse. Hui Yuan was still smiling brightly. Senior brother who? At this time, a group of Tianlong clan disciples who were following behind could not stand it anymore. An inner sect disciple who was quite strong stepped forward and said with a slight frown, "We came here on a mission. If you and Miss Seven want to spar, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Now, if either of you is injured in the spar, you won't be the only ones who will suffer. We will suffer as well." As soon as the inner sect disciple spoke, a group of people immediately echoed his words. Not only were there people persuading Hui Yuan, but many others were also persuading Miss Seven. In the end, the two of them did not fight. Even Hui Yuan was afraid of angering the crowd. "Show some respect. Otherwise, I won't let you off even if I'm punished by the sect." The seventh young lady coldly swept a glance at Hui Yuan, causing the smile on Hui Yuan's face to become even more radiant. As his gaze shot out, waves of scorching flames burned within it. This woman was really arrogant. However, the more arrogant she was, the more interesting it was. If the woman was easy to get, it would be meaningless. Seventh junior sister, there will be a day when you will wish that I would take a few more glances at you. Hui Yuan grinned. "In your dreams." Miss Seven sneered disdainfully. At the same time, a purple figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. Ever since she had entered the Tianlong clan, other than Shui Haichuan, he was the only other person who had looked at her with a gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. They were both men, so why was there such a big difference? Sure enough, Mother was right. There were no good men in this world. Duan Lingtian continued to wander around the battlefield of the God Kings of the Tianlong clan ever since he worked with them to destroy the Supreme First Sect's team. During this process, he encountered a few more groups of God Kings from the Tianlong clan. In addition, he also encountered two disciples of the Supreme First Sect's God Kings. The two of them were together, and it was obvious that they had entered the battlefield of the Supreme First Sect after the opening of the Emperor Battle Plain. When Duan Lingtian discovered these two disciples of the Supreme First Sect, a team from the Tianlong clan had also discovered them. They wanted to compete with Duan Lingtian, but in the face of Duan Lingtian's profound teleportation, they were still half a beat too slow. Duan Lingtian successfully obtained the spoils of war left behind by the two Supreme First Sect disciples and left. The people from the Tianlong clan could only shake their heads and sigh at their bad luck. They had not discovered the two people first and were responsible for killing them. As for the fact that Duan Lingtian had killed the two of them first, they did not say anything even though they were a little unwilling. Not to mention Duan Lingtian's extraordinary status in the Tianlong clan, Duan Lingtian's current strength was so strong that they may not be able to do anything to him. Really unlucky to encounter Duan Lingtian. If it weren't for Duan Lingtian, those two people would have been our prey. Even after many days, there were still many people from the Tianlong clan who had been robbed by Duan Lingtian. Of course, the reason they were complaining was because it was too boring. Ever since they were devoured by Duan Lingtian, they had not encountered a single Greater One Sect's disciple. Have all the Greater One Sect's disciples gone into hiding? Even if it's a lone Supreme First Sect disciple, we don't mind. Can't one appear? It feels like our luck ran out that day, and the prey of that day has not been hunted by us. A group of people broke through the air. While they were bored, many people also began to communicate. In a few words, they were all complaining about why they had not encountered a Supreme First Sect disciple for so many days. And perhaps their prayers had worked. 10 days later, they finally encountered a Supreme First Sect disciple. A lone Supreme First Sect disciple. This Supreme First Sect disciple was standing over a dangerous peak in a mountain range, watching them from afar. Until they approached and surrounded him, there was still no movement. It was like he was stupid. The few of you who are good at the law of space, disrupt the space, lest he is good at the law of space and teleport away. The leading disciple of the Tianlong clan bluntly ordered. Suddenly, the several people of the Tianlong clan who were good at the law of space began to disrupt the surrounding space, making it impossible for the people in the surrounding space to teleport. At this moment, the 32 disciples of the Tianlong clan were almost standing in all directions, surrounding the Supreme First Sect disciple in front of them. This Supreme First Sect disciple, dressed in a snow-white robe, had a handsome face. Facing the disciples of the Tianlong clan surrounding him, there was still a calm expression on his face. A moment later, When the divine power of many Tianlong clan disciples was rising, ready to move, the supreme first sect disciple opened his mouth, his tone cold and indifferent. If you can provide the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian, I won't kill you. These words stunned all the disciples of the Tianlong clan. A moment later, the crowd came back to their senses. When they looked at the supreme first sect disciple again, there was a change in their eyes. There was more fear and concern. Under normal circumstances, encountering such an insolent person, they would certainly think the other party was arrogant. But now, seeing that the other party had not changed his expression from beginning to end, and when he spoke, there was not the slightest sign of lack of confidence. In their minds, a name flashed almost at the same time. You are Shimin Longxiang? When the leading disciple of the Tianlong clan looked again at the white-clothed youth in front of him, his face was incomparably solemn. Although he was one of the best among the upper god kings of the Tianlong clan, except for Duan Lingtian, he did not think that there was anyone in the god king realm who could defeat him. But, in the face of Shimin Longxiang, he still had to be wary. 1,000 years ago, when Shimin Longxiang was only a middle god king, he had defeated all the god kings of the Tianlong clan below the god emperor realm, and there was no lack of people who were not weaker than him. In other words, in a one-on-one fight, the Shimin Longxiang of 1,000 years ago may be able to defeat him now. And now, 1,000 years had passed, and with Shimin Longxiang's talent, there was almost no suspense in breaking through to the upper god king realm. In addition, the other party's comprehension was not bad, and perhaps his attainments in the law of wind had deepened. Shimin Longxiang. In fact, the group of Tianlong clan disciples present, when the white-clothed youth calmly threatened them, had vaguely guessed the other party's identity from his clothes. Shimin Longxiang, the top genius of the younger generation of the Greater One sect, liked to wear white, had a handsome appearance, sword-like eyebrows, and a superior temperament. The white-clothed youth in front of them matched all of them. Coupled with his unquestionable confidence, they all felt that the person in front of them was most likely Shimin Longxiang of the Greater One sect.
Yes.
The white-clothed youth, Shimin Longxiang, raised his head and glanced indifferently at the leading disciple of the Tianlong clan. If you want to live, provide Duan Lingtian's current whereabouts. If you can't provide it, or don't know, then this will be your burial ground. Shimin Longxiang's voice fell, and his tone was still indifferent, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. The faces of the people of the Tianlong clan changed. Shimin Longxiang, the leading disciple of the Tianlong clan, had a gloomy and ugly expression. I know you're very strong, and we even gathered so many people to join forces because we know you've entered the battlefield of the Divine King. But if you think you can kill us all by yourself, I'm afraid you're dreaming. You can either leave now or stay here. As the leading disciple of the Tianlong clan finished speaking, he raised his hand, and the group of Tianlong clan disciples surrounding Shimin Longxiang immediately stepped aside to make a path. If they could avoid fighting, they would rather watch Shimin Longxiang leave. After all, once they fought, even if they could defeat or even kill Shimin Longxiang, many of them would certainly die. This was not what they wanted to see. After all, no one knew who would die. Everyone was worried about themselves. I gave you a chance. Shimin Longxiang had no intention of leaving, but since you don't cherish it, then you can be buried here. As his voice fell, bursts of cyan aura wrapped around Shimin Longxiang's body and swept up. In the blink of an eye, it had formed a tornado emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. Some of the Tianlong clan disciples who were closer were oppressed by the aura and retreated repeatedly. Some of the disciples with lower cultivation were blown away by the oncoming wind. Those who did not resist were fine, as they moved with the wind. Those who resisted were basically injured, and blood wildly spurted from their mouths. Attack! Kill him! The leading disciple of the Tianlong clan shouted with a grave expression, High Divine Kings! All of you go forward and surround him. Attack with all your strength, don't hold back. Medium Divine Kings, interfere from behind. Kill him with all your strength. If we drag this out, we'll be defeated one by one. At that time, no one can think of leaving alive. If we fight with our lives on the line, there's still a chance of survival. If we cower, we'll definitely die. As the voice of the Tianlong clan disciple fell, he took the lead and rushed out. His momentum was like a rainbow, like a god of war. Chapter 38:53. The leader of the 30-man team of Tianlong clan took the lead as an example. Although the others were afraid, they knew that they had to do it at this time. They had to bite the bullet and go. Just as their leader said, if they fought with all their might, there might be a chance for many of them to survive. If they did not fight with all their might and became timid, it was very likely that they would be defeated one by one, leading to everyone being killed. No one knew if they would be among those who survived after fighting with all their might. However, they knew that if they were to be timid, all of them would only have a path of death. Kill. Fight with him. So what if it's Shimin Longxiang? Today, we will kill Shimin Longxiang and let the Tai sect know that their undefeated genius under the Divine Emperor level will also die in the hands of our Tianlong clan disciples after entering the battlefield of the Divine Kings. The 30-man team of the Tianlong clan, including the few Tianlong clan disciples who were still interfering with the space, attacked one after another at this time to kill Shimin Longxiang. Divine weapons appeared in their hands, and the profound truths of the laws they were good at were integrated into their divine power. They burst out without holding back, and they did not dare to hold back. Whoosh! Whoosh! Waves after waves of powerful energy whistled out, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Looking from afar, it was as if they had covered the sky and covered the sun. Boom! Boom! The terrifying power formed a colorful torrent that exploded in the sky, and then like a tide, gathered in the middle of the encirclement. The torrent surged to the sky, and all of them gathered at one point, as if there was a vortex in the center that was constantly swallowing the surrounding water. I, Shimin Longxiang, have not fought since I stepped into the upper Divine King level. In the face of the thunderous attack of the Tianlong clan people, the white-clothed youth in the center of the storm spoke again, his tone still indifferent. Today, I will use the blood of you Tianlong clan disciples as a sacrifice to the sword in my hand. Arrogant! As soon as Shimin Longxiang's voice fell, many Tianlong clan disciples shouted, today, you, Shimin Longxiang, will die without a doubt. Kill him! Kill! The people of the Tianlong clan were all furious. No matter how strong Shimin Longxiang's strength was, he was only a divine king. Now, in just a few words, he actually treated them, a group of divine kings, as his subordinates. How could they not be furious? Do you really think that you, Shimin Longxiang, are invincible after becoming a high-level divine king? Among us, there are more than 15 high-level divine kings. While the heavenly dragon sect's disciples were enraged and attacked Shimin Longxiang, the tornadoes around Shimin Longxiang turned into streaks of 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 streaks. Using the sword light as wind, it wrapped around his body. Then, Shimin Longxiang moved. Whoosh! 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 Shimin Longxiang's whole body was encircled by the sword aura. Shimin Longxiang leisurely walked out, his speed neither slow nor slow. He welcomed the joint attack of the disciples of the Tianlong clan. Then, the attack landed, but it was shattered by the sword light surrounding Shimin Longxiang's body. In the next moment, whoosh! Shimin Longxiang's figure suddenly accelerated as he charged out. At the same time, the sword light that had formed a tornado around his body raged out. Among the 7 disciples of the Tianlong clan, 3 of them had their flesh cut off, and the remaining 4 had half of their flesh cut off as well. The 3 of them died, their blood and bones falling from the sky, smashing into the ground between the mountains, turning into a pile of debris. The remaining 4 disciples were also on the verge of death. Whoosh! Shimin Longxiang's eyes widened as 2 sword rays shot out from his eyes and merged into one before it flashed past the heads of the 4 dying disciples of the Tianlong clan. A string of 4. In just a blink of an eye, the 4 severely injured disciples of the Tianlong clan who were on the verge of death were killed by Shimin Longxiang's soul attack. In fact, after becoming a god, one's soul would tend to liquefy. It was much more difficult to destroy one's soul compared to a soul battle between celestials in the Devata realms. For this reason, in the realms of gods, unless one's soul energy was much stronger than one's opponent's. One might not be able to kill one's opponent with a soul attack. Otherwise, one soul attack could only affect one's opponent at most. If the 4 disciples of the Tianlong clan were in their peak condition, it would be good enough if Shimin Longxiang's soul attack could affect one of them for a moment. Not to mention, it could be said that his soul attack had directly destroyed their souls. In fact, as long as Shimin Longxiang didn't launch his soul attack when they were seriously injured, weakened, and hadn't had the time to heal themselves, even if he had delayed for 1 or 2 breaths, waiting for their souls to stabilize, he wouldn't necessarily be able to kill any of them. Unfortunately, no one could have predicted the change in the battle. The remaining disciples of the Tianlong clan were more inclined to believe that Shimin Longxiang was able to achieve this because of his unique vision or luck. This heaven-defying prodigy from the Supreme E sect was someone whom several top god emperor forces in Tunglung province had sent out high-ranking officials to invite. They were willing to leave Tunglung province. Naturally, it was impossible for him to have survived until now by relying on luck. It was impossible for him to be lucky at this moment. Everyone, gather together. Join forces and fight him. Otherwise, we will be defeated by him one by one again. As the leader of the Tianlong clan spoke, more than 20 disciples of the Tianlong clan no longer surrounded Shimin Longxiang from all directions. They all flew out, gathered together, and faced Shimin Longxiang head-on. At this time, Shimin Longxiang was already standing in the distance, high in the air, calmly looking at the disciples of the Tianlong clan in front of him who had either failed to attack or retracted their attacks in time. More than 20 disciples of the Tianlong clan gathered together, looking at Shimin Longxiang with fear. They had not thought much of this heaven-defying prodigy from the Supreme E sect, but when they really faced him in a life-and-death battle, they deeply realized how terrifying he was. Shimin Longxiang. At this time, the leader of the Tianlong clan disciples spoke with an indifferent expression, his tone incomparably cold. Your strength is indeed very strong, beyond all of our expectations. I also believe that you have the ability to kill us. However, now that we are gathered together, even if you want to kill us, I'm afraid you will have to pay a big price. If you're injured, it will be difficult to resist the other teams of the Tianlong clan, or even Duanling Tian. Do you really want to fight with us here? At this moment, the palms of the Tianlong clan disciple were sweating. It was to the extent that beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. His strength was the strongest among this group of Tianlong clan disciples, and it was because of this that he could become the leader of this team and command them. Otherwise, who would listen to him? It was also because he was the strongest that his vision was better than the others, and he could see that Shimin Longxiang's strength was far more terrifying than the rumors. This had reached another level. Perhaps, some of the weaker lower divine emperors might not be able to defeat him. Even if they did not lose to him, it would be difficult to defeat him. However, Shimin Longxiang's response was to move again. Who? 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 When Shimin Longxiang moved again, the sword light that had formed a tornado around him disappeared, and the green wind raged all over his body. His figure swayed and turned into dozens of afterimages. Then, these dozens of afterimages attacked the group of Tianlong clan disciples, and it was difficult to distinguish which was real and which was fake. At least, this was what the group of Tianlong clan disciples thought. Only one is real. The others are fake. While the leader of the Tianlong clan disciples shouted to warn the others, Shimin Longxiang's dozens of afterimages had already approached the group of Tianlong clan disciples. However, even with the warning, when these Tianlong clan disciples saw the afterimages approaching and saw the lifelike face and figure of Shimin Longxiang, they could not help but attack. The group of people attacked, and the afterimages scattered and turned into nothingness. For a moment, they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, their expressions soon changed. This was because they discovered that the instant their tense nerves relaxed following the thunder-like attacks, waves of sharp auras swept over their heads. At this moment, even if they wanted to accumulate power to resist, it was already too late. A bunch of idiots. The leader of the Tianlong clan disciples was the only one in the group who did not attack. At this moment, he shouted loudly, and the power that he had been accumulating for a long time exploded, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball. The moment he escaped, a force completely formed by wind fell from the sky like a towering mountain and pressed down on the group of Tianlong clan disciples. Because these Tianlong clan disciples had just attacked with all their strength, it was difficult for them to accumulate power to resist the force falling from the sky again in a short period of time. Therefore, they were all submerged by this force. The leader of the Tianlong clan disciples, who had already fled far away, could not help but turn his head to take a look. With just a glance, his eyes were about to burst. More than 20 Tianlong clan disciples, who were still alive a moment ago, were now pressed down by the hurricane falling from the sky. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and a bloody mist drifted in the air. In the end, the originally lively aura of life was completely annihilated. They were all dead. Run! Without any hesitation, the leader of the Tianlong clan disciples felt his heart palpitate, and he hurriedly fled into the distance. Light burst out from his body, and he exerted all his strength. Your strength is not bad. However, if you want to escape from under my nose, it's still impossible. As the leader of the Tianlong clan disciples heard an indifferent voice, in the next moment, when he reacted and attacked, two cyan sword rays. One pierced his forehead from the back of his head, and the other pierced his heart from behind. His soul was extinguished. His heart was shattered. In the next moment, the leader of the Tianlong clan disciples followed in the footsteps of his companions and died. At the same time, whoosh! A figure wearing clothes whiter than snow appeared. Shimin Longxiang had killed more than 30 people in a row, but the white clothes on his body were still as pure as snow, without a speck of dust or even a trace of blood. Chapter 3854. Ever since they learned that dozens of people from the Tianlong clan had died, while no one from their side had died, the people of the Tianlong clan who were outside the battlefield of the God Kings felt very relieved. You Greater One sect, you dare to challenge our Tianlong clan to an emperor battle. Now, do you regret it? However, at the entrance of the battlefield of the God Kings in Sky Dragon City, more than 30 soul beads were all shattered. The faces of the Tianlong clan elders on duty changed greatly, and at the same time, they felt their scalps go numb. Something big has happened. Although the several Tianlong clan elders on duty were very unwilling to believe that everything in front of them was true, and did not want to spread the news, they knew that this kind of thing could not be concealed. Not long after, the people of the Tianlong clan who were originally incomparably excited and ridiculing the Greater One sect were all speechless. A team of 30 people was wiped out? How many people died on the Greater One sect's side? Many people of the Tianlong clan began to pay attention to this question. However, when the news came back from the Greater One sect, they were all dumbfounded. During the time when the 30 people of the Tianlong clan were wiped out, the Greater One sect did not lose a single person. In fact, for several days, no one from the Greater One sect had died. For a time, there was a dead silence in the Tianlong clan. However, at the same time, there were people who could not help whispering. Could it be that they met Shimin Longxiang of the Greater One sect? A team of 30 people, and led by Wang Feng. Wang Feng's strength can also be ranked in the top echelon among the God Kings of our Tianlong clan. That is, if we don't count Duanling Tian. Shimin Longxiang alone was not enough to wipe them out, right? Perhaps, with the help of other people from the Greater One sect, plus Shimin Longxiang, more than 30 God King disciples of our Tianlong clan were wiped out. That should be the case. This news was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Tianlong clan. For a time, no one talked about the Greater One sect's Divine King disciples being wiped out twice. Unlike the Tianlong clan, the Greater One sect, which was originally filled with worry, seemed to have been swept away in an instant with the news that the 30 God King disciples of the Tianlong clan had been wiped out and that no one from the Greater One sect had died. It must be Shimin Longxiang. The people of the Tianlong clan were mocking our Greater One sect before. Now, they won't mock us anymore, right? Does that Tianlong clan really think that they're the only ones who can wipe out our God King's disciples? Our Greater One sect also has such people. Haha. This time, it's really satisfying. In order to celebrate the annihilation of the 30 God Kings of the Tianlong clan, your father will go to the God Emperor battlefield and kill several God Emperors of the Tianlong clan. The intensity of the God Emperor battlefield spread to the ears of the Tianlong clan and Greater One Sect's God Emperor experts, and also stimulated the hidden passion in their bodies. For a time, many God Emperor experts of the two sects entered the God Emperor battlefield one after another. Seeing this scene, the elders on duty at the entrance of the God Emperor battlefield could not help shaking their heads and sighing. I'm afraid it won't be long before some God Emperors fall. The God Emperor battlefield has also begun. It won't be long before the Quasi-Emperor battlefield begins. Duan Lingtian knew nothing about what was happening outside. He was still searching for the Greater One Sect's disciples on the God King battlefield. I'm almost halfway to my goal. In the sky above a grassland, Duan Lingtian glanced at the identity badges of the Greater One Sect's God King disciples in his storage ring and sighed secretly. In fact, he had long felt bored and wanted to leave the God King battlefield. But, thinking of what he said in front of the Greater One Sect in Peace City, he immediately dismissed the idea of leaving. In order to not slap his own face, he must collect the identity badges of the 100 God King disciples of the Greater One Sect before he can leave. In the next few months, Duan Lingtian's luck was not very good. He encountered 3 more groups of Greater One Sect's God King disciples, and one of the groups had more than 30 people. Among the 3 teams, 2 of the weaker teams were forcefully crushed and annihilated by Duan Lingtian. As for the stronger group, in order to not let even one of them escape, Duan Lingtian began to show weakness, and then took the opportunity to kill more than 10 people in one breath, and then slaughtered the rest. The 3 groups gave Duan Lingtian more than 50 identity badges. Only 12 more. Duan Lingtian counted the identity badges of the Greater One Sect's God King disciples in his storage ring and found that there were already 88 badges. He only needed 12 more to reach 100. At that time, he could also leave. Continue. After another round of searching, Duan Lingtian found a large commotion in front of him half a month later. There are people fighting? And there seems to be a lot of people? In the God King battlefield, if there were people fighting, it would definitely be people of the Tianlong clan and the Greater One Sect. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and he approached. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw a large group of Heavenly Dragon Sect's disciples besieging more than 30 Supreme Sect's disciples in a lofty mountain range. The 2 groups had clearly just encountered each other, and no one had died for the time being. However, among the more than 30 Greater One Sect disciples, there were already many people injured, and a few of them were seriously injured. Miss 7? Soon, Duan Lingtian saw several familiar figures in the group of people in front of him. One of the familiar figures was Miss 7, who had participated in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition with him. As for the other people, they were also people who had participated in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition with him, but he did not recognize them. Perhaps during the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, someone had mentioned their names, but Duan Lingtian had long forgotten. Wang! A burst of golden blade light broke through the air, and the moment the sound of a blade rang in his ears, Duan Lingtian saw a Tianlong clan disciple who was seriously injured was killed by a blade. The person who attacked was a young man in embroidered clothes, and was also the strongest person among the Tianlong clan disciples that Duan Lingtian had seen. Perhaps even Miss 7 might not be his opponent. Azure Dragon Disciple. Duan Lingtian glanced at the identity token at the other person's waist. With just a glance, he saw a dragon engraved on it, and the dragon was inlaid with green jade. And this was the identity token of an Azure Dragon Disciple. Duan Lingtian had seen this identity token before. For example, Si Kong had one hanging on his waist. So it's an Azure Dragon Disciple. No wonder his strength is so strong. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, I'm missing 12 Greater One Sect disciple identity tokens, so I'll kill 12 people, the rest, I'll leave them. Duan Lingtian knew very well that even if he did not act, it would not be long before the 30 Greater One Sect disciples in front of him would die at the hands of a group of Tianlong clan disciples. His action could only be regarded as icing on the cake, and was different from before when he helped the Tianlong clan disciples in their hour of need. If he helped them in their hour of need, those people would not have any objections if he took more of the spoils. But icing on the cake was not necessarily the case. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not intend to directly attack and kill the Greater One Sect disciples. Before he acted, he must first inform the other party. At the very least, he must let the other party know of his existence. Otherwise, he really intended to steal the spoils. Who? Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared near Miss Seven. Of course, he could only appear in the vicinity. The space in front of him was disturbed by some of the people of the Tianlong clan who were proficient in the laws of space, so it was impossible to teleport. Duan Lingtian could only teleport to a nearby space that was not disturbed. The appearance of Duan Lingtian naturally attracted the attention of many people. Duan Lingtian? The seventh young lady noticed Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Miss Seven. Miss Seven, we meet again. Well, I didn't expect to see you here. Miss Seven smiled. And at this moment, the young man in embroidered clothes, who had killed another Greater One Sect disciple, was the Azure Dragon disciple Hu Yiyuan, who led the group of 100 Tianlong clan disciples with Miss Seven. In a flash, he came to Miss Seven's side, staring vigilantly at Duan Lingtian. He was vigilant, firstly because Miss Seven was friendly to Duan Lingtian, which was a treatment he did not receive. Secondly, because Duan Lingtian's appearance was likely to compete for the spoils of the Tianlong clan disciples. Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian? And at this time, the Greater One Sect disciples who had already fallen into a disadvantageous position and were somewhat defeated, when they learned of the identity of the purple-clothed inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan that had suddenly appeared, their complexions greatly changed. The vast majority of the Tianlong clan disciples, at this moment, revealed a look of despair. I want 12 Greater One Sect disciple identity badges. At the same time, Duan Lingtian spoke in a clear voice. These words were said to the group of Tianlong clan disciples present. Of course, the identity badges I want will only be obtained by killing them myself. I will not take the identity badges of the people you kill. As for their storage rings and divine tools, I will not take them. I only want their identity badges. As his voice fell, and without waiting for the Tianlong clan to respond, Duan Lingtian had already moved out like a ghost, heading straight for the nearest Greater One Sect disciple. This Greater One Sect disciple, just as he reacted, died under Duan Lingtian's sword. A Greater One Sect disciple identity badge was in his hand. Then, Duan Lingtian struck again, and the two Greater One Sect disciples nearby, in the blink of an eye, followed in the footsteps of the previous person and died. In the blink of an eye, 3 Greater One Sect disciple identity badges were in his hand. As for the 3 people's storage rings and divine tools, Duan Lingtian did not take them. What are you still doing? Kill. At this time, Hu Yiyuan, who had regained his composure, roared with an ugly expression, and at the same time his whole person turned into a golden light, heading straight for a Greater One Sect disciple. Although Hu Yiyuan was unwilling to agree to Duan Lingtian's words just now, but he also knew that Duan Lingtian's request was not excessive, at least in the group of Tianlong clan disciples present. Except for him, there should be no one who would have an opinion. So, even if he was unhappy, he did not say it out loud. But he still urged the others to kill the Greater One Sect disciples as soon as possible. As long as they killed the remaining Greater One Sect disciples as soon as possible, Duan Lingtian may not have the opportunity to get the 12 identity badges. After all, Duan Lingtian had just said that he would only take the identity badges of the Greater One Sect disciples he killed. Chapter 38:55. On the other side, Hu Yiyuan's momentum was like a rainbow as he charged towards a group of Greater One Sect disciples. As for the other Tianlong clan disciples, most of them were intercepting the Greater One Sect disciples, not allowing them to escape. However, they did not fight with their lives on the line. Even if the other side fought with their lives on the line, they would still retreat and open up some distance. What a joke. Now, with the addition of Duan Lingtian, even if they did not lose a single person, they could still take down these Greater One Sect disciples. Under such circumstances, why should they fight with their lives on the line? You, Hu Yiyuan, are strong and have the confidence to not die, but we don't. For this reason, After Duanling Tian killed the 12 Tai sect's disciples and snatched their identity badges, he continued to kill the other Tai sect's disciples. In the end, the few remaining Greater One sect disciples were killed by the numerous Tianlong clan disciples that swarmed over. In this battle, our Sky Dragon sect disciples killed 36 Greater One sect disciples without a single casualty. It's a great victory. After the battle was completely settled, a Tianlong clan disciple shouted excitedly. The remaining Tianlong clan disciples were also infected by him. They either laughed heartily or began to shout, "Great victory! Great victory!" At the same time, after obtaining the 12 identity badges that he wanted, Duanling Tian appeared in front of the 7th young lady in a flash. He nodded and smiled at her. "7th young lady, I've obtained what I wanted. I'll take my leave first." Although he did not know the relationship between 7th young lady and Shui Haichuan had told him to take care of 7th young lady if he had the chance. Since Shui Haichuan had personally asked, he naturally would not be unfriendly to 7th young lady. And 7th young lady responded, then asked, "You are preparing to leave the battlefield of the Divine Kings?" Before Duanling Tian could open his mouth, the Azure Dragon disciple Hui Yuan had unknowingly arrived not far from the 7th young lady. He stared at Duanling Tian with an unsightly expression and sneered, "Duanling Tian, didn't you boast in front of the people of the Greater One sect that you won't leave the Divine King battlefield if you don't kill 100 Greater One sect disciples? If you go out without fulfilling your promise, it's fine if you lose face, but I'm afraid you'll drag the sect down and embarrass us." As he spoke, Hui Yuan's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Yes, prepare to leave." Duanling Tian nodded at the 7th young lady before he glanced at Hui Yuan indifferently. However, he ignored Hui Yuan as he teleported and disappeared from his original spot in a flash. At the same time, he completely disappeared from the sight of the 100-man team of the Tianlong clan. 7th junior sister. At this time, Hui Yuan said to Miss Seven with an ugly expression, "You should stay away from this kind of untrustworthy person. Today, he can break his promise to others. Tomorrow he can break his promise to you." Miss Seven was the woman Hui Yuan had taken a fancy to, but she favored a young man who was more outstanding than him. This was unacceptable to him. Now, there was an opportunity to discredit the other party. He naturally would not miss it. Untrustworthy? The 7th young lady, who had not paid attention to Hui Yuan for a long time, swept a rare glance over Hui Yuan. "Don't you find it strange? Why did he say he only lacks 12 Greater One sect disciple identity badges? What is the use of the identity badges as spoils of war?" Miss Seven asked in reply. Without saying anything more, she moved to the side, no longer paying attention to Hui Yuan. When Hui Yuan heard her words, he thought for a while, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this time, the other disciples of the Tianlong clan who heard Miss Seven's words also had a grave expression on their faces, and more people's eyes were filled with disbelief. Duanling Tian, could it be that before we saw him, he had already obtained 88 Greater One sect Divine King disciple badges? Doesn't that mean he has already killed 88 disciples of the Greater One sect's Divine King? Now, he has gathered 100 people? So, he's going to go out? This can't be true, right? 100 Greater One sect Divine King disciples. Just thinking about it makes my scalp go numb. At the same time, at the entrance of the Greater One sect battlefield, the Greater One sect elder on duty saw more than 30 soul orbs shatter, and his expression changed again and again. Another team of 30 people has fallen. In the past year, almost 150 Greater One sect Divine King disciples have fallen, right? Yes. I received news a few days ago that although many people from the Tianlong clan have also fallen, but not more than 100 people. Our Greater One sect Divine King disciples have so many more people than the Tianlong clan? I just received news that more than 20 people from the Tianlong clan have died. The number of people who have died has also exceeded 100. On the Greater One sect side, following the fall of another team of 30 people on the Greater One sect battlefield, there was an uproar from top to bottom. Almost at the same time, the Tianlong clan had not completely recovered from the shock of the loss of a team of 20 people when they heard the news of 30 people from the Greater One sect dying. Let's see how many people from our Tianlong clan have died this time. Many people subconsciously thought that since more than 30 people from the Greater One sect had died, perhaps some people from the Tianlong clan had also died. However, they soon discovered that before and after the 30 people from the Greater One sect had died, no one from the Tianlong clan had died. In other words, the people from the Tianlong clan had killed more than 30 disciples of the Greater One sect, and not a single one had died. This was naturally a joyous occasion. For a moment, the people of the Tianlong clan who were originally in low spirits began to recover their spirits. After all, based on the current situation, the losses of the Tianlong clan were far less than the losses of the Greater One sect. Of course, these people basically did not have any relatives or disciples who had died in the Greater One sect battlefield. For those who had relatives or disciples who had died in the Greater One sect, it was difficult for them to be in a good mood no matter how many people from the Greater One sect had died. Someone else has come out. Now, it had been nearly a year since the opening of the Emperor battle plane. Many Divine King disciples of the Tianlong clan had completed the minimum mission and walked out of the Greater One sect battlefield. When these Divine King disciples learned of the cruel situation in the Greater One sect battlefield, they were aware that they were still alive and did not dare to rashly enter the Greater One sect battlefield again. However, although there were Divine King disciples who had walked out of the Greater One sect battlefield in the past, those who walked out were basically in groups of at least 20 people. But today, there was only one person who had walked out of the Greater One sect battlefield. I'm finally out. This time, I'll strive to break through to the Divine Emperor realm and then enter the Greater One sect battlefield to take a look. The Greater One sect's Divine King disciples can give me too few battle merits. If I want to exchange for what I want in Peace City, I'll have to kill the Greater One sect's Divine Emperors in the Greater One sect battlefield. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he walked out of the Greater One sect battlefield. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had just walked out, felt some gazes fall on him. At this time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the entrance of the Tianlong clan battlefield was not as lively as when he had first entered. There were only a few people left. Apart from a few sect elders on duty, there were only a few Divine King disciples standing to the side. It's Duan Lingtian. One of the Divine King disciples recognized Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian? I heard that he went in alone. To think that he came out alive. Duan Lingtian's strength is not ordinary. As long as he doesn't encounter 100 people from the Greater One sect, he should be able to come out alive. And with the size of the Greater One sect battlefield, it won't be easy to encounter 100 people from the Greater One sect. That's true. I wonder what Duan Lingtian's harvest was this time. He should have killed a few Greater One sect disciples. I just don't know how many he killed. Before Duan Lingtian entered the battlefield of God Kings, didn't he say he wouldn't come out unless he killed 100 Tai sect's disciples? If Duan Lingtian didn't say those words and the Greater One sect wasn't on guard, perhaps he really could have done it. But after he said those words, the Greater One sect's Divine King disciples formed groups one after another. It's almost impossible for him to accomplish that goal. Several Divine King disciples of the Tianlong clan whispered to each other. Although the several Tianlong clan elders on duty didn't say anything, they had the same thought in their hearts. After Duan Lingtian came out, he glanced at the people in front of him, and when he didn't find any familiar faces, he left and headed directly in the direction of Peace City. In the Emperor battle plane, if one wanted to use the identity badge of a sect's disciple to exchange for battle merits, one had to go to Peace City to do so. And the people in charge of handling this matter were people from several top God Emperor forces in Tunglong province. Duan Lingtian came out. Duan Lingtian just came out of the Divine King battlefield and went to Peace City immediately. Duan Lingtian should have gone to Peace City to exchange for battle merits with the other people who came out of the Divine King battlefield. After all, only by exchanging battle merits can one be considered to have completed the sect's minimum mission. Say, do you think Duan Lingtian only completed the minimum mission this time? Or did he kill many disciples of the Greater One sect? No one dares to recklessly say that. Then is it possible that he killed 100 Divine King disciples of the Greater One sect? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. As news of Duan Lingtian leaving the Divine King battlefield and going to Peace City immediately spread, more and more people went to Peace City to join in the fun. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had just arrived in Peace City, received a message. It was a message from Dongfang Yannian. Little Tian, you came out? Brother Yannian, you're pretty well informed, aren't you? Duan Lingtian smiled. Dongfang Yannian had specially entered Greater One City in the Emperor Battle Plain to find Duan Lingtian after learning that Duan Lingtian had come out. How was it? Did you get anything? Right now, they're all saying that it's impossible for you to complete the threat you made in front of the Greater One sect. Chapter 3856. Then what do you think, Brother Yannian? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile when he heard Dongfang Yannian's message. Haha, of course I have confidence in you, Dongfang Yannian laughed. Although we've only known each other for a few years, with my understanding of you, you probably won't take back what you've said so easily. Moreover, it hasn't even been a year since you entered the battlefield of God Kings, yet you've already come out. You must have fulfilled what you said, right? When Dongfang Yannian reached the end of his sentence, there was clearly a hint of probing in his tone. Brother Yannian, won't you find out once you make a trip to Peace City? Duan Lingtian did not point it out. He replied with a smile, then said nothing else. He headed towards the place where one could hand in their spoils of war and their badges and receive their battle merit. In the center of Peace City was a large hall called the War Achievement Hall. It was specifically for the disciples of the Tianlong clan and the disciples of the Greater One sect to exchange battle merit. This brat is still keeping me in suspense? In Skydragon City, Dongfang Yannian could not help but shake his head with a smile when he heard Duan Lingtian's message. Whatever. I'll make a trip to Peace City and join in the fun. As he mumbled to himself, Dongfang Yannian's figure blurred. He turned into a streak of light and headed straight for Peace City. At the same time, the number of people from the Tianlong clan heading to Peace City had clearly increased. In fact, the number of people from the Greater One sect heading to Peace City had increased as well. Everyone was going to watch the fun, and the fun they wanted to watch was the fun when Duan Lingtian exchanged battle merit. Peace City, War Achievement Hall. Before Duan Lingtian had even entered the War Achievement Hall, quite a few people had already recognized him. They followed behind him and pointed at him. Amongst these people were people from the Tianlong clan, as well as people from the Greater One sect. Right now, the people pointing at him were basically all from the Greater One sect. I advise you people of the Tianlong clan not to follow him into the War Service Hall. Otherwise, as disciples of the Tianlong clan, you will lose face along with Duan Lingtian. A Greater One sect disciple swept a glance over the group of Tianlong clan disciples and mocked. That's right. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't go in. Another Greater One sect disciple revealed a mocking smile. Your Tianlong clan's Duan Lingtian, before entering the God King battlefield, declared in front of our Greater One sect's elder Huang Yun and many fellow disciples that he would only come out after killing 100 people of our Greater One sect. This time, he came out less than a year after entering the battlefield of God Kings. Could it be that you think he's fulfilled his promise? You know, our Greater One sect's people who have been killed in the God King battlefield so far are less than 150 people. Less than 150 people. If 100 people were really killed by Duan Lingtian, then the other God Kings of your Tianlong clan are really trash. Of course, I don't think the other God Kings of your Tianlong clan are so trash. Unlike the clamoring of the Greater One sect group, the Tianlong clan group only frowned. A few of the more irritable ones began to curse at the Greater One sect disciples. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also entered the War Service Hall. And just as Duan Lingtian stepped into the War Service Hall, a respectful greeting suddenly came from outside the door. Elder Huang Yun, Elder Huang Yun, Elder Huang Yun, you've come. A middle-aged man with an ordinary face, sharp eyes, and a medium build slowly walked in from outside the War Service Hall amidst the exclamations. Moreover, as soon as he entered, he quickly stepped forward and blocked Duan Lingtian's path. Duan Lingtian paused and looked at the middle-aged man, who was the Greater One sect elder Huang Yun, and asked indifferently, You want to find trouble with Ping City? I'm going to exchange for battle merits. You're blocking my path. Are you trying to incite conflict? When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Humph! Sensing several cold gazes falling on him from within the war service hall, Huang Yun, who felt great pressure, hurriedly stepped aside to make way for Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he could not help but snort coldly. Then, as Duan Ling Tian stepped forward, he followed all the way, a mocking smile on his face. Duan Ling Tian, do you still remember what you said to me in the Divine Pill Hall of Peace City more than 10 months ago? You said that you would enter the battlefield of the Divine Kings and would not come out until you killed 100 of our Greater One Sect disciples. Now that you've come out of the battlefield of the Divine Kings, I wonder if you've accomplished what you said? If you haven't, then what you said to Duan Ling Tian is tantamount to fart. The promise that you, the number one person of the younger generation of the Tianlong clan, made is also in name only. Moreover, you're a disgrace to the Tianlong clan. Is this how the Tianlong clan teaches their disciples? Huang Yun sneered all the way, as if he was certain that Duan Ling Tian could not accomplish what he had said in the past. In the war service hall, although there were many disciples of the Tianlong clan, no one said a word. They looked at Duan Ling Tian's back with eyes full of doubt. In the depths of their hearts, they also did not believe that Duan Ling Tian could kill 100 Greater One Sect disciples in less than a year's time on the battlefield of the Divine Kings. It must be known that because of Duan Ling Tian's arrogant words, the Greater One Sect's Divine King disciples had all formed teams to enter the battlefield of the Divine Kings in order to prevent Duan Ling Tian from defeating them one by one. Later, the Greater One Sect even formed a team of 100 people to kill Duan Ling Tian. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian suddenly stopped. Then, he slightly tilted his head and glanced at Huang Yun. Suddenly, he cracked open his mouth, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. He smiled and said, "Say, if the elders and friends of those 100 Greater One Sect disciples knew that their deaths were all because of you, Huang Yun, how would they feel?" As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he walked toward one of the counters in the War Merit Hall. At this time, Huang Yun did not follow Duan Ling Tian. The mocking smile on his face was no longer there, replaced by disbelief. Then, he shook his head and said, "No, impossible, absolutely impossible." At the same time, Elder Dongfang Yannian, Elder Dongfang. As a series of greetings rang out from the entrance of the War Service Hall, the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, Dongfang Yannian, walked in. He glanced at Huang Yun indifferently and said, "I'm really curious. You, an inner sect elder of the Greater One Sect, indirectly caused the deaths of 100 Greater One Sect disciples. How will the Greater One Sect deal with you?" With that, Dongfang Yannian walked towards Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian took out 100 Greater One Sect disciple badges from his spatial ring in front of many people who had followed him. 100 exactly. The old man behind the counter counted the badges for the disciples of the Greater One Sect, then said in a clear voice, 21 Greater One Sect disciple badges for Greater One God King, 34 Greater One God King badges for Greater One God King, 45 Lesser One God King badges for Greater One God Sect disciples, 740 battle merits. As soon as the old man said that, the War Service Hall fell into a dead silence. Little Tian, amazing. At this moment, Dongfang Yannian had already arrived beside Duan Ling Tian. He grinned and gave him a thumbs up. At this moment, after a moment of deathly silence, an uproar broke out in the War Service Hall. Heavens! Duan Ling Tian really did it? He entered the battlefield of God Kings alone and killed 100 Greater One Sect disciples in less than a year? From what I know, when Duan Ling Tian came out, there were less than 150 Greater One Sect disciples who had died, right? Among them, 100 were killed by Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian is that strong? The Greater One Sect had specially formed groups to prevent Duan Ling Tian from killing them one by one. But now it seems that forming groups is meaningless against Duan Ling Tian. Terrifying. Too terrifying. In the War Service Hall, the group of Tianlong clan disciples were all shocked. and the Greater One Sect disciples who were originally arrogant did not say a word at this moment. Their faces were ugly, and many of them looked as if they had just eaten a fly. Of course, the one with the ugliest and palest complexion was the inner sect elder of the Greater One Sect, Huang Yun. Huang Yun's face was deathly pale. He could almost foresee what would happen to him if the elders of the 100 Greater One Sect disciples killed by Duan Lingtian knew that they were indirectly killed by him. Most likely, he would be killed as soon as he left the Greater One Sect. He naturally understood that it was difficult to offend the public. Moreover, he was only an inner sect elder in the Greater One Sect. There were many people he could not afford to offend. Ha 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 ha. Weren't you people of the Greater One Sect very arrogant just now? Can't say anything now? Weren't you mocking Duan Lingtian just now? Are you dumbfounded now? Elder Huang Yun of your Greater One Sect is really powerful. With just a few words, he killed 100 God King disciples of your Greater One Sect. This news, you have to quickly spread back. I'm really curious. What kind of expression will the other people of your Greater One Sect have when they hear this news? The Tianlong clan disciples who were mocked by the people of the Greater One Sect and did not have the courage to say anything were now full of confidence and had a déjà vu of serfs turning into landlords. And now, it was the group of people of the Greater One Sect who lowered their heads and did not say a word. And very soon, many people of the Greater One Sect left dejectedly. Huang Yun also attempted to leave with the crowd. And the moment Huang Yun stepped out of the war service hall, Duan Lingtian timely opened his mouth. Elder Huang Yun, I wish you good luck. These words almost made Huang Yun spit out blood. Then, Huang Yun's eyes were bloodshot, and he said through gritted teeth, I, Huang Yun, an inner sect elder of the Greater One Sect, will immediately enter the battlefield of the God Emperor and fight to the death with the God Emperor of the Tianlong clan. I will fight to the last drop of blood for the sect. Huang Yun knew that he had no other choice. If he were to leave the Emperor battle plane, then not only would he die, but his seniors, friends, and disciples would be implicated as well. Only by dying on the battlefield of the God Emperor battle plane, sacrificing himself for the sect, could he protect his elders, friends, and disciples. Chapter 38:57. Duan Lingtian, an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, had entered the battlefield of the Divine Kings for the first time and killed more than 100 Divine Kings from the opposing Greater One Sect. When the 100 badges of the Greater One Sect's Divine Kings were delivered to the War Service Hall of Peace City, the War Service Hall was not the only one who was shocked. When the news spread, the Tianlong clan and Greater One Sect were shocked as well. Unlike the joy of the Tianlong clan, Greater One Sect was filled with worry. This was especially true for the higher-ups of Greater One Sect, whose juniors confirmed that Duan Lingtian had killed. They were furious and wanted to find the inner sect elder, Huang Yun, who had infuriated Duan Lingtian and made Duan Lingtian boast that he would kill 100 Divine Kings from the Greater One Sect's Divine Kings. However, because Huang Yun had entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, as soon as he left Peace City and returned to Greater One City, they had nowhere to vent their anger. After Duan Lingtian had submitted the 100 badges of the Greater One Sect's Divine Kings, they were sent to Greater One City by the War Service Hall of Peace City and handed over to the Supreme Elder of Greater One Sect, who was in charge of Greater One City. When the benevolent-looking old man saw one of the badges, he let out a low growl from the depths of his throat. That was one of his most beloved grandsons. But now, he had died in the battlefield of the Divine Kings. Moreover, he had been killed by Duan Lingtian, an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan who had killed more than 100 Divine Kings. Senior brother. After the people from the War Service Hall of Peace City left, the old man left Greater One City and sent a message. Senior brother, let Long Xiang come out. It's meaningless for him to kill other disciples of the Tianlong clan in the battlefield of the Divine Kings. Why don't we let him come out and agree to a battle to the death with Duan Lingtian? Of course, if we are not confident, or if the Tianlong clan refuses, we will make an agreement with the Tianlong clan that Duan Lingtian and Long Xiang will not be allowed to enter the Divine King battlefield in the future. They will be forbidden from entering the battlefield. Although he hated Duan Lingtian, He knew that he couldn't attack the Duanling Tian in the Emperor battle plane. As for outside, it would be even more difficult to make a move against the Duanling Tian unless they were confident that they could kill the Duanling Tian without being discovered. The Greater One sect was the sect that had nurtured him and protected him for many years. Even though his grandson was important, the legacy of the sect was equally important. The disciples of the God Kings were the foundation of the sect in the future. If the sect continued to be slaughtered by Duanling Tian, unless the sect was able to produce a God Emperor expert who could lead the sect to a higher level and recruit more outstanding disciples. Otherwise, the sect would go downhill. This was no longer a trial, but a massacre. This time, although his heart was filled with hatred, he didn't lose his reason and knew what was more important. Let's have a meeting to decide this matter. On the other side, there was a response in a moment. Soon, the great elders of the Greater One sect, as well as other Greater One sect elders whose status was equivalent to the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, gathered together. They were all high-level God Emperors. Of course, the Greater One sect master was also present. When the Supreme Elder from Tai City spoke up, the others agreed as well. It's true that Duanling Tian and Shimenlong Xiang entered the God King's battlefield and slaughtered them one-sidedly. This way, not only will the God King's disciples from Tai sect not be able to gain experience, but even the God King's disciples from the Heavenly Dragon sect won't be able to gain experience. I agree with the Tianlong clan to prohibit Duanling Tian and Shimenlong Xiang from entering the Divine King battlefield again. Seconded. Many of the Greater One sect elders present had juniors who had died at the hands of Duanling Tian. In addition, some of their juniors were still alive on the Divine King battlefield. Therefore, whether it was for public or private reasons, they didn't want Duanling Tian to enter the Divine King battlefield again and slaughter the disciples of their Greater One sect. That Duanling Tian, how can he be so strong? It doesn't make sense. There were also people who voiced such doubts. He must be hiding his strength. That's obvious. What a sinister boy. I thought the strength he showed before was shocking enough, but I didn't expect him to be hiding his strength. Let Shimenlong Xiang come out first. If his twin sister Shimen Yun is in danger, she will send a telepathic message and he will come out. The meeting of the Greater One sect's high-level God Emperors only lasted for less than an hour before it ended. After the meeting, there were only 3 people left in the huge meeting hall. The Greater One sect master, Greater One sect's great elder Luo Qizhan. There was also an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion who had the demeanor of a transcendent being. Luo Qizhan was also the person who didn't support the Emperor battle in the past because he felt that his senior brother's disciple, Shimenlong Xiang, would definitely become a God Emperor in the future. However, he later learned from his senior brother that Shimenlong Xiang would soon leave the Greater One sect, and that Duanling Tian had appeared in the Tianlong clan, so his thoughts changed. I'll have to trouble you to let Shimenlong Xiang come out. The Greater One sect master looked at the last old man with white hair and a youthful complexion and said respectfully, "Okay." Hearing this, the old man nodded faintly and then disappeared completely in front of the Greater One sect master and great elder Luo Qizhan. I really don't know why senior brother wants Longxiang to leave the Greater One sect. Even if the Greater One sect can't give Longxiang a better future, there's no hurry, right? Luo Qizhan said with a sigh. Great uncle, if I were him, I would make the same choice. The Greater One sect master shook his head and said, Shimenlong Xiang shouldn't be bound by the Greater One sect. You may think that with his talent, it's not difficult for him to become a God Emperor in the future. But then what? If he spends too much time in the Greater One sect, even if he becomes a God Emperor in the future, it'll be difficult for him to deal with the current 1,000-year tribulation, right? I think Great Uncle's expectations for Shimenlong Xiang may not be as simple as an ordinary God Emperor. He may even be expecting him to become a God Emperor. When the Greater One sect master said this, Luo Qizhan couldn't help but gasp. God Emperor? Was that possible? The Greater One sect's encampment. Outside a secluded and elegant valley surrounded by clouds all year round, the Greater One sect's disciples were usually not allowed to come close, and there was a Greater One sect's patrol team monitoring the surroundings. Whoosh! The old man with white hair and a youthful complexion silently passed through the cloud-covered valley. In fact, the clouds surrounding the valley were all condensed by the formation, but at this time, the old man's figure passed through the formation as if he was entering a place without any hindrance. In the secluded and elegant valley, there was only a small wooden house, and the rest were in their original state, the kind that had not been damaged in any way. The old man stood in the air, overlooking the courtyard of the small wooden house. In the courtyard, there was a 16 or 17-year-old girl wearing a yellow dress. She sat in front of a stone table in a dignified manner. She held a cup full of steaming hot water in her hands. Her face was slightly pale, but when she saw the two little animals rolling around and frolicking in the courtyard, a pale smile bloomed on her face. Although she was sitting there, she still looked very delicate, as if she would fall in the wind. Whoosh! The old man stepped on the air and landed, looking at the young girl with eyes full of gentleness. When the old man landed, the young girl came back to her senses and looked at the old man with a pair of beautiful eyes, revealing a look of joy. "Master." As her voice fell, she was about to stand up, but it seemed a little difficult. Whoosh! As the old man casually stretched out his hand, a gentle force pressed the young girl back to the stone chair. "Yuner, didn't I tell you? Your body is weak, so you don't have to bow when you see me." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he sat opposite the young girl and asked with a smile, "Is it too boring here?" "No." The young girl lightly shook her head. "Master, Yuner was born with terminated meridians, and I can't cultivate. It's already lucky that I'm still alive now, and I should be thankful. How can I be bored?" The old man sighed. "Perhaps there's a venerable gray divine pill that can help you open up your terminated meridians and open up the path of cultivation. However, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to obtain such a divine pill for you." "There's still hope for your brother," the old man said. The young girl shook her head again. "Master, actually, I don't expect to open up my terminated meridians and open up the path of cultivation. If I had a choice, I'd rather brother slack off and not work so hard. I know. I'm the reason why he's like this today." When she reached the end of her sentence, a hint of sorrow could be seen in her eyes. "If I wasn't worried that my death would affect brother's cultivation and even his future, I would have died a long time ago." The old man's expression turned solemn. "Don't mention this again." When the young girl's expression turned timid, the old man's expression softened again. "Yuner, I'm here to ask you to bring your brother out. You can sleep now." Before the young girl could react, the old man had already knocked her out and placed her on the bed in the wooden house. Then, the old man raised his hand, and a sharp light pierced through the air and landed on the young girl's heart. In an instant, the young girl's delicate body trembled slightly. In the next moment, the old man withdrew his hand and left the wooden house in a flash. He arrived outside the valley and looked in the direction of the entrance to the Emperor Battle Realm in the Supreme Essex estate. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back as though he was waiting for something. At the same time, in the battlefield of the God Kings in the Emperor Battle Realm, a handsome young man with a cold expression suddenly came to a halt. In the next instant, he clutched his chest with one hand, and his expression changed drastically. Yuner. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already sped off in the direction behind him like a ghost. "That's Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang? He's also in the battlefield of the God Kings?" "No, he's still in our Supreme E-sect." "It's really Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang. His expression doesn't seem too good." Near the entrance of the battlefield of the God Kings that led to Skyfirst City, many people saw the young man in a hurry and could not help but stop to watch. At the same time, they were filled with doubts. What had happened to make their Supreme E-sect's prided son of heaven lose his composure like this? End of chapter. Chapter 3858. To Duan Ling Tian, more than 700 battle merits was not considered much. He casually used them to exchange for some pill refining materials that he urgently needed before he left P City. "The things I want will cost me nearly 20,000 battle merits. The God King battlefield won't give me that many battle merits. The most important thing right now is to break through to the God King realm. When I break through to the God King realm, I'll enter the God King battlefield and kill the God Kings of the Greater One sect to accumulate battle merits. In the Emperor battle plane, as a disciple of the Tianlong clan, killing a Greater One sect disciple of the Greater One sect at the High God King realm would only give him 25 battle merits. But if he could kill a Greater One sect disciple at the Low God King realm, he would be rewarded with 200 battle merits. And if he killed a Middle God King, he would be rewarded with 2,000 battle merits. Let's go out first. After returning to Sky Dragon City, Duanling Tian was escorted by a group of Tianlong clan disciples. He left through the entrance of the Emperor battle plane and returned to the Tianlong clan. Before that, the Tianlong clan people escorted Duanling Tian and were not stingy with their words of praise. Now, the news of Duanling Tian killing more than 100 Greater One sect God King realm disciples had spread throughout Sky Dragon City and the Tianlong clan. Every disciple of the Tianlong clan felt that Duanling Tian had brought honor to the Tianlong clan. In the Emperor battle plane, the God King battlefield was fierce, and Duanling Tian's battle merits could be said to have completely boosted the morale of the Tianlong clan. The Greater One sect has offered a reward of 300,000 contribution points for killing Duanling Tian. Now that Duanling Tian has returned after killing more than 100 Greater One sect God King realm disciples, the Tianlong clan will also reward him with 300,000 contribution points. Not long after Duanling Tian returned to the Tianlong temple, he heard the words of the Tianlong clan's clan master, Long Qingchong, which spread throughout the Tianlong temple. Duanling Tian suspected that Long Qingchong knew he had returned to the Tianlong temple and made such a public announcement to let him hear it. After all, if he was still in the Emperor battle plane, he wouldn't have heard it. Duanling Tian, congratulations. Presently, Duanling Tian had just returned to the Inner Sect Disciples Cultivation Area, and within the spacious Inner Sect Disciples Cultivation Area, a few figures flew out from the Internal Affairs Pavilion to congratulate Duanling Tian. More than 90% of the Inner Sect disciples were in the God King battlefield, and those who weren't were in Sky Dragon City or Peace City in the Emperor battle plane. Elders, how do I claim the 300,000 contribution points? Duanling Tian asked as he smiled at the few elders who flew out of the Internal Affairs Palace. Do you want it now? One of the elderly elders asked with a smile. When he saw Duanling Tian nod, the elderly elder immediately sent a message and quickly responded, Duanling Tian, the clan master has sent Vice Sect Master Shui over personally to transfer 300,000 contribution points to you. Vice Sect Master Shui? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed when he heard Elder Nianmai's words. Then, his gaze deepened. If he remembered correctly, only one of the Tianlong clan's Vice Sect Masters had the surname Shui. In other words, this Vice Sect Master Shui was the father-in-law of Kuang Tianjing's second disciple, the Tianlong clan's Vice Sect Master, Shui Mingji. I've never seen this Vice Sect Master Shui before. When he first arrived at the Tianlong clan, Shui Haichuan had warned him that if Kuang Tianjing saw him as an enemy, it meant that he was on the opposite side of Vice Sect Master Shui. He had to be wary of Vice Sect Master Shui. After staring for a while, Duanling Tian heard the sound of wind whistling from afar. When he came back to his senses, a figure had already appeared in front of him. It was a middle-aged man with a determined face and a dignified expression. Greetings, Vice Sect Master Shui. Vice Sect Master Shui. At the same time, the elders of the Internal Affairs Palace bowed to the newcomer. Shui Mingji nodded to them. Then his gaze fell on Duanling Tian, sizing him up. Unlike Duanling Tian, he was the first person to arrive. It was Duanling Tian's first time meeting him, but it was not his first time meeting Duanling Tian. Early on during the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, he'd once secretly appeared in the sky above the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition and threatened Duanling Tian via voice transmission. But Duanling Tian didn't know that the person threatening him was him. Duanling Tian? Shui Mingji asked with a smile when he saw Duanling Tian again. Vice Sect Master Shui. Duanling Tian nodded slightly at Shui Mingji as a greeting. The elders of the Internal Affairs Palace were a little surprised by Duanling Tian's arrogance in front of Shui Mingji. This was because even in front of them, Duanling Tian had never been so arrogant. After all, their status in the Tianlong clan was far below Vice Sect Master Shui. Thank you, Vice Sect Master Shui. Under the astonished gazes of the elders of the Internal Affairs Palace, Duan Lingtian directly took out his identity token and handed it to Shui Mingji. It was obvious that he wanted Shui Mingji to transfer the 300,000 contribution points that Sect Master Long Qingchong had promised him. The elders of the Internal Affairs Palace thought that Shui Mingji would frown or something, but they soon became even more astonished. Shui Mingji did not seem surprised by Duan Lingtian's behavior at all. He casually took Duan Lingtian's identity token and transferred 300,000 contribution points to him without hesitation. Of course, these 300,000 contribution points did not belong to Shui Mingji. They were transferred to him by Sect Master Long Qingchong. Strictly speaking, he was now just an errand boy. I have completed the task that Sect Master gave me. See you later. After Shui Mingji returned Duan Lingtian's identity token to Duan Lingtian, he no longer maintained the smile on his face. This was because he could see that there was no room for negotiation between him and Duan Lingtian. Of course, he did not think that there would be room for negotiation. This was because, in his opinion, the former head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, had most likely told Duan Lingtian that he had sent people to kill Linghu Renjia. As he turned around to leave, Shui Mingji's eyes were filled with killing intent. I can't delay any longer. His current strength, even compared to the greater one sect Shimen Longxiang, is not the slightest bit weaker. Perhaps he has strength comparable to an ordinary lower divine emperor. Otherwise, how could he be like a fish in water on the battlefield of divine kings and kill hundreds of greater one-sect disciples in less than a year? If he is given time to grow, not only Kuang Tianzheng, but also my daughter, son-in-law, and even I will be in trouble. Shui Mingji was not in a hurry to return to his own place of cultivation. Instead, he went directly to the cultivation place of inner sect elder Kuang Tianzheng. After Shui Mingji left, several elders of the Internal Affairs Palace looked at Duan Lingtian. One of them asked in confusion, Duan Lingtian, is there a conflict between you and Deputy Lord Shui? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and did not deny it. Deputy Lord Shui's son-in-law, Zhongkan's master, inner sect disciple Kuang Tianzheng, attacked me before I entered the Tianlong clan and behind the Linghu family. If it weren't for the protection of the Linghu family's protective array, I would have died at that time. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, he shook his head and descended into the Internal Affairs Hall. The elders of the Internal Affairs Palace looked at each other. It was no wonder Duan Lingtian was so indifferent to Deputy Lord Shui. It turned out that there was another layer of reason. Duan Lingtian will grow sooner or later. If Kuang Tianzheng doesn't take the initiative to make amends, he will suffer a great loss sooner or later. An elder of the Internal Affairs Palace sighed, looking at Duan Lingtian's attitude when he mentioned Kuang Tianzheng and his attitude toward Deputy Lord Shui. I'm afraid the hatred between him and Kuang Tianzheng won't be let go so easily. I'm afraid that in a few years, Duan Lingtian will have the ability to defeat or even kill Kuang Tianzheng. Does he need to wait until he grows? From what I know, the top Emperor God forces in Tunglong Province are all fighting to get him to join them. As long as he joins one of them, he can make any request. When that time comes, one word from him, and Kuang Tianzheng will be dead. After walking around the Internal Affairs Palace for a while, Duan Lingtian, who was rich, spent some contribution points to buy some new materials he needed in the Internal Affairs Palace before he left. He returned to his residence and went into closed-door cultivation. For the time being, he did not need to refine divine pills to aid his cultivation, since he still had a surplus of divine pills from before. While Duan Lingtian was in closed-door cultivation, Shui Mingji, the deputy lord of the Tianlong clan, and Kuang Tianzheng, the inner sect elder, had gathered together. We can't wait any longer. We must kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Shui Mingji said in a deep voice, how long has it been? He's only a high-level god king. Moreover, his current strength is comparable to an ordinary low-level god king. Have you heard about his performance in the battlefield of the god kings in the imperial battle realm? Shui Mingji asked. I've heard about it. Kuang Tianzheng nodded solemnly. His expression was solemn as he said, indeed, we can't wait any longer. If he breaks through to the god king stage, I'm afraid it won't be long before I'm not strong enough to kill him. Didn't you come up with a plan earlier? Shui Mingji asked again. Now that he has left the Imperial Battle Realm, it's time to launch a plan to lure him out and kill him. I'll come up with a plan in the next 2 days. Huang Tianjing said. We have to be quick, Shui Mingji said with a serious face. His existence has always made me feel uneasy. Now, only his death can give me complete peace of mind. Aren't I the same? Huang Tianjing smiled bitterly. Don't worry, Deputy Sect Leader. Once I've confirmed the plan, I'll contact the 2 White Dragon Elders from the 10,000 Devil Sect and ask them to personally make a move. There's no need for you to personally make a move, Deputy Sect Leader. Huang Tianjing promised. Shui Mingji nodded and added, if possible, ask them to make a move together. I keep having the feeling that there's something strange about Duanling Tian. I can't say for the time being. End of chapter. Chapter 3859. While the Tianlong clan's vice clan master Shui Mingji and the Tianjin clan's intersect elder Huang Tianjing were plotting how to lure the Duanling Tian out of the Tianjin temple and kill the Duanling Tian, the Tianlong clan welcomed a group of uninvited guests. These uninvited guests were from the Tai sect, led by the sect master of the Tai sect. Just like a few years ago, the sect master of the Tai sect had brought people to the Tianlong clan to initiate the Emperor battle. Sect Master Luo, the Emperor battle has already begun. What business do you have with the Tianlong clan? As the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong personally received the sect master of the Tai sect and the others. The sect master of the Greater One sect was also a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. He looked at Long Qingchong in the distance and smiled faintly. Sect Master Long, the battle between the God Kings in the Arch Battle Realm is already in full swing. More than 100 God King disciples from our 2 sects have been killed or injured. Long Qingchong interrupted the sect master of the Tai sect. Sect Master Luo, you should say that more than 160 God King disciples of your Tai sect have died, while the number of God King disciples of our Tianlong clan has just exceeded 100. Long Qingchong deliberately corrected him. The sect master of the Tai sect didn't get angry and smiled faintly. Sect Master Long, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. If it weren't for the return of Shimin Longxiang, many of your Tianlong clan's God King disciples would have died. Long Qingchong laughed. Sect Master Luo, are you joking? Who doesn't know that it's impossible to communicate in any of the battlefields in the Emperor Battle Realm? It doesn't matter if you're communicating with each other inside or outside. You're telling me that the Tai sect has allowed Shimin Longxiang to return? Long Qingchong's smile grew even brighter. The Greater One sect master shook his head and said, Sect Master Long, don't you know that some twins have a certain telepathy between them? Especially when one of them becomes a god, they'll be able to sense it even more. If the other party is in mortal danger, he can sense it immediately. Hearing the words of the Greater One sect master, Long Qingchong, the clan master of the Tianlong clan, took a deep look at the other party. Sect Master Luo, you mean Shimin Longxiang has a twin brother in the Greater One sect? Long Qingchong had naturally heard of what the sect master of the Greater One sect said. Even in the Tianlong clan, there was such a twin brother. Moreover, there were many similar records in the Tianlong clan. The Greater One sect master shook his head again. Not twin brothers, but twin sisters. Shimin Longxiang and his twin sister, Shimin Yun, are both disciples of my martial granduncle, the supreme elder of the Tianlong clan, Lu Zhantu. My martial granduncle has called Shimin Longxiang back a few days ago through Shimin Yun. In fact, Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan, had received the news a few days ago when Shimin Longxiang had just come out. On the Greater One sect side, there were many spies of the Tianlong clan. Shimin Longxiang's return from the battlefield of the God Kings had alarmed the entire Greater One sect, and Long Qingchong had also heard about it. Just now, the reason why he expressed his disbelief of the Greater One sect master's words was that he thought the Greater One sect master was deliberately mystifying things while Shimin Longxiang was released. He didn't expect Shimin Longxiang to have a twin sister. And then, Long Qingchong looked deeply at the Greater One sect master. Sect Master Luo, don't tell me you're here to tell me to let Duanling Tian and Shimin Longxiang fight to the death outside? Long Qingcheng knew in his heart that Shimin Longxiang had most likely entered the battlefield of the God Kings in the Emperor Battle Realm to target Duan Lingtian. However, the battlefield of the God Kings was huge, and the probability of the two of them meeting was not high. However, because Duan Lingtian had not left the battlefield of the God Kings, even if the probability was low, the Greater One sect could only let Shimin Longxiang run around like a headless fly. While looking for Duan Lingtian, he killed the disciples of the Tianlong clan's God Kings. If that's the case, I can't agree to it. Without waiting for the Greater One sect master to respond, Long Qingcheng shook his head. This kind of matter must be decided by the person involved. I don't have the authority to decide for him. If it was an ordinary disciple of the Tianlong clan, as the sect master of the Tianlong clan, he could naturally make the decision for him. However, Duan Lingtian was different. He believed that even the Greater One sect master would not dare to say that he could make the decision for Shimin Longxiang. Sect Master Long, I think you've misunderstood. The Greater One sect master shook his head again. I've come to find you this time not to challenge Duan Lingtian to a death battle on behalf of Shimin Longxiang, but to discuss something with you. Oh. Long Qingcheng's eyes flashed. Sect Master Long, the Greater One sect master said with a grave expression, you should also know that with Shimin Longxiang and Duan Lingtian's strength, entering the battlefield of the God Kings is actually unfair to the others. Even if the others form a group, they may not be able to avoid being killed by them. Unless it's a group of 100 people. At this point, the Greater One sect's sect master paused for a moment before bluntly stating the purpose of his visit. The reason I came this time is to discuss something with Sect Master Long. From today onwards, Shimin Longxiang will no longer enter the Divine King battlefield. However, in exchange, we don't want Duan Lingtian to enter the battlefield of the God Kings again. The Greater One sect master went straight to the point. Long Qingcheng's eyes flashed when he heard this. Shimin Longxiang agreed to this matter? If he didn't agree, I wouldn't have appeared here. The Greater One sect master said matter-of-factly. The Tianlong clan will have to ask the person involved about this matter. Long Qingcheng said. Of course. Duan Lingtian, who was originally cultivating in seclusion, was suddenly awakened by someone. The person who woke him up was none other than Shui Haichuan. Brother Haichuan, is there something you need? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Shui Haichuan must have an urgent matter to discuss with him, and even woke him up from his cultivation. The sect master asked me to come. Shui Haichuan sighed. He asked me to tell you that as long as you're willing to not enter the battlefield of the God Kings again, he can give you another 200,000 contribution points. The reason? Shui Haichuan's intention surprised Duan Lingtian. He originally didn't plan to enter the battlefield of the God Kings again, but now that the Tianlong clan's sect master asked Shui Haichuan to come find him, it was equivalent to sending a treasure to his doorstep. In exchange, the Greater One sect will not allow Shimin Longxiang to enter the battlefield of the God Kings again. This time, you killed more than 100 God King realm disciples in the battlefield of the God Kings, and although Shimin Longxiang didn't kill as many as you, he still killed more than 60 people. This is because he entered the battlefield of the God Kings later than you. Otherwise, the number of people he killed wouldn't be less than you. Shui Haichuan said. I see. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. He had heard about Shimin Longxiang's existence not long after leaving the battlefield of the God Kings in the Emperor Battle Realm. At that time, he was in Peace City. Many Greater One sect disciples said that he, Duan Lingtian, would have definitely died if he hadn't encountered Shimin Longxiang in the battlefield of the God Kings. Later on, he heard from Dongfang Yannian, so he had a certain understanding of Shimin Longxiang, this monstrous genius of the Greater One sect. Brother Haichuan, tell the sect master that it's fine if I don't enter the battlefield of the God Kings, but I don't want 200,000 contribution points. I need some medicinal herbs, Duan Lingtian said as he named several medicinal herbs to Shui Haichuan. They were all relatively rare, and one of them could be found in Peace City in the Emperor Battle Realm. It required battle merits to exchange for them. However, it required 1,000 battle merits. Duan Lingtian didn't have enough battle merits in the battlefield of the God Kings. Moreover, there were other things he urgently needed, so Duan Lingtian exchanged them for other things. In reality, These medicinal herbs were worth less than 100,000 contribution points at most in the Tianlong clan. However, they were rare and hard to find. Unless the Tianlong clan sent people to distant places to buy them with divine crystals, divine stones, or other treasures, they could only rely on luck to obtain them. These medicinal herbs must be delivered within 3 years. Duan Lingtian added in the end. He thought about his cultivation progress. In about 3 years, he would be able to use these medicinal herbs to refine divine pills to aid his cultivation. At that time, he might be able to reach the God Emperor realm in one go. I'll tell the sect master right away. Xue Haichuan quickly contacted the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. After a moment of silence, Long Qingchong agreed. Tell him that I agree. At the same time, Long Qingchong also felt some regret for rewarding Duan Lingtian with so many contribution points. If it weren't for the fact that he had previously rewarded Duan Lingtian with 300,000 contribution points, he might not have rejected the offer of 200,000 contribution points this time. He had really shot himself in the foot. Thank the sect master for me. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly when he heard Xue Haichuan's message. Then, as if remembering something, he said, Brother Haichuan, I met Miss Seventh on the battlefield of the Divine Kings. She's now one of the 2 leaders of the 100-man team. She won't be in danger there. I know. Xue Haichuan nodded. He had heard about Miss Seventh leading a 100-man team. Brother Haichuan, you seem to have a special relationship with her? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Don't misunderstand. Xue Haichuan shook his head when he saw Duan Lingtian's meaningful look. She's the daughter of an old friend of mine. The last time she met me, she was just passing on a message from her mother. I asked you to take care of her because I feel guilty about what her mother did back then. Xue Haichuan sighed when he thought about what had happened back then. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Then, when he saw that Xue Haichuan seemed to be in a bad mood, Duan Lingtian did not continue chatting with him. He bade farewell and returned to his room to continue his closed-door cultivation. He had completely forgotten about the time while he was cultivating. Half a year later, somewhere in the Tianlong temple, an old voice sounded resolute. It's decided then. Set up a trap and lure him in. The divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by a God Emperor expert, and suspected to have been left behind by a God Emperor expert, I don't think he'll be able to resist the temptation. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.